Recording in progress.
And so then we can figure out. Oh, true. That's true. On the third floor. Uh-huh. Right. Right. I don't either. So I can't remember. Yeah. So just have somebody look around the center first, just to make sure. Because if there are any printers there, it should work. So.
Yeah, we'll problem solve right now.
Yep.
I'll get back to you.
All right. All right. All right. Thanks. He was at the top of the stairs talking to someone. So, so we were sitting on this. So we sat down, and they had a clock. And when we did the rehearsal, they said 25 minutes. So we knew we were fine, and and so forth. And we were joking because we were on a little riser, and my chair was close to the edge. And they said, let's just push Derek off the edge, and we'll have a little more time. So then we get ready to go in, and we sat down, and they had changed it to 20 minutes. And so.
Customer said it was like, she's like, this whole thing, and then it was like a lot of crap, and then it was
Right,
short, and
right.
I was like, well, and then she didn't get to see her mom because her mom had COVID.
Oh no!
Her mom's up there.
Oh no!
She was dealing with this graduation weekend for
Mm-hmm.
high school.
Oh yeah, she mentioned that. She mentioned it. But the questions were good yesterday. We had a good, all the sessions were pretty well timed, and I was pleased. Yeah. I think so. My sense is that they sort of wanted to make sure they had tags for everybody that might be possible. Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people might have had use issues too.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
But I love this. It did that well.
It looks really good. I wonder if we can.
The bag, the tool bag.
Yes, it looks really good. Yeah, you can see it very. It's very visible. Uh-huh. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. Right. That's what I know. Yeah. So I had two related questions. So that's one, and I think with all the extra horsepower that comes from their team, it allows us to do some things that we'd like to do anyway, and have more people planning it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. We need to. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what I'm thinking. And then, so I met with Naila yesterday, and I told her that over the years we've had all kinds of ideas about things that we can do, including when we had made that plan to have a bi-coastal summer school, West Coast Tech, DC policy, that would be a great summer school. Be expensive to bring people, from there here, but it'd be well worth it for like a high-profile summer school or something like that. And she thought it was a great idea. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Not on this
Uh-huh.
side.
Uh-huh. Right.
Hello. All right, good morning. Welcome back. Did everybody have a good day yesterday? Wow, right? Not too much attrition, not too many people sleeping in. That's good news. That's good news. We've got another exciting day of sessions for you today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our jefe, Eduardo Diaz.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone again to our second and last day of the school. For some of you that were not here yesterday, the bathrooms are those doors all the way at the end of the hall. And I know everybody knows where breakfast was. That's where we're going to have lunch, and the breaks are going to be here, right in the, right through that door. For those of you and the fellows, we're going to leave about from 5:45 to 6. I will let you know in the bus downstairs. And I would like, whoever is here at that time to go to the front of the building. We're going to take a group picture, okay? For whoever wants to be in that picture, please come down, and we're going to take that as a memory of the school. I have the note here. Oh, the video that you're going to see here from Doreen, due to the setup in the room, it will sound correctly. It will sound correctly here in the Zoom, but there will be a slight delay here in the room, so you will see the video, and maybe the voice is not going in synchronized with the sound. Okay, and it has to do with the setup and the delay that we get from the Zoom. So it's not that the video is bad. It's just how it works, So if nothing else, then today's proceedings are officially open, and welcome everyone. Thank you. Fiona and Green.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Sorry, I haven't used this mic. Nice to see you all. We're going to show you a video first of Doreen Bogdan-Martin. She's the, not so newly, but last year elected Secretary General of the ITU, the first woman to run the institution in its 157-year history. But she's also an AU alum, so we're very proud of her here at American University. So let's go ahead and watch the video from Doreen, and then we can get started.
To where I am today, leading the... albeit virtually. I'm so pleased to join you, albeit virtually. Back at my alma mater, American University, is where satellite and telecom policy first inspired me to start the journey that led me to where I am today, leading the ITU, the UN Agency for Digital Technologies. It's great to see this year's Nasig program focus on digital issues affecting everyone. I can tell you digital is topping the global agenda too, from across the United Nations to the G7 and the G20. So today's question, where are we in terms of internet for all? I think that question could not be more important. And the answer cuts across all of ITU's work areas. So let's start with some numbers. Last year, ITU data showed that 66% of the world's population used the internet. That means 1/3 of humanity is still offline. Women make up a disproportionate and growing share of that global offline population, outnumbering male non-users by 18%. And that's up from 11% in 2019. And in least developed countries,
I'm sorry, but the people on Zoom are saying they don't have audio, so I'm just gonna restart it for them. Okay. So stop share. Share screen.
alma mater, American University, is where satellite and telecom policy first inspired me to start the journey that led me to where I am today, leading the ITU, the UN Agency for Digital Technologies. It's great to see this year's Nasig program focus on digital issues affecting everyone. I can tell you digital is topping the global agenda too, from across the United Nations to the G7 and the G20. So today's question, where are we in terms of internet for all? I think that question could not be more important. And the answer cuts across all of ITU's work areas. So let's start with some numbers. Last year, ITU data showed that 66% of the world's population used the internet. That means 1/3 of humanity is still offline. Women make up a disproportionate and growing share of that global offline population, outnumbering male non-users by 18%. And that's up from 11% in 2019. And in least developed countries, just 1 in 3 people have access to the internet. These disparities are why universal connectivity is one of ITU's top priorities. Reaching it requires closing not just one, but several digital divides between urban and rural communities, older people and youth, and people of different ability, gender, economic means, and education levels. Here are just some of the ways that the ITU works to tackle digital inequalities. First, we track affordability, which is a key metric in establishing universal connectivity across nearly 200 economies. Broadband Commission affordability targets for mobile broadband have been met in 103 economies, thanks to cheaper data plans and higher average incomes in developing countries. If ICT services, including internet use, became more affordable globally in 2022, cost is still prohibitive for too many. On the digital inclusion and accessibility front, ITU works closely with governments, with industry, civil society, and other UN agencies to develop ICT accessibility policies, guidelines, and technical standards. Our work involves making accessibility a requirement right from the design stage. And it's resulted in more accessible telehealth systems for persons with disabilities and safer listening devices, both of which are standards developed jointly with the World Health Organization. ITU also works with partners on the ground to help get critical digital infrastructure to the communities that need it most. GIGA, the ITU UNICEF initiative to connect every school in the world to the internet by 2030, is a good example of this, and we're making important headways. Other projects are laser focused on empowering communities, from building smart classrooms to teaching STEM to girls in Pakistani smart villages, to digitally empowering South Malakula Islanders to produce smart island coconut oil in Vanuatu. Scaling initiatives like these simply can't be done without bold multi-stakeholder partnerships and innovative funding mechanisms. And that's the idea behind Partner to Connect. Partner to Connect is a digital coalition, a global effort led by ITU to bring meaningful connectivity to the world's hardest to reach places. Over 600 pledges worth about $30 billion have been made so far, with projects ranging from building digital infrastructure to reinforcing digital skills to content localization and digital entrepreneurship. There is a large community of stakeholders making vital contributions towards building this thriving digital ecosystem. As the only UN agency with membership comprising not just 193 member states, but about 1,000 leading tech companies, universities, and international and regional organizations from around the world. And that makes ITU an important stakeholder in this ecosystem and an active voice in this community. This multi-stakeholder approach underpins ITU's governance work, and that is work to support an internet that we can all enjoy. Our Plenipotentiary Conference last year saw ITU member states highlight capacity building, information sharing, and best practices among stakeholders as key to building a multilingual, inclusive internet for all. ITU also holds regular public open consultations on international internet-related public policy issues. It's our objective for all voices to be heard and respected, with consensus-driven decisions made for the benefit of the global ICT community wherever and whenever possible. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to addressing digital inequalities to deliver an internet for all, we know what we need to do. We know how to unleash digital opportunities for children and youth, women and girls, people with disabilities, for everyone who finds themselves on the wrong side of so many digital divides. Now is the time to roll up our sleeves and get it done. And that's why I'm inviting you, each one of you, to get involved in ITU's work. Join our Generation Connect youth community, make a pledge to partner to connect, or contribute to the SDG Digital Day that ITU is organizing together with UNDP and other partners on the sidelines of the SDG Summit this September in New York. Let's work together to erase all digital divides once and for all. And let's deliver on the UN Sustainable Development Goals before it's too late, and build an internet that is affordable, accessible, and inclusive for everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
So again, good morning. Great remarks from Doreen. I should probably introduce myself as well. I see some old friends in the audience, but also some new folks. I'm Fiona Alexander. I also went to AU, which is why we're so proud of our alumni here. But when I was at American University, I also interned at NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which is the U.S. government that participates in GAC and all these other things, and was the part of the U.S. government that was involved and a partner for ICANN for many years. So I spent 20 years of my life helping build and be a part of the ICANN community, so double welcome to you for the ICANN fellows and things like that. But this morning we're going to talk a little bit about Internet for All and where are we. We had this great opening remarks from Doreen that she provided, and we're very lucky to have a couple of old hands, I could say, and experts in the space to talk to us about it. I'll do just brief introductions. Again, you may have already met Derek yesterday, doing his great remarks that he did. But we'll do brief introductions, and then we'll hear a few opening remarks from each speaker, reactions to what Doreen said, and anything else they want to add. Then I'll ask a few questions, and then we'll open it up. So you guys feel free to think about anything you might want to ask either of the speakers or me as we go forward. But we're happy to be joined this morning with Professor Wolfgang Kleinwacker. I've known Wolfgang, I don't know, I feel like I was at AU 25 years ago. So 25 years now, I think I've known both of these guys. So it's nice to see you and welcome you to AU. Wolfgang is a professor emeritus from the University of Aarhus in Denmark. He is a commissioner to the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace and a former ICANN board member. He's been involved in internet governance issues since the early 1990s. He was appointed to the UN WSIS Working Group on Internet Governance. He served as advisor to the chair of the Internet Governance Forum, and he was also a special ambassador of the Net Mundial initiative. If you don't know what all of those things are, Wolfgang will be happy to tell you, I'm sure. But he also routinely puts up these great overviews of what's happening in the internet governance space on Circle ID on a regular basis. So if you haven't read any of Wolfgang's pieces, I encourage you to do so. It gives you a great history of the space and where things are headed going forward. And again, I don't necessarily need to reintroduce Dr. Cogburn, who you've met, but again, my friend and colleague Derek here at American University. We're in Derek's basically office. It's around the corner, so this is his facility, so we're very happy to him for letting us use it. But he's also involved as a professor at the Kogod School of Business, also the School of International Service, and he is the faculty co-director of our Internet Governance Lab here at AU. So, Derek, why don't we start with you and sort of get your thoughts from, internet, where are we now?
Sure. So thank you for the introduction, and really honored to be here with Wolfgang. We've collaborated for many, many years in the spaces that Fiona talked about. I shared some of that yesterday, building GigaNet and working in the IGF and around the World Summit on the Information Society and so forth. As well as the high-level forum in Brazil. It was really exciting to hear Doreen talk about the work of the ITU. She is, one of our treasured alumni, as is Fiona. We're really proud of the work that she's done and have followed her career with great interest as she has continued to promote the idea of information and communication technologies for everyone and for making a change, for facilitating social and economic development. And she is such a good fit for the Secretary General role because the ITU is so well positioned to do those things, to work in that space. Over the years, sometimes ITU has been criticized and some very disparaging things said about the ITU, sometimes warranted. But it is a space that allows most of the countries in the world to be able to gather one country, one vote, deal with very technical issues and very societally important issues. So the ITU, as Doreen was explaining, has had a whole range of projects from youth development centers, women's technology issues, the Women in ICT Day that they do now, working on electronic commerce issues, and then really playing a central role in something that has led to many major changes in the internet governance space, which started with the World Summit on the Information Society. The ITU was at the center of organizing WSIS. It was a multilateral and multi-stakeholder effort to get to that point, but the ITU was really very central in organizing the WSIS. All of the civil society caucuses and networks that came out of WSIS, including the Internet Governance Caucus, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, all of those networks were active in these early spaces, and the ITU played a central role in that space. So all three of its sectors play a unique role: the development sector, the standardization sector, and so this is a critical organization, and it's wonderful to have somebody like Doreen at the helm. And the last thing I'll say before turning over to Wolfgang is under previous Secretary General Pekka Tarjani, the idea of communication as a right, everybody has the right to communicate, was promoted. And I see Doreen's vision of her time in office as really, this ICT for all is a continuation of that. She's highlighting how critical this role is for making the internet accessible to everyone from a technology perspective, a standardization perspective, and a substantive perspective. So really excited to be here.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the invitation. And I feel also like back home because I share one of the things Doreen mentioned. The inspiration for dealing with internet governance issues came from American University. I was teaching here from 1993 to 1995 at the SIS, and when I arrived here in September 93, this was the first year of the Clinton administration. And it was the Clinton administration which discovered internet as an issue which goes far beyond technical specifics. So this was when Clinton's vice president, Al Gore, developed the so-called National Information Infrastructure Initiative, the NII, which was the first political-oriented document because Clinton and Gore's team recognized that all this information revolution, this technological revolution, has far-reaching political, economic, social, and cultural implications. And, from this, it was clear already that this will be a permanent struggle, because as soon as you talk about policy or economy or social issues, you have conflicts, and you have different ideas how this should be organized. I think for the Clinton administration, it was more or less clear that they said, okay, the best thing we can do with the internet is to leave the decision-making in the hands of the concerned and affected people. That means the provider of the services, the user of the services, they should sit in the driver's seat, because that we as government, we can probably provide an environment which will help to settle all the problems, but we should not make the decision. So, and insofar, the whole development of ICANN then, or the debate also before ICANN was established, was, who should more or less control, manage the internet? And there was the priority for the US government, and which was also supported partly by the European Commission, was, okay, this should be done by non-governmental stakeholders, but government should be involved as a stakeholder. So, and this was the birth of the multi-stakeholder concept, what Dorian has just mentioned. So, and when the World Summit on the Information Society started, some other governments which were more or less uninformed, silent, or had no clue what to do with the internet in the 1990s, realized suddenly that the internet will not go away, and this will have consequences. So, and several governments started, okay, and I remember the argument from the Chinese counterpart in the UN Working Group on Internet Governance, Madame Hu, who said private sector leadership was good for 1 million internet users, but for 1 billion internet users, we need governmental leadership. And so the conflict was there in the beginning of the year 2000, who should manage the internet? Should it be done by stakeholders, with the private sector more or less in the lead, or should it be done by governments? The compromise which came out from the World Summit on the Information Society, the Tunis agenda, was a mix. The basic consensus was it should be done by all stakeholders. So that means the internet does not need a leader. The internet needs collaboration among all stakeholders to manage all the practical problems, including bridging the digital divide, which was already one of the main issues during the World Summit. But then you had different ideas how this cooperation should be implemented. And so that means the question private sector leadership versus governmental leadership, or let's say governmental control and censorship, or freedom, free flow of information and free trade, was debated but not really settled. So you find some diplomatic language, to move around this issue, and that's, for an old veteran like me, it's a déjà vu. If you look now in 2023, 20 years after the World Summit started, that we have the same problems on the table. But today, the stakes are much higher, because while the internet was seen in 2003 more as a technical issue with some political implications, it's seen now as a political issue with a technical component. And so no foreign minister was dealing with internet issues in the year 2000. But now it's on the agenda of summit meetings in the G7, G20. Foreign defense ministers are dealing with the internet. And this makes the difference. So that means you still live in this world where you can agree on some issues. I think the good thing with Doreen in the ITU is now that she has picked issues which are non-controversial. Nobody has any argument to bridge the digital divide, to bring the next billion internet users online, to develop infrastructure, to invest in capacity building. All these are non-controversial issues. In diplomatic language, some people say these are low-hanging fruits, where you can, find an agreement. But on the other hand, the political conflicts, who controls the internet, and who, it's mainly a political question. And here we have the clash between a democratic version of the internet, which is based on the principles of the multi-stakeholder model, which are summarized in the Net Mundial Declaration from 2014, which says bottom-up policy development, inclusion, openness, transparency, accountability, and all this. This is also the basic principle on which ICANN was established. On the other hand, the more autocratic oriented states, and mainly their governments, argue, we have to have content control, We have to have, cyber sovereignty. We have to protect our national internet segment. All these are concepts, and this have been never settled, and this will continue. If you look now into the debate which is taking place this year and will continue next year around the new proposal on the UN table, the Global Digital Compact, you see the same constellation. So ideas are now floated and say, okay, wait a minute, in the Internet Governance Forum, which is a wonderful discussion platform for everybody, where everybody can participate on equal rights. So governments have no chance to dominate. Why not to introduce a new forum, which is called now the Digital Cooperation Forum, and where we have a greater role for governments and stakeholders are involved. So that means the same conflict we had 20 years ago is now reappearing on a higher level, and in particular for the younger generation, my recommendation is study the history, and then you will understand much better what is ahead of you in the next 5 to 10 years. That it will continue. We will have 2025, the review conference on the World Summit on the Information Society. In 2030, there will be the Sustainable Development Goals will reach an end. And for the ITU, that's really, and I can only support what Derek has said, that's really was a great victory, success, or whatsoever, because the election in Bucharest and last year in the plenipotentiary did see a Russian-American battle. The counter-candidate was Mr. Ismailov, a former minister from the Russian Federation, and the interesting message was, it was not only a victory for Doreen, it was an overwhelming victory. So, and this gives you hope that the ideas of state control, and whatsoever, which was linked to the candidature of the Russian Ismailov, where Russia always tried to use the ITU as a legitimate body to introduce control over the internet. So this is off the table for the moment, and insofar, we can, the ITU, as Derek has said, is really an important player. So sometimes it's labeled also in the American public, ITU is bad, ICANN is better. So ITU is not bad. Sometimes ITU made some bad decisions, but at the moment, so it's on the right track, and it's really worth to become also engaged in the ITU, in particular also in the working groups, which are unfortunately not so open to non-state actors. But with Doreen in the helm of the ITU, probably this could be the next step in the ITU to open a little bit more, so that the working groups of the ITU Council should be more open to stakeholders, and you could be more engaged. Also as academic persons, you can write papers, and probably today the environment is much more positive in the ITU when they get input from outside than it was under Hamadou Touré. Thank you.
So we're gonna we've talked a lot about the ITU and Doreen and a history of institution building, but I'm gonna ask you a slightly different question. So when I first started going to AU, they were just bringing the internet to campus. Actually, they were just wiring the dorms. So I feel like I'm not that old, but it sounds super old when I say it. But to both of you, what was your first experience of actually using the internet, both personally and professionally? Do you remember? And if you do, what was it?
Wow. I was a graduate student here in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. I remember using links as a browser to be able to access the monochromatic text-based internet where you actually have little links that you can click on. I thought it was the most fascinating thing in the world. I said, this is revolutionary. This is going to change everything. Being able to slowly at the time connect to databases and download that information was just spectacular. So that was my first experience. And I felt so strongly about it that as a political scientist, I started advocating within the discipline that we take this seriously, both from a practical perspective in terms of how we can use the internet, both for research and coordination, but also the political implications of it. So one of my fellow graduate students who came to AU later, Clarence Lusain, was here. He and I both, as very young political science doctoral students at the time, started a training program to train political scientists on how to use the internet. So we developed a internet driver's license course for political scientists, and and we started teaching political scientists and political science organizations how to use the internet for those purposes and to think about it for as a legitimate means of study. And then over time, both of us, and particularly me, we really started to focus on ensuring that the academic disciplines would start to, again, both use and take the internet seriously as a means of conducting research and as a focus of research.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I've grown up in East Germany behind the Berlin Wall, and insofar when I first realized that the internet is there, I was mostly impressed by the ability to exchange mails and information and ideas without borders. So this was unbelievable in the 1980s, and suddenly this was there. The free flow of information was not only a line in Article 19 of the Human Rights Declaration, it was suddenly reality. And this was extremely impressive. And by the way, this is the disappearance of the traditional borders of time and space is still one of the biggest achievements which came with the internet. We should not forget this, because with all the efforts, you know, to introduce some new barriers, you know, the internet is still the free medium which you know, developed and emerged in the 1980s and 1990s. When I was here then at AU, I was very proud to have an email address. I still remember wolfgang@sis.au.edu, and I had an edu address. At this time, to have a com address, .com, that was bad people. Edu were good people. Do not misuse the internet for commercial purposes. I remember that. This was the discussion in '93 when some internet freak said, you know, that's the holy grail and we have to use it for the benefit of humanity and it should not be misused by commercials. And I remember there was a front page article in the New York Times where some students from Lord School in Florida opened after their examens a law firm and advertised this over the internet. They were flamed because of misuse of the internet for advertisement. So this was 25 years ago, 30 years ago, 93 is now 30 years ago. This has certainly changed, and we have benefited certainly from the commercial use of the internet. So this is certainly good for everybody. If it comes to the academic dimension, what I realized then after studying so many different dimensions was that the internet governance is a complicated issue for education and research. So when I was a member of the UN Working Group on Internet Governance, a lot of diplomats approached us and saying, where I can study internet governance. And the answer was nowhere, because it's a multidisciplinary phenomenon. Normally, universities are organized in faculties around a discipline. You can study informatics, political science, communication theory, international relations, culture science, or whatsoever. But the internet governance is everything. It has a technical dimension, a political dimension, economic dimension, a social dimension. So that means you have to study many disciplines. By the way, this was the starting point for the idea to develop a cross-disciplinary curriculum, which is reflected now in the idea of the summer school. So we started this in a UNESCO meeting in 2006, where we then started with a pilot project for summer schools, and Fiona was involved in this also from the very early days. It's like with GigaNet. And I think that's the big challenge, that the internet does not, or internet governance does not have, a single solution. So it has different perspectives. And so that means if you approach it from a commercial point of view, you have probably a different ideas than if you approach it from a social scientist's point of view, or from as a diplomat, you are different than an engineer. And that's the beauty of the multi-stakeholder model, so that if you bring everybody on the table on equal footing, you can find out what is the right compromise. And there will be no one-size-fits-all solutions. So we always argued, if you want to solve some problems, you have first to identify the issue, and then to build the solution around the issue, and not to come with a solution and then put all issues under a certain mechanism. And insofar, it's also, again, good in the ITU to see now they define the issues, bridging the digital divide, infrastructure development, and then to look what can be done. If you say, government first, then you will fail.
Just one quick follow-up. So Wolfgang and I have talked a little bit about GigaNet, and we talked about it yesterday. If you remember, I encouraged all of you to go back and look at the GigaNet Symposium research papers. So there's an archive in the Social Science Research Council where you can go back and look at the GigaNet Symposia, the papers. So one of the things that we're alluding to is that one of the things that was unique about GigaNet, although it came out of associated with a conference, the International Communication Association conference, it's much more than a communications academic network. It is a highly multidisciplinary academic network that tries to bring together all of these disciplines that we alluded to. And as a result, if you look at the symposium that takes place every year, you get papers from such a wide variety of perspectives trying to address these issues. So I just wanted to highlight that and encourage you to look at that archive.
And maybe just, I know Wolfgang gave some good stories about like the early days and the idea that .com was bad and .edu was good, which also makes me laugh. But it's true. I mean, in the United States, the National Science Foundation and the U.S. government funded the early development of these technologies, and there actually had to be legislation in Congress to allow for the commercial use of the internet, which is why these law students got in trouble, because that legislation hadn't passed. So I'm a huge fan of history. I feel like you can't understand how to go forward if you don't understand your past, but these are important things to keep in mind on this issue set. So I'm assuming the people in the room, just like ICANN and the issues we've talked about, are multi-stakeholder as well. So some people may be in academics, some people may work in civil society, maybe private industry, maybe governments. So I'm assuming a range of people in the room in terms of what they do for a living or what they're pursuing. So other than the ITU, which we've talked about at length, what other groups or institutions do you see as key players in sort of the internet governance space? And again, back to our theme, Internet for All, where are we? Where else should people be paying attention or participating or observing, depending on what their role is and what they choose to do?
Yeah, by the way, Fiona, you did have a .gov address. You were not between
So
.edu.
I have had a .gov, a .edu, a .mil,
Okay.
and a .com address, just to be clear. So.
Anyhow, certainly I think the best mechanism or institutions which came out from the 30 years of discussion around internet governance is ICANN and the Internet Governance Forum. So both have their problems, both went through various phases of reforms and became better and better. So whatever you can say critically about ICANN, the internet works. So you can send emails, you can go to websites, the DNS works regardless of the pandemic or the war. So that means ICANN is the neutral steward recognized by the whole globe, not controlled by one single government, not controlled by governments at all. Governments have an advisory capacity in ICANN. Certainly you have a procedure if governments disagree, with decisions of the ICANN board, then you start consultations and for the benefit of the whole community. So, but ICANN has really a mechanism which blocks that a single stakeholder can control the whole mechanism. And this makes it rather successful, neutral, and acceptable to everybody, with the exclusion of some political leaders in some countries which do not like that they do not have control. They want to control everything. No, and it's not only Russia, so there are also some other leaders, Iran, Saudi Arabia, but by the way, interesting is that China was so critical against ICANN, but in recent years they said, okay, it's just a technical organization, so that means we are playing, so they have playing different things. Probably the new IP proposal, which they introduced in the ITU a couple of years ago, was a test case. You know, how they could build a new system. So my impression is that China is not interested anymore just to get bread out of the bakery. They have decided either we get the whole bakery or we are continue not much engaged, but I think it works for the moment for Chinese business, and they have to create firewall, so that means the risk that Chinese population will be influenced by Western content is low. They can live with this. So at the IGF is really a discussion space where everybody can communicate, and more over the years, the IGF became also more efficient. It has now subsidiary bodies like the dynamic coalitions, the policy networks, the best practice fora. It produces messages, so the outcome is now there, because for many years IGF was criticized just a talking shop, nothing come out from it. That means if a government follows the IGF discussions, they can take the output as a source of inspiration for the national legislation or whatsoever. So the problem is that there was no real link between the outcome from the discussions and decision making in states. That's why the Secretary General have appointed the leadership panel now, co-chaired by Win Cerf and the Maria Reis, the Peace Nobel Prize winner, and probably with this authority and the legitimacy of the UN Secretary General, the link between discussion and decision making could be a little bit closer, so that the IGF is a good organization. Other organizations play an important role, I think the OECD in particular, but this is only a Western club. And you see now in the Eastern or in the autocratic world, there is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which again and again adopts documents to bring more responsibility to the ITU, which is now difficult after Turin chairs the ITU. We have an interesting digital cooperation organization chaired by Saudi Arabia, where 12, 15 Arab countries have concentrated now on internet governance with the United Arab Emirates and other strong partners. So the BRICS countries play an important role, but it's probably also difficult to agree on internet issues between Brazil, India, South Africa, China, and Russia. So probably they also can go for low-hanging fruits, like best practice exchange or something like that. So what I see is that if you want to build new organizations or mechanisms like this new digital cooperation forum, this will be difficult, would lead to confusion, to a waste of resources. Be careful if you want to do something new with all the experience. Win Cerf argued 20 years ago, if it is broken, don't fix it. The question is the system broken? So in my eyes, not. We have problems, that's normal, that's life. So, but it's not broken, so it works.
So Fiona has asked what are some organizations that we should think about participating in and engaging with. And I'll start by saying, in a multi-stakeholder environment, you have a responsibility to participate. So the fact that you have an opportunity, a seat at the table, that these spaces have been open for you to be able to register and go and attend, you should attend. You should make sure that you take advantage of those seats that you have at the table. Come prepared, do your research. I think at the panel that we had last night, the closing panel was excellent. And one of the things I took away from it, where's Eduardo? I'm taking my notes for the summary. Don't worry. But one of the phrases was research, research, research. Do your research. You know, you chaired the panel. Make sure that you understand the concepts when you take your seat at the table. So let me just kind of start and go through some of those. So first, back to the ITU. So one of the things that I have liked about the ITU is that you have large M members who are the member states, and you have small M members. So you have organizations that can be members of the ITU, academic organizations, research organizations, and so forth. So if you are a part of one of those organizations and you're not yet a member of the ITU, you can join. And one of the things that you get from joining, and there are differential pricing structures to be able to join and so forth, is that you can participate. They're still pricey. There's no question about it. But there are. It's expensive. It's expensive. There's no question. But once you are a member, you can participate in those kinds of study groups and so forth and so on. They do have reduced pricing for developing countries and so forth and so on. And maybe that's something Doreen could work on, is to maybe reduce that pricing even further, because even the materials that come from ITU are expensive. But I wanted to highlight that because it is such a critical organization, it is possible, even in the ITU, for you to become a member and to participate. I want to also go back to the WSIS, the World Summit on the Information Society. So at the time, you know, that was the kind of multi-stakeholder process that you could have participated in if you didn't. You could register your organization, and you could go to Tunis and, you know, participate actively in those sessions. You could go to Geneva and participate. So you could have participated in those activities. Coming out of the WSIS, there were two organizations. The Internet Governance Forum is the one that still exists, but there was also the GAID, the Global Alliance on ICT and Development. And one of the key, and again, those were both organizations that you could have participated in. For those who did participate in the GAID, you may remember that one of the resulting organizations that came out of the GAID that still exists and still plays a major force in IGF, ICANN spaces, but also in the disability and accessibility spaces, is G3ICT, the Global Initiative for Information and Communication Technologies. I talked about them a lot yesterday, and I'm really proud of them because it's really the only remnant left of the GAID. Unfortunately, you had this wonderful, when the World Summit ended, and for those of you who are interested in this, I have on the table I have a flyer for my book on transnational advocacy networks in the information society. It covers this history, you know, pretty extensively. But there were two of these multi-stakeholder bodies that came out of the WSIS, the IGF and the GAID. And the GAID was focused on the development issues that came out of the WSIS, whereas the IGF was focused specifically initially on the internet governance related issues, but all the other development issues were supposed to be in the GAID. So G3ICT is an organization I would highly encourage people to pay attention to and engage with where you can. One of the reasons that I also think that they are so important is yesterday, remember all the conversations we had about accessibility testing and who can do accessibility testing and certification and so forth? Well, G3ICT has absorbed something called the IAAP, the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. And if you go on their website, you can see the pathways that we talked about yesterday for training people to do document accessibility, website accessibility, physical accessibility. So that's another organization that I would encourage you to participate in. On the IGF side, I would highly encourage you to look at the dynamic coalitions. These are generally relatively multi-stakeholder interest networks, many of which came out of the WSIS process and evolved into the IGF space. So you can find a dynamic coalition that meets whatever interests you might have: privacy issues, children's issues, women's issues, freedom, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is one of the oldest of the dynamic coalitions. And so if you're interested in accessibility issues, or hopefully you are after this weekend, that's a coalition that you could join. So those are some of the networks that are actively around that I think are important. I just want to highlight a few others that I talked about yesterday. So I think transnational advocacy networks are so important. And there's so many of them in specific issue areas. So yesterday I talked a little bit about accessibility in cities. So if you're interested in cities, there's something called the Dynamic Coalition. The Disability Inclusive Accessible Urban Development Network, the DIUD network. So if you're interested in accessibility in cities, that's a very active transnational advocacy network that you could get involved with. If you're interested in disaster risk reduction, there's the Disability Inclusive Disaster Risk Reduction Network. And this is for persons with disabilities, but also allies who are interested in all of these areas. And yesterday when we talked about the intersection between the information and communication technologies and these specific issue areas, these are perfect places for you to get involved and have an impact.
So does anyone have any questions or have any comments they want to offer? I know there's a lot of questions. Why don't we go here, here, and here? We'll start in the back. I don't know if we have a microphone. We had
one yesterday.
Jonathan Scotty is going to bring it up. And then we'll go back to you, and then we'll come down here. Let's go. That was a lot of hands up very fast. That's good. I know. Good for Sunday morning.
Thank you very much. Lucian Taylor. I'm a founder of the DNS Research Federation. Our mission is to make sense of the internet through access to data, research, and development of internet standards. And I wanted to thank all speakers for a fantastic and interesting talk. Yeah, and Derek, really echoing in my head is we have a responsibility to participate. And I'm hearing Wolfgang, thank you. The sort of state of the nation, where we're at now, and I'm hearing your appeal underneath to continue having faith in multi-stakeholderism, and don't let government kind of just lean in there and try and sort it out unilaterally. And I hope I'm right in that summary. And I'm kind of centrist left on politics. I love multi-stakeholderism. It's what I believe in. And I think it's always successful if you can include people. But I'm a little bit worried. After 20 years, going back to Doreen's point, 1/3 of the world are not online. And when we think about the internet, I think about the internet as TCP/IP. And what you were saying, Wolfgang, is that the substructure of the internet was designed by engineers who do not want commerce. They didn't want a commercial internet. And that's left some gaps. Language around internationalized domain names and poor support for diacritics in domain names is locking people out at a national level. And that's still a problem for poor people. How is multi-stakeholderism going to address those sort of problems? We're now seeing Brussels kind of know your customer, collect passports, find out who's on the internet. Attribution is still a problem. So we've still got these two very major 20-year-old problems, old who is policy sort of problems. Where is multi-stakeholder going next? How are we going to have some really tackling those technical problems, but not just techies tackling those problems, but the thinkers, the policy makers? How are we going to get that happening? Thank you.
Wolfgang, do you want to answer? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and to raise this point, because this is the dilemma. And if we support the multi-stakeholder approach as the deus ex machina for managing the internet, it had certainly its weakness. And for some people from the global south, they agree in principle, theoretically, probably as a left-wing person, with the multi-stakeholder model, but they say in practice, it deepens the divide between the global north and the global south, because in all these stakeholder groups, it's the global north which dominates in the stakeholder group of technical people, in the stakeholder group of the business people, and also, you know, civil society organizations. The main drivers and the loudest voices are headquartered in the global north. So that means if we want to bridge the digital divide and to bring the next billion users from the global south, so the risk is that the vision goes deeper, not in numbers, but in real influence in policy making. But that's why just to close the gap in numbers is not enough. So the way forward has to be capacity building and probably also institution building. So that means we have to, not yet mentioned here as important institutions, ISOC. ISOC has chapters around the globe. So that means to make ISOC chapters in Africa and Latin America, Asian countries stronger, so that they have a stronger voice. We have, you know, this wonderful system in ICANN with the regional at-large organizations. So that means makes them stronger. So very often the so-called at-large structures are small units, you know, it's more than 500 are now part of the at-large advisory committee. But a lot in the south are very weak. This makes them stronger so that they can raise the voice and can rebalance the imbalance which we have in the system. That means to improve, enhance the multi-stakeholder system is the challenge, not to substitute it by something else.
And I would just add to that, I see myself as an eternal optimist, so I'm optimistic and hopeful, but I'm also concerned. I look at the multi-stakeholder system sort of as a global democratic process, and with democratic processes, you have to show up and you have to participate, and you have to be a knowledgeable consumer and participant in the process. And even in our own country, I've become very concerned about the democratic processes, shutting off voices, making it more difficult for people to participate. And so I think about some of those things at a global level as well. I am optimistic, but it requires tremendous effort, strengthening institutions and capacity building.
So I might just offer the following perspective. For those of you that have been to ICANN, or those of you that haven't and show up tomorrow for your first time, when I first started dealing with ICANN, there were 10 employees, and at one point they couldn't afford to pay people. So you've got to think in 20 years, you know, we've collectively built a global governance regime that has scaled and addressed issues and is still working on issues. And it's fair to criticize how long it's taken on some issues. But things have gotten better, but it has taken time. Nayla's here, and I'm sure ICANN talked about stuff. They have ICANN Learn, you have ICANN Fellows. There's interpretation in the meetings, there's transcription in the meeting. None of that used to happen. So there have been, when you look at historically what it was and how it's grown and what's doing now, there has been great progress. But if you show up for the first time and this is what it is, this is not what it used to be, but it's only this way because people demanded it. Right? People showed up and had their voice heard and made these requests and made these change, and the community wanted it. And because of the pressures of the UN, ICANN and ICANN leadership, you know, made a big point to push these things. It doesn't mean it's done. I always say that the multi-stakeholder model, I never call it an ism, but the multi-stakeholder model is always evolving, it's always growing, it's always changing, it's always a work in progress. For years, the government, we called ICANN the DNS project, as Wolfgang will remind me. It's always going to work and evolve and change, and you have to. It's kind of a living organism in some way, and you've got to think of it that way. Would be my recommendation. But again, as you show up tomorrow, keep in mind at one point they had 10 employees and couldn't afford to pay them. Right? And that was, 20 years ago is not that long ago, actually, when you think of that kind of stuff. But I think the microphone is, where is it now?
I've actually got one if I could.
Yep.
It's me at the back. I'm the webcast guy. So the Global Digital Cooperation Sessions at the United Nations, on the first one, I went to simulcast it out across, to ISOC chapters. The Asian people asked me to do it because it was out of time for them. And the ambassador from Rwanda, who's one of the coordinators, stood up and said, whoever's doing this, stop, you're not allowed. And I was not, so I hadn't, the situation is unsure. I asked Vint to intervene. Vint couldn't make any difference to it. Do you have any comments on that? And how can we actually have an influence on this?
So I will say that there's a lot. When I first started doing this, and sort of middle of my career, I remember having a conversation with my boss at the time and some reporters because we were unveiling some new ICANN issue set. And the reporter said, "Oh, we're never going to print the word multi-stakeholder. Can you describe it a different way?" And I was like, "No." And now it's everywhere. But the problem is that people use it and co-opt it to mean different things, right? So different parts of the UN or parts of governments, including the US sometimes, will say something is multi-stakeholder when they mean they've hand-selected people that can come to the meeting and they give input. I would say that's not multi-stakeholder. How do you make the UN more open? I think you've got to go to your government and complain and get them to push and make it more open. But the Global Digital Compact conversation and the fact that they were having these issue deep dives, I went up to New York for the one on internet governance. I mean, it was weird that it's the only thing that I've participated in lately that was not being live streamed in a way that you could catch. You could sign up, and if you signed up, you could be on the link, and you could sign up to participate in person if you wanted to, and that was a big change, from days past. But it wasn't as open as like an ICANN meeting or an IGF or even an ITU meeting, which actually web streams now as well. So.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, Jolie, I think I was involved very early on at making some of these meetings accessible, but it wasn't because it was allowed from the organizers. We would just sort of have guerrilla remote participation. I remember being in an ITU meeting where I used my phone to pair with my laptop and opened up a webcam and started streaming, back to South Africa when I was working in South Africa at the time. Just guerrilla remote participation. Bringing my laptop and my cameras like Jolie has here and so forth, and I would just set up and people would say, "What is he doing?" And I've got a big snowball microphone in the middle of the room and everybody's participating and, it's remote participation. And it was good when the institutions finally started making official remote participation. We even had a dynamic coalition on remote participation at one point. Because again, it wasn't that long ago when this wasn't allowed, and so we promoted and pushed for that. And I think just like with all of the multi-stakeholder aspects, sometimes it's one step forward, two steps back, but we don't want to lose any ground. We want to keep pushing and making this interactive remote participation and not just a one-way stream, to make sure it's clear that these technologies are so empowering that people from around the world can participate and can speak and can present. And it's not just privileging the people who happen to be in the room face to face. So we just have to keep pushing on it.
It seems that the GDC process is seen as a multilateral process, and it's a listening thing. So the multi-stakeholder aspect is just we can speak to them, but it's for them, it's not for us.
I think that's a really important point because, as Fiona has said, multi-stakeholder is now such a nice word that even China is using it and said we have to work with multi-stakeholder because the understanding of the process is rather different. Over the years, I've seen two different understandings. One is that some governments argue that that you see that the intergovernmental process is embedded in a multi-stakeholder environment, and the other group says, multi-stakeholder processes have to be controlled by intergovernmental processes. So these are two different things. Intergovernmental negotiations, the intergovernmental treaty system will continue to exist. It will not disappear. So you cannot substitute the system of relation between 193 member states by a multi-stakeholder model. But it's an enrichment. So it has broadened our way how we make policies. But the question is the interrelationship. And here comes that we have a definition, we have principles, but no procedures. How the input from non-stakeholders in governmental processes leads to an impact. So we had this already in the WSIS phase. I think, Derek, you were involved when the Civil Society Caucus made 93 proposals for the Intergovernmental Declaration. And then the next draft came out, we checked it, and from the 93 proposals, just 2 were incorporated in dubious language in one of the 120 paragraphs. So this was really, they took the input, ignored it. So we call this in a very, very hot meeting with the Intergovernmental Council, governmental ignorance or governmental arrogance. And then Samaseku was saying, you know, that you have not the right, not everybody will have its input reflected in the final document. But if you make 93 proposals and nothing is reflected, this is really arrogance and ignorance. This was 20 years ago. Now, more or less, as you have said in the discussion on the Global Digital Compact, this could reappear on a higher level. The only way forward is really to make to put this on the table as a question and to say that we need procedures how input leads to impact in ICANN policy development processes. So you have to document. If you write a comment, then you know ICANN has to give a rationale why it has ignored or what it has taken. So this is what you can expect from governments, that they comment on the input and then give you a rationale why it was rejected or how it was incorporated. So that means we have to enhance the procedures for the interaction, but we do not have such procedures. So this is work ahead of us.
So that's the mic.
So my question relates to what Professor Goldman mentioned while answering the first question, the silencing the voices of the people. I feel like it's encouraging. It's very encouraging to see all those initiatives that work on connecting the unconnected. But at the same time, in some part of the world, there are like internet shutdowns imposed by repressive government. Like this year alone, there are more than 80 shutdowns in 21 countries. So that's a lot. Even in my country, we are going through one of the longest internet shutdowns in like 50 townships in my country. There are like more than 500 days of internet shutdowns happening right now. So I'm just wondering, you know, if like organization that works on the internet openness, access, I'm just wondering if there are anything like ITU or any of those initiatives and organizations that you just mentioned working on like advocating these issues of and connecting the connected.
Sure, maybe I'll start if you guys want to add in. So the issue of internet freedom and internet shutdowns is actually has a conference of its own. It's actually happened last week in Costa Rica called RightsCon. And there's a whole, just like IGF, there's a whole group of people around the world that are very focused on internet freedom and free expression and keeping the world connected. And you know, IGF has those conversations as well. I do know the Freedom Online Coalition, which the U.S. was involved in setting up with like-minded countries, has an internet shutdown task force, and they're always looking at these issues and advocating. But you know, as a former government official, and when it was difficult to talk to other. I mean. Part of diplomacy is talking to everybody, right? Even someone that you're having a dispute with, even your closest friends. We used to fight with Europe a lot. You have to talk to people. And, you know, it's imperative in a government-to-government dialogue that you try to talk to people and explain to them the harm internet shutdowns do and what they're losing out, not just on free expression, but economic growth and things like that. But it just requires constant engagement and constant vigilance, not just by governments, but other stakeholders. But Freedom Online Coalition is a place you can look. Freedom Online Coalition has its own multi-stakeholder element. They have an advisory network that you can try to be involved in. But I might look at some of the things that happened at RightsCon last week where this would have come up. But if you guys have others.
Just want to add to that. I was also going to mention RightsCon. I was looking, I don't see Juliana here, but I know she was at RightsCon, I think. And so that's one of the things I was going to recommend. This is not an area that I'm particularly focused on, but I know how important it is, and I know that there are networks of people who work on privacy-enhancing technologies and ways for people in repressive countries to be able to be as safe as possible while still having communications and collaborating with people outside of the country. So I know Robert Guerra used to work on areas like that and others. So.
Hi, my name is David Mackey, and my question is related to the multi-stakeholder history. I am here today participating because of the at-large community, and I believe the history of the multi-stakeholder model, the inclusion of end users through the at-large community was an innovation which possibly is unique in human history. If you could help me understand the decision why the end users were decided to be included in the multi-stakeholder model, and possibly is the decision to include end users reaching the potential that was expected 20 years ago? Thank you.
Yeah, I can do this because I was involved in this discussion in 96, 97, before ICANN was established. So there was an initiative by John Postel to create a totally new format where non-governmental organizations like the IETF, ISOC, and the IANA would cooperate, with business organizations like the International Trademark Association, INTA, and to intergovernmental organizations like WIPO and the ITU to have a mix of such organizations. And this was the so-called MOU IAHC-GTLD. Nobody understood what it was, but this was the...
It's the International Ad Hoc Committee on the Introduction of New Generic Top-Level Domains.
Yeah, wonderful. You're very involved. So, and by the way, some people argued this is John Postel's trick. That means if nobody understands it, he can do whatever he wants. So and that's enough freedom to do it. So, but this memorandum of understanding was seen a little bit critical. Also, the U.S. government said because the ITU would have been the depositar of this MOU. So there was some dubious ideas to move the A-root server to Geneva and all this. And so the US government at this time, it was Ira Magaziner in the White House together with Al Gore, who said, okay, we have not only, let's say, governments and technical people and business people, end users play an important role, the million end users. And so if they drafted the first bylaws for ICANN, they said the board should, the decision-making power should be in the hand of the providers and the users of services, and government should be in advisory capacity. That was normally the triangle, the power triangle is, you see governments in the driver's seat, and then input from business and from the people in the street, so which give you a vote for elections and legitimize the government. But, the model was turned around, and suddenly, the citizens, the people, the netizens, and the business were in the driver's seat, and governments in an advisory capacity. So the problem was, how to identify representative. And so the first idea was representation and legitimacy comes with elections. So, and it was very natural in the first bylaws. So business organizations, we have the supporting organizations, they have a democratic procedure to delegate people into the decision-making body, the board of directors. But how to get 9 so-called at-large directors into the board. So, and the idea was elections. That was seen, how to organize for millions and millions of people, global elections. So, and the first idea was, let's test it. And so there was a test case in 2000. It was a complicated but very inspiring and innovative mechanism of elections. And so the first pilot was, let's try it with 5 at-large directors. So, and in 5 regions, so you had a system where you could nominate yourself, or you were nominated, and then you could register as a voter, but there was a lot of discussion about misuse, how the system will work, how people will participate. So nearly 500,000 people participated in this election. They produced 5 directors, which were good directors, and then happened the 9/11. And I think this was the moment, the turning point in my eyes, where this project of cyber democracy was turned into a project of cybersecurity. And then, the risk was rather high because, the elections produced in the ALIA a guy from Europe, Andy Müller-Magoon, who was a famous hacker in Germany. And the question was, okay, if you have elections, you never know what's the outcome of these elections. So, and the debate started, how we can make the process safe. and that it's not misused, and to avoid manipulation or corruption of the process or things like that. And so the idea was, let's not have elections, let's have, and this was the birth of the nomination committee. Let's have nominations, and for the moment, the number of at-large representatives in the ICANN board was reduced from originally 9 to 5, and then to a non-voting liaison. Later, it was one voting member, where the at-large advisory committee can one voting member. But the nomination committee nominates 8 directors, and the expectations was that a lot of these directors going via the nomination committee will represent the users, which is not always the case. But if you go back to the history, you had a lot of good representatives of internet users, which made its way to the board of directors via the nomination committee. So this was, in short, the complicated history, and the system is not perfect. And because if you look to the at-large structures, sometimes it was labeled as a Champions League without champions. So that means big non-governmental organizations which represent users are not part of this family. So that means there are a lot of work to be done by the at-large advisory committee to be more attractive so that it becomes really the representative of the users. But this is on the agenda 2030. Thank you.
So maybe just historically to add some of the principles that undergirded what Wolfgang has discussed. So we keep talking about multi-stakeholder, and ICANN is a multi-stakeholder structure institution. So in the early days of ICANN, no one used the term multi-stakeholder. That term actually came out of the WSIS process later on. But sort of the foundational principles were bottom-up, open, participatory, shared decision-making. And so that meant you had to have the user perspective integrated, right? And then the how you did it, the voting experience, the ALAC, like that's the how, but the sort of foundational principles of creating it. And this was very different from a straight intergovernmental thing, but that's why you have the structure that you have. So we have, I think,
just want to add one. So I think you're absolutely right to identify this as such an important moment in history. And I would say that early on, people were studying ICANN as a multi-stakeholder institution. It was a phenomenal development. And so people were assigning ICANN as a case study in how do you achieve some kind of global multi-stakeholder process. And I just want to make one quick little story. I remember going to an ICANN meeting, and you'll all see how hectic and chaotic it can be. And Kathy Klein yesterday talked about the sort of differences between, young people running around in black T-shirts and, people in suits. And I was somewhere in the middle probably. And I remember turning a corner and mistakenly walking into a GAC meeting. And people looked at me like I had 2 heads when I walked in the door. I knew I wasn't supposed to be there. But you're absolutely right in identifying its historical importance.
so we have 2 more questions, one up here, and then I promise they're going to be our last one. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, this is Shrideep Rayamaji from Nepal. It's always a pleasure to hear you, Wolfgang, Professor Wolfgang. It is like you simplify the process so well and so positive. And Professor Derek, it is absolutely right that we need to do more research in terms of how we are going to develop the process. But my question is, it has been 20 years since we are practicing multi-stakeholderism, and it is being passed on. The values are worked on, but in reality, currently, if you look at the scenarios, it is like well rightly said that it has become more popular, but when it comes to the engagement side, there is still a lot of issues at grassroots level, at lower economies. If you go down there are issues. So are we doing it right in terms of how we are practicing it? Or is there a definite strategy that we have to follow so that it becomes more effective? Because 20 years is a long time, and still we are not able to accept it. I still remember it was back then in 2018 when we were discussing about whether to renew the IGF. There was this question raised. So those kind of questions are still coming up. So I think we have to work or look into the strategy. And even I did a research about multi-stakeholder practice in developing countries. And last 2018, we had a booth here to feature that thing. And a lot of the participants participated and showed their interest. But the reality is, it has become more popular. And at engagement level, it is something different. And especially for the lower economies, it's very hard. We are still struggling. The government doesn't recognize the other stakeholders. That is a reality. So what are your takes on that? Thank you.
I'll take a first quick crack. It's a really, really great question. Are we doing it right? The way you phrased that is really, really powerful. And what I'll say just quickly is, I think in many ways we are getting some things right. Not only because we're still here, because the process is still here, has pushed back against all of the pressure to move away from a multi-stakeholder model. And the fact that we're still here means that we are doing something right. All the efforts that we talked about of capacity building, lots of effort put into capacity building, certainly continues to help have us do the right thing. The efforts at remote participation have been incredibly important for people who can't be in the room. And so one thing I would say, you mentioned the renewal of IGF. So if you look at the two institutions that I talked about, the GAID and the IGF, the GAID didn't get renewed. And so IGF certainly, in my assessment, was doing a number of things right that the GAID wasn't doing. And that's why I think we still have the IGF, and we still have these WSIS review processes and so forth. So,
you raise a delicate issue because the whole multi-stakeholder approach is based on goodwill and mutual trust. And if you have no goodwill, it gets difficult. And if you have trust close to zero, it's even more difficult. So because the whole emerging of the internet was based on mutual trust, so people trusted each other. So it was a small community where everybody, and with just 1 million people, it's much more easier than 5 billion people. So now you have all the hate preachers and pedophiles and warmongers and so also on the internet, and it's with all technology. It can be used and misused. So that means, and there are not only good guys on the net. That makes it difficult. So, but another problem is that effective multi-stakeholder policy development and decision making needs also, let's say, equal participation. And here comes the issue of the resources. So that means the problem is that a lot of these user organizations, civil society organizations, have much lower resources, and then we have the problem of burnout, because you have some activists who are working 24 hours, and after 1 or 2 or 3 years, say I cannot do it anymore, so that's too big. The problem is, it starts, with financing to go to conferences, flights, travel. So the argument in business was, okay, citizens, users, pay taxes, which enable governments to pay their travel bill. Say buy products which enable business to send people to such conferences, but means the end users are paying governments and the business and nothing left for themselves. So, and this is unfair. That means that's an open issue. To offer the resources which are needed for an equal participation of at large or end users or civil society organization in all these processes. So that's a big issue. I do not have an answer, but to raise this issue and to call for a fund or whatsoever which could help. ICANN has done a lot with the Young Generation Program and Fellowship Program and things like that. So that means ICANN is a good example. But if you go to the United Nations, you do not have a similar process. And insofar, you have an imbalance in this model, which is a good model, but needs a long way to become a fair model.
Okay, so we'll get our last question, and then in answering that, you guys can give some final thoughts as well. So last question.
My name is Siva Subramanian. This is actually about the imbalance and how to correct that balance. So far, the focus of the multi-stakeholder model or the multi-stakeholder organizations have been regulatory pressures and regulatory hurdles for improving access and a whole range of internet issues, especially with ITU as a multilateral body. But I see that ITU is doing quite a lot of good work and is trying to do a lot of good work, but there happens to be some mismatch or something missed that there appears to be a distraction, and it's not just the regulatory pressures that is hampering internet progress, but the commercial model, underlying commercial model. And if the multi-stakeholder process is concerned about cable and telecom model that is promoted by the cable companies, the internet organizations, they don't have a perfect business model either. And I had a conversation with somebody in the breakfast this morning, and I was saying Google, Facebook, and Microsoft are good guys, and they all laughed, and they said Google, Microsoft, and Facebook are bad guys. And both of us are speaking the truth in the sense that it started as an innovation by entrepreneurs. At some point of time, the big boys stepped in with money, and they took over, and it became commercial. And so it's at that layer of growth that it transitions from what is benevolent and good to something totally commercial. And I think that would be the root cause of problem for many initiatives that could cause a lot of progress. And is government doing anything about this problem at a deeper layer?
Yeah, I think the risk of capture is around us since 25, 30 years. So that one group, is so strong that it will dominate. And insofar, the world has changed also in the last 20, 25 years. So I think when we had the first phase of Visis, Google was still the small company, loved company, don't do evil. So everybody said, okay, here we have good guys, Sergey and what was Larry Page, saving the world and making everything better, give you service for free, and finding the money that they can do this free service for everybody, for the whole world. So this, if you get big, then it's different. So insofar also the approach to regulation, we didn't discuss regulation so far, has also changed. Because between, it's this old saying of a French philosopher, Lacordaire, who said between the strong and the weak, it's law which liberates and freedom which suppresses. So that means freedom works only if you have certain equal partners. So that means if you have an unequal relationship, then the law will help you to rebalance it. And insofar, it's interesting to see that today a lot of these big corporations realize that regulation is not bad, as it was seen 20, 25 years ago, as to stifle innovation and to stop economic development. Now they say, okay, regulation will also make is needed to develop a system which is more fair. And it's not only free, but also fair. And I think this is the big challenge. And if you look into the new issues which are now on the table, the terminology AI governance is now flying around. So that means, do we need special governance mechanism for development of artificial intelligence or for the use of artificial intelligence? How this could constructed? Is ICANN a source of inspiration for AI governance? All these are good questions. So it's work in progress, and you have to have a certain regulatory framework. I think this is more or less accepted today. Regulation not in a sense of strangulation or censorship. So regulation to create a playing field where everybody can participate as more or less an equal partner based on certain rules. I think this is we are not here. So because it's a power struggle, it's a struggle around profits, influence, and we should not be naive. So nobody would say, okay, here, take everything and I follow you. Everybody has its own interest. But the beauty of the multi-stakeholder mechanism, if it's implemented well, is that you could find a fair share of the mechanism, so which would allow that everybody is either equal unhappy or equal happy.
So I'll just add to that. This is a huge question, great question. And I'll just say that in a multi-stakeholder model, the idea of the participants, those stakeholders being equal, is important to have this balance out. And I would say that we know that they're not equal in a wide variety of ways. That's why we talk about capacity building and institution building. So give you an example. So on the private sector side, well, let me start on the government side. Governments have tremendous resources to organize, to meet, to plan in advance. They know exactly what their interests are when they go into a meeting like the ones we're talking about. The private sector also has those resources. They have institutions that can organize and focus like a laser on what their interests are in a particular meeting. And they engage in that meeting with a goal of making sure the outcomes of those meetings meet their objectives as best as possible. Civil society, the other part of this stool, is so heterogeneous. The interests are so heterogeneous all over the place, differ tremendously. And we don't, or haven't, initially didn't, have the kinds of institutions that would allow for filtering through, debating those civil society interests, those parts of the multi-stakeholder interest, sharpening and focusing to know exactly what this group wants to get out of this process. And that leads to, an imbalance. The private sector would frequently meet before the meetings to decide what they wanted to be able to have as an outcome. Governments could do the same. So it's an imbalance in terms of this multi-stakeholder triad that we have to keep trying to address. Oh, and just one last thing about regulation. So with AI, for example, this is an example of where the companies are asking to be regulated. They're saying that we can't regulate ourselves. We have to keep going full out because of this competitive landscape. But this is an existential crisis potentially, and you should be putting regulations in place. They're asking for it. The last couple of days, the heads of all the OpenAI and the heads of all the advanced AI companies are saying, you need to regulate us because this technology that we're developing has the potential to cause extinction in the human race. This is what they said. They're saying, you need to regulate us. And yet, the G7 met and said, we'll have a committee by December to come up with something.
So with that sort of negative note, I will say I would have a lot to say on AI if people want to talk about AI, because we did put together some principles in the OECD, so there is some baseline rules for AI that perhaps these CEOs are not aware of. Anyway, thank Derek and Wolfgang for coming today, and for you guys for great participation and great engagement here. We are a little bit late, so I'm getting the look over here. So I know we have a break. I don't know what time you guys want to start. Do you want to do 10:45 and stay on schedule? Okay, so
we have a break going until 10:45, so that starts now. I have one anecdote that I'll just throw in here. The NTIA started a multi-stakeholder experiment that was about privacy in mobile applications. And I remember showing up to the meeting, and it had lots of multi-stakeholder participants, but I was the only one there actually representing mobile app developers. And so I remember getting up and saying, I'm a really big fan of multi-stakeholderism, but sometimes you feel like the steak. Oh, and enjoy your break.
Thank you for that. That was really, really great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. My pleasure. Oh, sure. Long struggle, man. Long struggle.
here, I can see.
Okay. we're done. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I remember
I know.
nights and nights and nights. But at the end of the day, I think it was this really the business process which was great. So I can see it as a model, but
Yep,
you know, some
absolutely.
people had the idea to stop it or to destroy it. But then, you know, with this wave of
That's right.
civil society,
That's right.
organizations,
That's right. That's exactly right. Those caucuses.
and Paul Tooley, I think he was always mistrusted thanks to God. But when he did see the business process, he realized that this is
Writing down things you were saying.
Thank you.
And I was just
Yes, exactly.
so
much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's writing down, regulation, not strangulation.
All right.
Wasn't like just like
Well, you know, so you just talk about the importance of history. You know, if you keep going to a meeting next week and say, oh, you know, forgetting all of what went before it to get to that point, you know, you want to understand that. Excuse me, once again, we're working on this.
oh sorry, I just
Had to change the tone after the
I like that.
it was such a good session. Such a good. Yeah, no, you guys are great.
Hi, Jolly. How do I sound? Oh, look at me appearing on that.
Dan, you're now pinned.
I see myself in the back. There we are, the big head on the screen.
Here in the room, we'll be showing the slides. I think the other two presenters have slides. So, do you have slides?
I do.
Okay, that should be fine.
And I'll just, shall I just test a quick share?
Yeah, if you like.
Okay. How's that look?
Yeah, looks good. Looks good.
All right.
Jose, you see that thing up in the corner there? I don't know if you can minimize that. That's obscuring the screen. See
Do
that
I have
thing?
something minimizing it?
Yeah, no, you're good. It's just on the screen here. See the
Oh,
thing
okay.
on the top left, Jose? Can you minimize that so that you can see his whole slide? That's the next presentation. Okay, so when he comes on, you can do it though. Okay. 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 So yeah, we'll deal with that when it happens. It's just I can't show you, but he's got a little thing up in the corner obscuring your slide on the projector.
Oh yeah, I see that. And when I look at the view of the room with the...
Yeah, you can see it on the monitor up in the corner. Yeah. But we'll get that shifted, if nothing else, down to, I'll try and get him to disappear that once you're up. And then I'll unspotlight the room while you're presenting.
Sounds good.
Okay, so let me just do that so that I can set up my slide shot with you. Okay.
Session, there are two people that we don't understand why they're there. Andrew Mack Mack and Doug Dawson, are they supposed to be in our session?
Maybe that was probably when I did this.
Oh, like a copy and paste or something like that?
Copy and paste,
Okay, yeah, because I was like, I don't think they're in our session, so okay.
But what is important was in the...
Yes. So this is our order for that session.
That's fine.
So, yeah.
Those
Okay.
people
All right,
were
great.
here.
Yes.
Otherwise, that's a lot of panelists.
That's a lot of panelists, exactly.
Sorry about that, Miss.
Yeah, I think I got it.
I'm going to send the robot link to Glenn again. Is there anybody else you want me to send?
Want me to test again, or are we good?
So, while the other two guys are presenting, I'll switch off your spotlight, Dan, okay?
Works for me.
Podemos empezar con eso. Después con Dan. Sí, lo que mi pregunta era cómo ustedes saben el próximo que va a hablar. No, yo sí entiendo eso. Yo digo eso, yo orden cuando yo hablo. Yo digo, yo voy a donde Dan, ¿cómo tú sabes? Pues voy a hacer esta presentación. Pues vamos a empezar con David. So when we have
So I can set it up from 10 okay. I can set it for the rest of the day, and then whoever has the link can use it.
I did not give you a pin drive. I gave you the email and you clicked on the link. Good. So which one do you want to do first? Me, okay.
And I have way too much, so I'm going to go through really fast.
So I'm going to send it to Glenn now, and I'm going to tell him if when he wants to take a break, just to log out. Don't just walk away like you did yesterday. Just log out, and then it'll be open in case anybody else wants to do it.
What are those things running these days?
4:45, something like that. Yeah. Not too bad.
I mean, I wonder how much. Looking at the design, I wonder how much they owe to Dean Kamen for having created the Segway or something.
Right. That's exactly what it looks like to me. When I used to describe it, is a Segway on an iPad on a Segway. So this is version 3. Version 2 was actually an iPad. On the
You're an
stand.
expert now.
They designed their own head unit
Where do you want
for
us
this version because it has collision avoidance built into it. So
I used to run a trade association, and I always had this idea, and we never really pulled it off. But we do the
That's fine.
member companies to come to meet them. And I always had this idea of totally virtual.
Hello, Lorena, Richard, Dave.
Check. Sibilance.
an iPad, right.
From home.
Right.
But it'd be funny to have a dozen of these running around.
Absolutely. So we've done it.
Oh.
We were the first to do it in the UN.
Why?
And it was freaking out the UN security. We had to make all kinds of arrangements to bring them in and so forth.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But
We've retired now, though.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah. So we made it a point that some of our panels would have
I am
panelists sitting next
close
to all
to
the
the
rest
satellite
of the
industry,
on the
and
robot.
the satellite manufacturers are using.
When it's warranted, not gimmicky. We wanted to, have the actual,
Interesting way.
person who was talking about the work on the robot and so forth.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
What's your organization?
Oh, we're at about 30%.
Don't. Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
What do you want to do? All right, Jolie, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. We can't just wait for people, so.
That's all right.
Okay, just give me a moment.
quality, not quantity, that we're after here.
I guess you are good.
Okay. Lorena, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the invitation and for having us today. I think the next conversation dovetails very, very nicely with the introduction and opening remarks. So we're going to talk a little bit about people-centered approaches. And we heard in our previous conversation a lot around multi-sector stakeholder engagement and how to bring communities and bring other stakeholders that usually are not at the table and don't have a place at the table to inform. And this is not just in how do we better work together across government, third sector, academia, with communities and the private sector, but also what are the voices that we're not hearing that do know what is the best for their own communities and to solve problems in a collaborative way. So with that, I would love to introduce our panel of speakers. We have David Harshorn, Richard Boyd, and joining us remotely, Dan, if you can say hi. I don't know if we're going to be able to see Dan alongside with us. But to start with, I want to do a quick introduction of myself. My name is Lorena Molina Irizarry. I'm the Senior Advisor for Puerto Rico Strategy and Implementation at the Department of Commerce, as well as Senior Advisor for Puerto Rico to the United States Census Bureau. So all things data, tech, innovation, and communities, very much aligned with why we're here today. And I think I want to also talk a little bit about, we talk a lot about technology, right, and enabling communities with technology and bringing them as part of the decision-making process. But data is important, and I don't think we talk enough about data when we talk about technology. And without data, we can't make informed policy decisions. We can't make informed, co-creation of regulation. And enabling communities with data is equally as important to enable them with technology and access to information in the digital landscape. And we live in a data-first economy, a digital-first economy, and this is why private sector, I think, has figured this out. And perhaps governments and nonprofits and the folks that work in the communities and community-based organizations perhaps don't understand and don't have the awareness that without data and access to it, we can't, move forward in terms of collaboration and digital equity. So with that, I want to turn it over to David here to talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and how do you connect with this main theme of people-centered approaches to collaboration and participation.
Thank you, Lorena. Can do. If we could get the first slide, Jose, and I'll start by saying that I have been in telecommunications for over 30 years. I spent 20 of those years overseas, and I've spent all that time focused primarily in developing countries and disasters and conflict countries. Community and people have been first and foremost, when we talk about a decision-making process and the need to bring them in, that by necessity is where we're starting our work. And I'll tell you a little bit about some examples of what that work looks like with the communities. It's not primarily for them, it's with them as partners. The organization that I run, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of a global nonprofit called Geeks Without Frontiers. The organization has a network of people and organizations around the world, and we spend most of our time in disaster preparedness and response. We'll talk a little bit about Puerto Rico as a model for that. We also work in conflict countries. We're currently operating in Ukraine and the border countries, and then we work in what are often referred to as marginalized communities, low income, remote, rural, challenged in a variety of ways potentially. And what we're doing is putting communications networks in, or where there are networks, but they're not being used, we're trying to help drive more active participation by local community in use of the internet and associated services. In that discussion, there we are. So that's Geeks Without Frontiers. I am going to be focusing my remarks on people. That's the hard part. of what we do. The technology actually comes pretty easily for what we're doing. It's getting the people built up in terms of their capacity, skills, understanding. Do they even recognize the value of the internet? They don't, first and foremost, often think of it as internet. They think of it as, oh, I can have telehealth. Wait, I can have education access for my children? Or teacher content to be delivered into the school where I'm operating in this remote village in southern Africa? Or whatever. It's the application often that is first and foremost in the mind of the community. So with that, this is an example. The photograph on my right, your left, that's a community of Syrian refugees. And you might say, oh, okay, that's refugees, that's different. But it's not. They have been there, hundreds of thousands of them living there with a barbed wire fence keeping them there for more than a decade. Children have been born there and know no reality other than growing up in a refugee camp. The UN will tell you the average time spent in a refugee camp anywhere in the world is 17 years on average. And what you see, if you go below the surface of this photograph, this is Zaatari in Jordan. It's hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees. And if you look below the surface here, what you have is a mature refugee camp where, and this goes to the point of resilience, these people came to this place with nothing but the clothes on their backs in most cases. And today, you walk down, there's a main street through the refugee camp. There's a shop that sells nothing but wedding dresses. There's banks, there's schools, health clinics. That has happened because of the refugees. They don't want to be called refugees. They're people. So a people-centered strategy to address the needs of them will bring true resilience, and it has done. It's still not where it wants to be, but if this was a city in the country of Jordan, it would be the 4th largest city in the country. There are places like this all over the world, in every major region of the world. And what happens inside there is of critical importance to us to get it right. Sorry, that's sounding a bit like a speech. If we could go to next, this one on my left, your right. I was smiling to myself in the previous session because everybody was going on and on about multi-stakeholder. And I totally get it. We work with multi-stakeholder organizations constantly. And we like them so much that we created one. And we just did it a year ago. I'm not sure you would consider this a true multi-stakeholder organization, but it is in my mind. Could we go back one slide to that big pile of logos right here? So a year ago, we were enlisted to launch a program. Academia, private sector, non-government, anybody would be welcome, free to join. By the way, American University is welcome to join. Georgetown is on board, and Arizona State University. So academia has begun to be well represented here. But the point is, we need this type of collaboration, multi-stakeholder, to drive success in project implementations in these communities, with these communities. If we could go to the next slide. On my right, your left. These are a few examples of projects that are underway right now through that program, through that collaboration of partners. There's about 150-ish around the world. We have about 50 projects in the pipeline. This is implementations into communities with them. One of them, for example, Zambia, Africa. This is edge, or as we think of it, deep edge. It's way out there. They have access, they're not using it. So what we've done is we've worked with the local providers of that access to get zero cost movement of data across the network so that people can actually use it. What do you need it for, we asked? Education. That was first words out of the community's mouth. Okay, so we started to cache locally large amounts of educational content developed locally by local NGO and provide it for free into the school system. And so that began to run. They were like, thank you, this is great. Can we have health services too? So then we went and found local content provider for telehealth, layered that over the network, pre-existing network, and now they're using that. Then they were like, this is fantastic. We want religious content. Can you get us access to that? We're like, maybe. So we go out, we find channels, not to one, but multitude of local faiths that they have there in Zambia, and we've layered that into the same network, and now they've come back and said, we want animal husbandry best practices. So that's why I said at the beginning of my remarks, the importance of applications in creating a sense of relevance by people in a community, and that's going to drive sustainability, and that drives resilience. I'm not going to have time, but Ukraine and Indian country, the work that's underway there, is massively about public and private sector collaboration, working with local community, and maybe we'll get into that later in the discussion. I don't want to dominate. Can I have 30 seconds more? This one on my left is in Puerto Rico. This is a project that hasn't been implemented yet, but we've done the groundwork, and we have multiple community groups there who are fed up with government, who doesn't show up whenever Irma comes and wipes out their homes, or Maria, or Fiona. So they've taken matters into, or they're trying to take matters into their own hands and create resilience at the community layer, and they need partners. And we'll talk more about that and what it looks like in just a moment. Lorena?
Thank you so much, David. I think keeping this thread ongoing around community resilience and being data-driven with communities at the center. Can you speak a little bit, Richard Boyd, a little bit about your background, context, and how do you connect to this work?
You bet. So, yeah, as they say at Monty Python, now for something completely different. My background's a little unusual, and Jose, if you want to bring up I have way too many slides because I'm an audio-visual kind of guy, so I'm going to, maybe we'll start on my street cred slide, and I'll tell you my background, and then, Jose, you can just flip through them at will after that, and I'll speak to some of the things that you'll see visually on screen. So the first one there you'll see, if that comes up, I'm one of these metaverse guys you hear about. I've been trying to make the metaverse for 30 years. When I speak at colleges and at high schools, I always tell the kids that, you know, my first startup was before there was a graphical internet. So I wrote a book in 1995 about the 3D internet and how it's going to be, it's imminent, it's going to be here any day. It was a bestseller. My Twitter handle's metaversal, my Gmail address is metaversal. So I'm still trying to make that happen. But I started in gaming. All the 90s were this Peter Pan existence of building computer game companies with like Tom Clancy. So where are my Red Storm, Rainbow Six guys? Anybody? No gamers? Are there no gamers in this whole environment? There have to be. You just don't want to admit it. I'm a gamer. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. So we did game companies with Michael Crichton, with Ozzy Osbourne, with science fiction writer Douglas Adams. Only one of those people still alive. You can draw your own conclusions. Then worked in the film industry for a while. But the point of all this is this medium of making a virtual world and living within it and pulling all that data into it is something that just comes natural to us and my team, and we've been trying to make that happen on the internet for a very long time. Now, why do we do that? How does this map to resiliency for communities, that sort of thing? If you go to the next one, Jose, that has the street cred slide on it. My whole 30-year career on one slide. If you can get there, there you go. And there's that book I wrote that was translated into 6 different languages, and that's how I met my wife. She was sitting in Venice, Italy, and read the Italian version of it. So then you'll see a little period in there where after September 11th, I got serious with this technology, started applying it to learning and that kind of thing. Lockheed Martin, right down the street here, bought my company, and I spent 7 years there running a group called Virtual World Labs. And that was with VR, AR, spatial computing, we call it now, I heard, and AI and machine learning. We had over 100 patent disclosures there. what I was doing at Lockheed was trying to improve human performance, but also doing something else that I think applies here. We were modeling entire countries. So we would model Haiti, we would model Afghanistan. And the idea there was, if you're going to go into Afghanistan and you decide as USAID you want to build a school for girls, it's helpful not to just have the geography and the buildings and that kind of thing. You also need what they called, and forgive the phrase, the human terrain, right? And that is, let's look at all of the different values, traditions, ways of thinking and living there are in Afghanistan. And if you go build a school for girls in Helmand province, who's gonna be okay with it or be happy about it? Who's gonna be neutral? Or who's gonna be so angry they're gonna shoot Malala, try to burn down the school, that kind of thing. It's that human behavior element of it, I think, that's really compelling. And again, Jose, you can flip through these slides as much as you want. But going back, and I know you and I share a fondness for maps and globes and that kind of thing. I was actually building 3D models on the internet of cities before, like in 1999. You'll see a slide there where I was in Newsweek, where on the internet, the Russians had released this Lamita spy satellite information about Groom Lake. Anybody know what Groom Lake is? Area 51, right? So the FBI showed up and said, how did you get this information? I'm like, there's this thing called the internet. Data is starting to populate out there, whether you like it or not. I was able to grab those satellite images, and by looking at the shadows and knowing what time of day those pictures were taken, was able to model the heights of the buildings and made an accurate enough model that it upset the FBI. So I was in Newsweek for that back then. But now this idea of making digital twins of the community and thinking about like infrastructure and people and that kind of thing. If we go through some of these slides, eventually you'll start seeing how we're going from like this 3D model of a city, of geographies, and now starting to think about infrastructure. And you'll see some of those models popping up. This was Shockwave 3D back in 1999 that you're looking at there with Charleston and New York and Venice, Italy, and a couple of other places that we modeled. And that was all on a web page, by the way back then. But now we're able to do a lot more detail. Now we're pulling in all the Internet of Things information, and that's one of the issues you'll see here is with the University of Arizona is they wanted to be able to see all the devices that are connected to the net. And it turns out it's an order of magnitude or several orders of magnitude more than the people that are connected to the net. And that's another issue that we all have to deal with is there's sensors, there's all kinds of things connecting, and they represent vulnerabilities for cybersecurity, all sorts of things. So modeling all of that, seeing it, and being able to manage it is important. Now, eventually through this slide deck, you'll also see, and this is what I wanted to get to is, when the pandemic started, we took a lot of this experience of modeling terrain, modeling geographies, and then starting to model people. So we realized, especially with the machine learning capability we had, that the data exhaust all of us give off every day create these patterns of life. And because we're gaming people, we just said those patterns of life, man, they're like game characters. They're non-player characters in games. So I can make models of people, but from real data, put them in these simulated worlds, and then test out like what happens if we go do this or that. And I think with Puerto Rico and some of the things you'll see at the end of this slide deck that I've been talking about with the people-centered internet is this idea of we keep trying to do things. We mean well as government, right? So we come in with like investments and policies. But what if you could model and simulate and predict this first, second, third, fourth order consequences of those actions before you do it? Build Back Better sounds like a great idea. How is it going to affect every one of these communities? Is it going to affect them all the same way? Probably not. During the pandemic, and we were, I think somewhere there you'll see a slide where we were a finalist for the X Prize, one of my companies, for the Pandemic Response Challenge. And what we did differently is most people were just doing predictions of infection rates by looking at very simple SEIR models. What we said is like, that's only part of the puzzle, right? The other part is Who lives in the 3,000 counties in the United States? What are their values and traditions and ways of thinking? Who are their influencers? How are they likely to behave if you come in there with a government mandate? Or if you try to get this influencer or that influencer to say something to them? Like, you should eat kale, you should stop smoking, you should wear a mask, you should socially distance, right? So using those models, and people from like this guy, the economist at the University of California in San Diego, we took his algorithmic models of people's behavior, put them in these simulations, and we could tell you county by county how are people likely to react, and if you want to get different behavior, who do you need to get to say what, and in what order to move them to, you know, to better behavior where they're moving around less and taking more precautionary measures. What you're seeing now, and that's the last slide there, but that's one of the examples. One of the early ones, which I hope we'll be able to share with all of you, in both the state of Washington and North Carolina, we took some CARES Act money. We did this modeling. We created these dashboards for government there so the governor could say, and I think this is really important for policymakers like you, Lorena, and people in government who are called out on the podium to say, like, why didn't you do the right thing in Puerto Rico? Why is it taking so long to get relief efforts here? And what I want to do is provide these kinds of tools that I have up here, this simulation capability, so that you can say, look, don't yell at me. Let's look instead at the data we were using. There's 188 different data sources that are coming in. They're being processed in a certain way, and they're providing us with guidance. So on the day we made the decisions we did, this is the data sources, these are the models, and you can question those all you want. We might have gotten it wrong, right? Just like when we see hurricane predictions, there's 15 different courses, right? But what if we could look at that and argue with that as opposed to like yelling at people like Lorena over here, which I couldn't imagine anybody yelling at you. But and the last thing I'll say is the core thesis of what my teams are doing is that this is the simulation century. So the last century was about the moving image. It's the first time in human history when we can look at these major events of past, recent, or even future history and review video, or not future yet, but review video footage of it, right? And Marshall McLuhan would say that that medium changed us societally, it changed us psychologically, and had cultural, impact on us. This is a simulation century. It's the first time where we can actually model and simulate past, current events, and then make better decisions. Now we have AI and this really new, powerful generative AI machine learning capability that can help us make better informed decisions. And most people think about this just as prediction, like I can just predict better. But modeling and simulation is a lot more than that. It actually lets you affect and invent the future. And so if we have a good idea of like what we want Puerto Rico to be, you can model that, simulate it, and then cause it to actually happen with all the right connectivity and all the energy and the other stuff that's in my deck there. But I look forward to the conversation, and I'll stop now.
Thank you so much, Richard. No, this is very exciting because I think most people don't necessarily make the connections of, one, the gaming industry or simulation, two, helping communities and helping them solve their problems with them and not for them. I think back to the concept of build with, not for. So I want to introduce next, he's joining us virtually, Dan York, who is the Director of Internet Technology at the Internet Society. So I think we can pull him back up.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm glad to see all you down there in Washington, D.C. Wish I could have joined you, but that didn't work out today. So it was interesting to hear Richard talk about VRML. I've been online since the mid-1980s, and so at one point was also experimenting with that to a certain degree to see what we could do to create virtual worlds back then. I'm with the Internet Society, which Wolfgang talked about earlier as ISOC. We're also known within Internet governance circles. We've been around since 1992 and really focused on building a bigger, better internet for everyone in some ways and promoting and defending this internet of ours in so many ways. I want to take it in a different direction too and talk a little bit about really what we talk about in the industry as community networks. We have a fundamental vision, the internet is for everyone. And I think COVID certainly showed us a need for it, and it also showed us that typical models aren't working. So we talk a lot about what are called community networks. And when we talk about the theme of this, community resiliency, and about what you just said, Lorena, building it with people or being part of that, we focus a lot of our energy around how do you connect that third of the world that isn't connected, or in some areas are underserved, and how do you build communities that are by, for, and of the communities in which they're part of that. We do a lot of this work. There's a lot of different models for how these community networks happen. Sometimes they're called complementary access solutions. Sometimes they're called community networks. Sometimes they're cooperatives. Sometimes they're government entities. Sometimes they're municipally operated. There's a wide range. They all they can be from very few people to very many. They can use different kinds of technologies. They can be fiber. They can be wireless. They can be mesh networks. They often have very different purposes. What we found over the years of working with this is that they all need, we say, 5 different elements of what really makes these work in some ways. There needs to be a favorable policy framework, and thinking in terms of the School for Internet Governance here, one of the things is that we need to make sure that the regulatory framework supports the ability of communities to create networks and to be part of the solutions here. You need to have what we call in the technology industry more as backhaul, connectivity back to the rest of the internet. How do you connect there? Whether that's fiber, point-to-point wireless, or microwaves, satellites, whatever. You need to have some kind of connectivity there. I was struck by what David mentioned there too. You also have to support this with helping people understand why they're going to use this. It's not enough to bring somebody a connection in a computer terminal, right? What do they do with it? What can they work with it? How do you help people understand what those technologies are and what they can be used for? And you really have to start out with what is the community that's out there, what's going on, and how do you make it sustainable financially in the long run in some way? These are sort of the fundamental principles of what we've seen. I'll point you to our website. We have a whole range of different stories. I thought I'd highlight a couple that are interesting. This was a network in Zimbabwe, the Murumbindo Works Community Network, which started out really just supporting a small little cafe and some pieces that were done there. But then it emerged over time to go and be a much larger project, which is going and connecting schools and the local hospital and much more around there, all of that around there. Most recently, we've been working with bringing a community network to a very remote region up in the top of Mount Everest, and that the Sherpa communities up there, where we've been able to bring up connectivity to help them provide education, healthcare, telehealth, as David mentioned earlier, those things, all that are critical for people to be able to work with it. Coming kind of back to North America, we've been doing a lot of work with indigenous communities around the region, around looking at how they can become connected. They are very often some of the least connected parts of North America. There's an event called the Indigenous Connectivity Summit. It just wrapped up for 2023, but you'll find some information out there about it. But there's a lot of great information and presentations and info there where we've been able to help create a good number of community networks around the world in different ways. The nation of Hawaii is an interesting one. They've gone and developed a whole series of community networks connecting large parts of their population in parts of Hawaii that were not served before. New York City Mesh, if you want a really interesting case study, and we have Jalia, I know, is running our video, and he can talk about that directly even, but it's a fantastic program that's really creating connectivity throughout many parts of New York City. Not necessarily something you wouldn't think about when you think about underserved, but there is regions and areas where it's not affordable, it's not available in some cases. And NYC Mesh is doing some phenomenal work wiring up, one of the largest cities in North America. There's also an interesting project happening up in Winnipeg in Canada, which is wiring up the north end of Winnipeg, which is a very different aspect socio and economically than the rest of the area, and it's providing that connectivity. We also partnered with the Truist Foundation this past couple of years, and we've provided a range of grants across the southern kind of northeast, southeast United States and areas to go and help that. I would mention all of these are being built, operated by local communities. One I wanted to point out was a project in Tuskegee, Alabama called the Jessup Cyber Wagon, and there's some historical reason for that, which is out there. But One of the great things I love about this case study was that they focused a lot on that digital skills. You know, what do you do beyond the, once you put the wire or fiber in this case, you put the connections in there, what do you do with it? And they've created some interesting aspects with an after-school training program, a technical training facility, some pieces, and they've really focused on building entrepreneurship in the local community that they now have access to this global internet. So back, Lorena, to your point, we need to be thinking about the people and what do they do with this internet connectivity once they have it in some way. That's really the critical part. I'll just wrap up and say that the Internet Society has a funding program where we do provide funding for people. Unfortunately, I must say it's closed at this point for 2023 because we've used all the money that we had. Although if there's any organizations wanting to get into this or corporate social responsibility goals, we'd love to talk to you because we have a mechanism to get that funding out there to connect communities. And we would be able to talk a bit more about that. But I'd say to people, stay tuned for 2024, where we'll be able to provide a bit more of this. And one other comment too, we're watching the whole space around low Earth orbit satellites or LEO satellites. And there's some fascinating work happening there. The big name, of course, is Starlink from SpaceX, but there's another entity called OneWeb, which should have global connectivity by the end of the year. Amazon's launching its Project Kuiper. There's an entity in Canada called Telesat that's looking to do this. Over the space of the next 3 to 5 years, conceivably, we could have an additional 40 to 50,000 satellites being launched. And we could have a whole other discussion around all the challenges around that or different opportunities. But from a community network aspect, this represents a fascinating potential to bring connectivity to places where we haven't had it before. We've had traditional satellite connectivity, which has been a good option, but now these newer systems are giving high-speed, low-latency access so that you can be able to participate in the online gaming and virtual worlds that Richard is talking about, or just education in spaces, or in Zoom calls like this in ways that you couldn't before. So we wrote a document about it. It's up on our internetsociety.org/LEOs, but there's a lot more in this space, I think, to look at providing connectivity to communities and to providing resiliency for communities in terms of various different options for connectivity. We can talk more, but I'll leave this in the slides. There's a lot of things for policymakers and people involved in internet governance to be thinking about. One is making sure to include the communities from the beginning. Sometimes we see a lot of these proposals that go out and they think about, they're going to do all this and then present it to the community. But they really have to work the opposite way and think about how do you bring the community in first and involve the community in what problems are you trying to solve? What is the best solution to go and do that? Encouraging, competition for access. One of the challenges we're seeing in the United States right now is there's an enormous amount of money being poured into broadband and into internet access as part of the ARPA Act and things coming out of the pandemic, which is awesome. And it has a tremendous capability to go and help bridge the digital divide here in North America and particularly in the United States. But there's a lot of competition, and some of the incumbent telecom companies, internet service providers, are certainly looking at how they can slice a lot of that for themselves. But we need to make sure that we're providing options for community networks, for others to be part of that, and making sure it doesn't just all go to the existing incumbent telecom companies in some way. One of those mechanisms is to make sure we ensure effective and accurate mapping. I don't know how many people are aware of the way the funding's going to be allocated in certain areas, but it has a lot to do with what the maps show from the FCC, et cetera, as to what level of underserved or unserved or underserved. So there's a lot of discussions happening around that. We're also strong advocates of making sure that we look at the outcomes, not necessarily the methods. We want more connectivity, whether it happens through fiber or satellite or fixed point wireless. Those are details, but we want to be careful when policies are being created that they're not being created, for instance, to mandate that it has to be fiber to the home or something like that, which may only be fulfillable by the local incumbent telecom company or something like that. So we want to make sure we're doing something that works for all and brings in not only the existing service providers who can provide tremendous capabilities, but also leaves room for other communities, et cetera. Ensuring that communities can participate in funding, and also requiring accountability. And this is a big one. There have been some processes in the past that have said, the contract was to bring fiber or other connections through a neighborhood. It didn't necessarily say that you had to connect the homes. So you wound up with people getting funding to run around with cable, but not bring it necessarily to that. We want to make sure we're looking at how do we connect people? How do we bring communities online? And to the point we've mentioned already, we got to include the skills that the digital skills and the training to make sure people can use this and sustain it for the long haul. We can't just go drop in connectivity and do that. So these are all points that we're thinking about, we're working about. I will also say I have a great fascination and interest with the disaster response elements of all of this as well. So looking forward to more of our discussion, and I will end that there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan. I think this provides, less applause to the presenters. I think I want to bring it back to something that is very foundational but very key, and the federal government has been thinking about this problem for a while now, and it's the intersection of innovation and facilitation. And it's who are the trusted messengers, what is a message, but who are the trusted messengers in convening, in facilitating. We talk about multi-sector stakeholder. We talked about mesh networks and community networks. Bringing a lot of people together, it is very challenging. And the facilitation is equally as important, and who facilitates is equally as important as the work being done and the outcomes that we want to get. And I think the outcomes-based approach, we definitely should talk about that a little bit more as well. You mentioned corporate social responsibility as an incentive, ESG goals. Now, every institution, every financial institution, when we are thinking about deploying funds to communities that are marginalized or underrepresented, there is an entire infrastructure that we assume that needs to be in place before we actually are able to deploy resources, programs, initiatives, and get the community engaged. So this notion of facilitating how do we bring all these multi-sector stakeholders to the table it's not only a challenge, but I think there's also a language issue here. It's a taxonomy. It's how we're talking about these problems and defining the problems in the first place. Just by way of example, back in the Obama administration, we're looking at how do we address this, but how do we put data and information in the hands of people and technologies to solve the problems for good with the government and with the communities and with the technologies and the academics and the policy experts. And there is a program that actually came out of that is ran out of the Census Bureau called the Opportunity Project. And I'm just mentioning by way of example, where it's, government serving as a convener stakeholder, federal agencies working with communities to co-identify what we call problem statements. And earlier in the welcome remarks, the presenter spoke about identifying the issue and then coming up with the solutions instead of the other way around, which is let's figure out a solution and then say, hey, how many problems does this solve? And I think the anchoring of, hey, federal government, local government, third sector, academia, communities, what is the problem that we all want to solve first? And how do we define that problem together with the same taxonomy, the same language, the same, coherence of, are we all in the same kind of level of understanding of what problem are we trying to solve first? And then let's think about the data and the information that's out there. Then let's do the user research. Let's talk to the communities. Let's be human-centered. Let's talk to the people that this solution is going to be designed for. And they have to be at the table. So I think that realization, we call in this initiative, the Opportunity Project. I hope you can check it out. It's census.opportunity.gov. opportunity.census.gov, sorry. We have kind of created this new model that it's not new, and you can white label it with any name that you want, but it's really, let's be human-centered, let's be people-centered and get them to the table. However, as we all know, government is sometimes not the best convener or the best messenger. And how do we kind of turn this around? Can you speak a little bit more about how to facilitate these type of interactions? Because I think in notion and in concept, community networks, it all resonates to everybody in the room. But it's really kind of the rubber meets the road moment of who facilitates and who takes that message forward, who invites the community to participate versus who invites the policymaker, who invites the regulator. Can you speak a little bit on that in the context of your work?
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of continue on with the thread that I was pulling on there about simulation, but you know, when I was listening to you talk right then, I was thinking about that issue of trust, which is a big issue that's come up a lot. I mean, during the pandemic, we saw that. Just because, you know, an official says that this is the right thing to do, you have a trust issue if that community is not bought into that. And then the other part of it is just complexity theory. Things are only going in one direction in terms of complexity as far as I can tell. And that's why I think the only way to do it is to really get our arms around it completely. I mean, we humans are making, you know, systems so complex, we don't fully understand how they work. Our financial system's an example, the healthcare system's an example. And therefore, we can't really have any hope of managing it until we really get some help. And you know, one of the things we say is a standalone human being is insufficient today. I think being augmented in some way with AI and some of these other tools. But if you model and simulate the entire problem set, and that's you know, in my old Lockheed days, it would be Diamond Pamisi. It's again, not just the geography, but all of the political and infrastructure and all the different effects that might come from an action you might take. And then think about modeling those people too. Where are they right now? What are they thinking and feeling? And you have to include them in your model. And then part of that is, like you said on the trust side, is who will they trust? So is it their local pastor? Is it a celebrity? Is it a government official? Is it a political leader? Whoever that is, you want to enlist their aid. And if you leave them out of it and just say, the CDC says to do it because they're the experts, that is unfortunately insufficient today. So we need to have these deeper models with more understanding, and then include these models of all the people's, you know, what people actually think and feel in that, and tune our policies and our investments to the communities where we're trying to serve.
I could just add to that, and I'll pick one that's a very good intervention, and I agree with everything that was just shared. On the question of trust and who will they trust, I think it is equally important to ask who should they trust. There is a lot of trust that is given by local communities who are disadvantaged to those who are not worthy of the trust. And it is violated again and again and again. And hey Dan, I was tracking with a lot of what you were saying in your presentation. I was actually at the Indigenous Connectivity Summit last week in Alaska, and you need a trusted partner who is dispassionate, who does not have a bias. Dan, you talked about the importance of technology neutrality. I applaud that being included in your remarks. And let's look at a specific case and see what this looks like. In Alaska, the indigenous communities there are beneficiaries. They are eligible for extraordinary, historically high amounts of pandemic relief money. Okay, how can they leverage that money in a way that will get them to scale, it will be sustainable, it will be impact, everything you want out of an opportunity like that? But it's Alaska. There's 700,000 people scattered across a very, very large landmass. It's about almost half the size of the lower 48 states, with only 700,000 people scattered all over the place. In many locations, no road. The only way to get to these people is by plane or boat. Okay, and the federal policy on how those pandemic relief funds are supposed to be spent is biased massively toward fiber.
Yeah.
We love fiber. Our organization is tech neutral. And if you're doing thick route, point-to-point delivery of broadband, give me some fiber. There is nothing that can beat it. But when you have thin route, point-to-multipoint, widely dispersed population, fiber will not stand up financially over time. It doesn't add up. So, okay, trust. Who's going to provide these services? Is it the communities? Well, the foresight that was given by the federal government in this case was positive. It was really good. And actually, a credit should be given to the current administration in as much as they brought indigenous leadership into the planning group on how this money would be allocated out to indigenous communities. However, there are these deficiencies in the policy that are there, and how do you work around that? Now that's one, government. The other is private sector. They have something to sell. I used to be in the private sector. I used to sell. Okay, so there are products that are being sold. They are square pegs, and they are being sold for round holes, and vice versa. It's just the way it is with the private sector. So you need someone in the middle who gets it on policy and who gets it on which technology is going to make the most sense for a given application, community, location, geography, demography, all of that. Mapping comes into play. So you need someone who is worthy of the trust and who does not have an axe to grind working with these communities. And for that, final note, because of the work we're doing massively with indigenous communities, we're not eligible to receive any of the money directly from the federal government to help those communities. So what we've done is help them raise the funds themselves, and then when the money arrives, help them to leverage it in a way that will be sustainable. To do that, we're a bunch of non-indigenous guys and gals. So we created an advisory board of only indigenous leaders to tell us, point and shoot, where do we need to go, how do we need to go, so that we can have that critical piece of trust.
Thank you so much. Dan, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, Dave, that you were up at the ICS in Anchorage, and also that the work you're doing there, because that again goes back to, there's this principle of kind of first mile first, of getting out there to the people and involving the people who are actually going to be part of that. I would only add, I'd second Richard's comments that the complexity is just growing. And I think the challenge that we collectively have is that the complexity and the number of players in the space, you heard earlier from the first panel, the responding, of Wolfgang and Derek, they're talking about the geopolitical aspect of this and the added complexity of all of this. It makes it challenging for a policy environment in which policymakers can even understand what's going on. And this is one of the challenges we have when we talk about how do we build community resilience. Who are the policymakers trusting? Who are they talking to understand what they should be recommending, what they should be doing? How do we go and create that? To Dave's point, fiber's the gold, right? If you can get it, that's the fastest. It gives you the lowest latency. It's all around that. But we also have to accept that in many places, it's not necessarily going to get there. It won't be able to be there as quickly as you can. So it's vital that we continue to have that option for exploring all of our options. The end goal is we want to connect that third of the world that's still not fully connected. That's what we got to keep our eyes on.
Thank you so much, Dan. I actually want to, you reminded me of a comment earlier around being bottom-up, open, and participatory. And I challenge that. Let's think lateral. Let's think diagonal. Let's think, how do we get all the different inputs from all these different stakeholders to kind of neutralize the language? If I say HCD, what does that mean to you? You can just quickly speak up. HCD. Thank you. Human-centered design. When we are thinking people-centered first, in the design community, and this is something that big tech has mastered, is how do you be human-centered? How do you keep people scrolling in your feed, whether it's Facebook or Twitter? How do you keep people coming back to checking every single notification and app in your device? Big tech companies have understood that human-centered design is not only the approach, it's the first approach to how to design around and solving for problems. However, that language is not necessarily used in other sectors when we're thinking people-centered. And we are thinking human-centered, but it's also around the environment. And going back to scale and sustainability, we were talking earlier before the panel started around climate change and the, wildfires and what we've experienced, not only in New York and DC and the entire Eastern Coast. And we see it, of course, on the West Coast. We see it around the world. I think, we were down from like 120, I don't know exactly what the measurement is, to 80. So Thursday was fine. New Delhi is like upwards of 300 every single day. How do we connect globally with this perspective of being human-centered to think about innovation, designing solutions in a facilitated process that benefits everyone, but really, when we think about community resiliency, it's about the people and making the people feel like they have the tools and are empowered to scale. And I think I want to go there next. It's about scale. And I think without a common language across the different sectors, we're not going to achieve scale because everybody lives in their own perhaps silo universe with their own taxonomy and their own language around this. Just recently, this past November, the federal government put out what's called the LTRR, because we love acronyms, is the Equitable Long-Term Recovery and Resilience Framework. There's a federal plan that was put out. It actually stemmed from a broader initiative that was in the NGO space called Thriving US. If you want to check it out, I encourage you. Thriving.us is based on SDG goals and talking about ESG. How many people know ESG as an acronym, actually? What does it stand for?
Environmental social governance.
Environmental social governance. So this is the framework that the world is moving towards. So CSR was, corporate social responsibility, let's do things for good, let's collaborate. Now we're kind of, I think that biggest iteration of that ESG, and how do we gonna align to ESG as kind of globally. This is not just US, of course, but at a global scale. So when we think about equitable long-term recovery and resiliency, do we have the same language? Do we have the same, conversation happening? And we do, but it's a different kind of universe if you go to different stakeholders like government, industry, third sector, and academia, and we're all talking about the same issue, but with a different language. When we think about scale, and when we think about how do we neutralize this gap in language and understanding, are we talking about the same things? Are we trying to solve for the same problems? And who's coming up with the problems that we want to solve for? And is that being crowdsourced from the same community, or is it being crowdsourced from the regulator and the policymaker? So just, with this thought around being equitable when we think about long-term sustainability and scaling of what works, I think there's an approach also of iterating and demoing and prototyping that, in the innovation, and I was one of the co-founders of the Census Open Innovation Labs, where we completely turning around, how do we do collaboration with government and third sector and industry in a better way so that government can actually be ahead of the game, or at least in a neutral place when we think about, cross-sector regulation, for example, or policymaking. If we don't understand what the technologies mean, what they are, how they're built, AI, we're talking about, Web3 and blockchain and crypto and digital financial assets, all trying to mean, in the same conversation, we're never going to be able to kind of reach that level of scale. So thoughts on that?
Richard, you want to go?
Yeah, so that was a lot. So I was trying to take notes in my head, and I'm not very good at it without having my tools in front of me. But I think going back to complexity theory and all of that, but I think if you're going to scale this up, actually, why don't you start while I collect the rest of my thoughts on this?
That's fine.
I'm going back through my notes.
So the way we see scale, okay, I have a lot of partners, dozens and dozens of partners that are, steely-eyed capitalist for-profit organizations, and we deal with them all the time, and we need them badly, which is why they're our partners. But public sector, need them just as badly for different reasons. And then out at the community end of all this, I'm getting to scale. Most of the communities that we're engaged with are really small. They're scattered. They're in jungles, they're in deserts, they're in refugee camps, they're in disasters, and they're dispersed. And that's a hard business case to scale. So for years, what we have increasingly been turning to is to gather in multiple small communities into one group, and then we call it a market. And that excites the private sector. And the U.S. government, to their credit, again back to this recent round of pandemic relief money, they wrote into the Notice of Funding Opportunity, the NOFO, a preference for these remote communities who are applying for the funds to do so as part of a coalition or as a cooperative or whatever you want to call it. All right, and there was, I think, great vision in that. And what does it mean practically? What it means is that where you have a tiny community, and I'll give you a concrete example, but we worked with a group of tribes in the Eastern Sierra, High Desert, Paiute and Shoshone nations that were broken up and scattered across multiple reservations all up and down that valley, Eastern Sierra. Poor to a large extent, and each reservation in itself was small, but there was a cohesion, or the possibility for cohesion, between the reservations as A, they were already part of the same tribe, B, they had the same opportunity to leverage funding at a level that they had never seen before. So we worked with them to create a coalition of Paiute Shoshone reservations. And then we took that out to the private sector and to the federal government, both at the same time, through grant applications that were written saying, look, these tribes have formed a coalition at your recommendation, and they're ready to begin leveraging funds. They have now been notified that they are going to receive those funds. Exciting. However, the whole process was delayed. Government money is hard, okay? So what do you do in the meantime? There's problems, real practical problems for these tribes, because they said, yeah, to their council, their tribal council, there's this great funding and we're going to apply and we're going to get it and we're going to leverage it. And then there's a 1-year delay where you hear crickets chirping and people start losing jobs, there's political fallout, it's bad. So, private sector. We bring the private sector in and we show them, hey, there's a market here. It's not one tiny little reservation with 400 families. This is an entire valley in the western United States. There is the opportunity for, finally I'm saying it, scale. And they jumped all over it. They've built innovation labs. They are rolling out devices into the entire community. And let me just say, as a sidebar, in the beginning of the last session, one of the speakers referenced, the types of applications and use of digital services. One of the first things that we saw was everybody got a laptop, and the tribal government put their regular tribal council meetings online and allowed remote participation. It's a pandemic. They allowed all the members of the tribe to participate in all of the tribal council meetings. This is the first time it had ever happened, and it was for members of tribe who were on the reservation, but also anywhere in the world. They had record attendance, and it drove new direction for tribal policy. It transformed the tribe just because they suddenly had laptops and access. So anyway, that's scale, and that's the output and outcome of scale, and that excites government and private sector and academia as well.
I think as well, if you go back to the, what you talked about at the beginning and the climate change and sustainability and pieces like that, one of the powerful parts of building community networks or the networks that you talked about there is when you enable, if they're truly built of the community, then you have the community buy-in and the community involvement in not only creating the network, but running the network. So when there's a problem with Wi-Fi, it's not that they're calling some call center for some, ISP that's located somewhere else in the world. They're talking to somebody else in their community. They're talking to the people that are there. And so the best instances of these kind of community networks are ones that go and leave behind that, in the building. They build that local resilience and that local capacity and a technical level to be able to do that. So when you're talking about climate change or issues around that, as climate affects different kinds of internet connectivity or electrical connectivity, you have the local resilience and the ability to problem solve right there where the network is. I think that's really, the key driver. And Glenn Knight actually threw something in the chat. We have to remember power is part of this as well, because the internet, all of these systems, we need power, we need electricity. So, if you have a smoke wildfire coming through, it actually turns out it may not affect, I was very curious about it, would it affect some of the LEO Starlink, kind of connections? And it didn't. Those systems seem to work well through the wildfire smoke. But in one case, somebody said, but I wasn't getting enough sun to my solar panels to charge the batteries. I needed to work things. So you've got to remember both of those. That internet access and the power connectivity is also part of this picture. But that scaling, if we can populate and let, thousands of little fires not literal fires, actually, wrong metaphor in this kind of age right now. But if we can get those people working and knowing how to build more internet, then we can facilitate even more internet and more connections happening around there in different ways.
Yes, if I could, the reason I struggle with answering that is I think we could do a whole hour on how do you innovate at scale with government and people working together. But when I was at Lockheed, my title was Director of Emerging and Disruptive Technology. And so I was tasked with having to do innovation at this 100-year-old company, right? And I realized there's a lot of challenges. So I'll just hit on 3 points. There's more than that. But the first is, anytime you're trying to do a disruptive innovation, especially, first you've got to figure out what you're measuring, right? So you get what you measure. And that's why, I mentioned Dr. Richard Carson at UCal San Diego previously, because anytime, like when we look at what's the effect of this oil spill by BP in the Gulf or climate change or whatever, he's really good at trying to make concrete the cost, the actual costs. Which isn't in the gallon of gas or isn't in the economy. It's not built in there yet because it's so far down the road, we haven't seen the effects yet. So measuring it appropriately. The second is alignment of incentives, right? The reason we have difficulties here in education and in healthcare, et cetera, is because we don't have aligned incentives. So everybody's got to be on page, and the incentive alignment has to be towards agreed upon goals. Like, we want to do this maybe initially painful, disruptive innovation because it's going to pay off, right? And that's the problem with, even when I was at Lockheed, we were always, any IRAD money that we would spend had to pay off in the next quarter or the quarter after that. The idea of putting a CD payment down that's going to pay off 5 years from now was just anathema there. And it is to most people because they're living paycheck to paycheck, or they're just looking at where am I going to see the impact of this in the next year. And that's, again, I'm going to keep harping on, like, if you can help people visualize the output and see, like, if we do make this investment, the reason you should support Build Back Better or the Inflation Reduction Act or these other acts is that this is what it's going to mean and in your community later on. And it's not just visibly, can I see new infrastructure? It's also, and that's why with some folks we start talking about the well-being index, right? What if I could look at a community and see, like, these groups of people, how many of them are feeling better off? And if I don't know about you guys, I'd like to walk down the street in my community and everybody I meet has a smile on their face because they feel fulfilled, they're happy with where they're going. And is anybody here from Brazil? So I love Brazilian people, and I spent a lot of time in Brazil and Curitiba and places like that. But I was chased through the streets of Sao Paulo, and I had my car stolen, and the reason is there's an inequity there. We all know that that's true, but I'm starting to see it here also. And when we get to the point where you start seeing kidnapping insurance and run flat tires on your car and fortified homes, you don't want that. We want to have healthy communities, and envisioning that and investing in that with policy and incentives and money is what we should all be trying to work towards.
Thank you. I think you mentioned something that just, it always in the back of my mind when we think about being human-centered and people-centered, and it's the narrative and the storytelling that can come out of these pilots, these projects, initiatives, everything you presented. How do we get others to listen and to pay attention and say, hey, this is happening in this other part of the world. How do we learn? How do we kind of lift, shift, adapt, and test a model or a framework somewhere else and tell a story and tell a narrative? And I think data helps with that, information helps with that. But really the power of storytelling is how do we get communities to see themselves represented in that? And how are they becoming champions of getting the message and saying, hey, I'm in this community, here is how I collaborated, here's that I was part of that process. I think all of you mentioned Puerto Rico at some point, or an initiative around Puerto Rico. We have socioeconomic, demographic characteristics, geopolitical, uniqueness. And as we think of, Puerto Rico, for example, as a territory of the United States, it's part of this infrastructure that provides for a legal, policy framework, perhaps, that might be argued as easier in some ways than other developing countries. Right now, we're working in a project called a Puerto Rico Prosperity Initiative. Actually, somebody mentioned in the previous panel around that the internet was fueled by friendship and that the internet was built on trust. Vince Cerf, who's actually one of the co-founders and co-chair of the People-Centered Internet with Mei Ling Feng, have kind of created an ecosystem for thinking about the inception of the internet in the first place, that trust and friendship has to be part of the process. And communities feel, we talked a lot about trust, right? Communities sometimes feel that being disenfranchised means it equates as lower trust. But when you have characteristics, when data shows that you have high levels of poverty, very low levels of educational attainment, it's a perfect petri dish for continuing a cycle that that will have the underrepresented continue to be underrepresented. So when we think about sustainability, we don't want a sustainability in the fact that underrepresented and marginalized or disenfranchised communities are not at the table. How do we better create a system, a model, a framework, and have the narrative and the storytelling behind this that we can show what is working elsewhere in the world and that it could be modeled and tested in environments where perhaps we haven't considered before. And I think we have in the audience a great colleague who's also a co-chair of the People-Centered Internet working in this space, and I believe some of you know him, Dr. Linton Wells, that has been working on how to better think about economic sustainability in a way where it puts people and communities first, but with technology, and we talked about generative AI, with voice AI, we have new ways of extracting the inputs and the insights from communities at a scale that we've never seen before. You don't need, a high level of literacy or be able to read and write to use voice and to share your experience through a phone, right? And we have those technologies now. How does these technologies have disrupted this space when we think about collecting data and collecting information from communities to gather insights that then inform the problem set and give us a common language? Just last final thoughts. I know we're nearing on time here and we probably want to open the space for questions and comments. But with the advent of emerging technologies, how do you see community engagement in a different light? And how do we share a united voice that AI is not bad, as many policymakers seem to think, right? And it's disrupting an environment where actually it will give a voice to communities through voice AI and other technologies.
Well, I mean, since you were talking about people-centered internet, I always think about Doc Searles and David Weinberger and those guys who, back in 2000, wrote the Clue Terrain Manifesto. I assume everybody's read that, right? And that was more for the .com side of things. It says markets are conversations, and all these great technologies that we're wielding should be used to solve societal problems, to look for better benevolent outcomes. And instead, we just spent a decade, bending all this towards like monetizing human attention with social media. And that was a little disappointing to a lot of us, because instead of curing cancer and populating Mars and all these other, dealing with climate change and that sort of thing, we've been just monetizing human attention. And so I think this idea of making sure that we build into this, if we're starting to use machine learning and AI, utility functions for those systems that are people-centered, that do, because it is very true, and I've been working with machine learning also for 13 years, we can build, our values. You can build human values into these systems. The question is always, of course, then whose values, are you putting into these systems? You can also have algorithmic checks for truth, which we did during COVID. The first thing my team did when COVID started, for a group called RTI down in North Carolina, we built what we called the COVID brain. And the COVID brain was just, its only job was to pull in all the information happening on the internet and check it for truth. Like, is it coming from known sources? How often is it repeated? Is it repeated by other people who are worthy sources? Is it making outrageous claims? All that sort of thing. So we could, and that was everything that it was doing. And I think we can meet some of our existential problems more than halfway by having AI with the right utility functions. And I'll just pause there and let my other panelists speak.
Okay, Puerto Rico. I just want to say a word about that. And you also asked another question, and I want to respond to that, and they match up. You asked, is there a mechanism by which successful practice over here can inform successful practice over there? And I love that question, because we asked ourselves that question about a year ago, and we launched the program that I shared in my opening remarks. It's called the N50 Project. N50 stands for the next 50% of the world who have yet to participate fully on internet-based platforms. 150 other organizations also had been asking that same question, and they piled in. In 1 year, we had 150 organizations, small, medium, and large, sign agreements to join this organization. Again, it's for free, but what we've found now is that there's this huge engine. Many of these organizations have their own program. Some of them are very local to a community, some are state or province, some are country, some are global. Okay, and they found out, all of them found out, that running their own program and achieving ambitious goals alone cannot be done. It can't be done well, it can't be done at speed, it can't be done, period. So we have under the program, programs. It's a program of programs, so we can do a multiplier now, and we have multiple projects all around the world. And we are doing, when those projects roll out, there are failures and there are successes. And we report that out. Honestly, we have a director of impact in Geneva who holds our hand on every project. And we look at the data, and then we do a white paper, we do webinars, we do a readout to all of those partners and anybody else. This is open source. To anybody, the ITU, we have joined in a program with the ITU, and these blueprints or recipes, these playbooks, are open source, and they are being plugged and played with adaptation in new additional locations, one of which is Puerto Rico. And we have a plan in place to roll out a project. We have the community groups locally are lined up. They're waiting and ready to go, and it's very exciting.
Thank you. Just closing thoughts then.
Yeah, so come back to your question. Yeah, I realize we're between everybody and lunch. coming back to your question, how do we share this? This is the key. It's sharing these success stories, helping people know what's going on out there. You know, there's the Association for Progressive Computing or Communication, APC, recently rolled out a repository, and I'll put a link in the Zoom chat, but it's cnlearning.apc.org, which is a community networks learning repository where they've been trying to gather these guidelines and best practices and different tools that can help people and share these success stories around the world. You know, efforts like what Dave mentioned with the N50 project there, you know, we're doing a lot of work with sharing success stories. It's how do we have to share that knowledge and let people understand that this can be done, right? I think that's one of the challenges is people aren't aware of this and they think, oh, how am I going to get, you know, I need internet access here. How can I do it in a way that works for the community? Glenn had asked a question in the Zoom chat around, isn't it really, if we could connect communities rather than trying to connect the 4 billion individual people, wouldn't that be better? There's tremendous programs going out there with connecting libraries around the world, which can then be focal points in the middle of their community to go and help provide resources. And also, one important part is the value of every time we bring another community network on, we're not just helping the people in that community learn about what's happening on the internet, we're helping the rest of the internet learn about what's happening in that community. We're unleashing the creativity of the people who live in those areas, in the regions there. So it's not just that we're bringing internet access so people can be able to go and, you know, use all the resources that everybody else has been created. We're also enabling people to be creators and to bring their information out there. And a critical part on all of us, and if you're at ICANN this week, if you're at other things, is to share those stories, to share the information about what is happening and how we can work together and work in communities to connect that remaining third of the world that still needs to be connected. It's a critical challenge. We've got the toolkits, the solutions, the blueprints. We just need to let the world know.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you to our panelists, David, Richard, Dan. Appreciate your time. Great conversation. I know we are in the middle of UN Food, but do we have time for quick questions? I see several hands up. Is there a running mic going around?
Where'd the mic go?
I would also emphasize too, Doreen mentioned in her piece at the beginning about the Partner to Connect initiative. I would suggest people pay attention to that as well, because it's a great program happening where people are committing to help connect communities around the world.
We're a partner in that, Dan. I totally agree.
As are we. Yeah.
Is there a website you can mention quickly, or where do people go to find information?
IT website. Just search in the search box.
Excellent.
Partner to Connect. Partner with the number 2 and connect.
Partner to Connect. All right.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Shadrach Ankra from Ghana and an active member of the ISO Ghana chapter, where I'm the Vice Chair of Emergency Telecommunications. So when it comes to community networks and connecting the unconnected, I'm going to touch a bit on the emergency aspect of it, where last year, with the help of the ISO Foundation, in collaboration with NetHope, ISO Ghana, we ran a disaster preparedness training where we trained about 100 community members, including humanitarians, network engineers, and other stakeholders who will be able to set up or deploy community networks in times of emergencies. Yeah, so this has been a great initiative that would ensure that when disaster happens in Ghana or any part of West Africa, ISO Ghana and other community members will be able to respond to this emergency by deploying telecommunication networks. But there has been a few challenges which some of them has been discussed here when it comes to funding, it comes to resources, human resource, and cybersecurity issues. These are some of the issues that we face. So one, ISOC has funded the initial stage of the project, but then subsequent funding is one thing that, deploying community network to serve people during emergency is one of the issues that we are facing, and cybersecurity issues. So when the disaster happens, how do we really protect the vulnerable people? So how do we ensure that their data is being protected, no one has access to their data? How are they able to transfer money to their family members, or people transfer money to them securely without challenges? Yeah, so not to talk much, these are some of the issues we are facing in regards to telecommunication. Although the UN ETC 2020 and 2025 brings out various stakeholders, the partners like Network, Cisco, Reach, Save the Children, and all these. But these some of the issues that we face. So how best can you really help to make this a success, to ensure these communities have access to the internet when disaster happens? Thank you.
We could have a whole other conversation.
Yeah, I think an entire conference on that subject.
Yes.
Hopefully you can join us at lunch so that people can find you there as well, because I think.
Thank you for the work you're
doing.
doing.
Definitely.
Thank you for the work you're doing in Ghana, and yeah, that could be a whole conversation.
Do you want?
Very brief, because it seems like there's two more, and then we really need to go to lunch. So.
Yep. We work with all of the organizations that you mentioned, all the UN agencies, ETC, Cisco, NetHope, et cetera, on a partnership basis. And I just want to say one thing. Back to Puerto Rico, the model that we are looking to work with the local community groups in Puerto Rico on is based on some of the difficulty on the funding piece for disaster, not just disaster response, but preparedness. How can you have funding and a business case that will close in a way that local community groups can be prepared? Response, money flows sometimes, depends on a lot of things. You get donor fatigue and so on and so on. How can there be consistent, reliable disaster preparedness? There's a model that works. You have a network that's based on supporting routine day-to-day needs at the local community level that the community has said they want. But there's a protocol in place with all the community groups who own that network where they all know how to repurpose the network for disaster response if when the disaster comes. So it's paid for, not as disaster preparedness, but as routine day-to-day operational access to the internet and the services that it provides. I'm talking really fast. It's a big subject, but happy to take it up offline.
Yeah, and the other, since I have to be brief also, the thing I would recommend is, again, when I was at Lockheed, we ran this program called DRILL about every 2 years, Disaster Response Integrated Logistics. Of course, Lockheed being Lockheed, they would do it as a big war game and have all these people come in, FEMA and Home Depot and Lowe's and all these organizations, and they would all try to work together, and they would be given a problem, like you've got a Category 5 hurricane rolling up the East Coast, and you know, how do you solve for it and make sure that everybody's served? And things like connectivity and energy and medicine and all those things come into play. And again, with my gaming mind, watching this physical exercise every time, I'm like, we need to move that all to a simulated world. And the reason that's valuable is we ended up building something it's here in the U.S. It's called the Architecture Integration Management Directorate. This is the group in the Army that tries to figure out, can you give this person this radio on the battlefield, or can you give them this system? And it turns out, physically, can you afford it? Physically, can you give that person that thing? But then there's all these other things. I think it's called .MLPF, Department, Organization, Training, Leadership, Personnel, Materials, and Facilities, that are all these business rules that apply. If you're going to have a happy sort of resolution to your problem where you can't just like buy equipment and drop it into a place. It's got to be integrated with this systems thinking view. And it's not just plain systems engineering, it's system of systems engineering. That's why I would recommend, again, a simulation to have it the ready so you can explain to people, we're going to take your money, we're going to apply it here, and here's the areas that where we're going to solve the problem.
Thank
And
you
I would just
so much, Richard.
Talk more if you want to email me. I'd be glad to reach out to you, and we could chat a bit more too.
Excellent. Thank you. I think this is being live streamed on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Notes from the entire conference are going to be shared out as well. The information for every panelist is on the website, on the program. So thank you again, David, Richard, Dan, for joining us. A great conversation. I know there's outstanding questions in the audience, but we can address them during lunch, hopefully, and look forward to talking with you all more. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
We'll see everyone back here at 1 o'clock.
Thanks, Jelly, for your help during that.
Mention it.
the last, well, not the last time you'll see me. There's one more time.
No, we love to see you.
They squeeze a lot out of me.
How long have you been at American University?
Since 2009.
Wow.
Quite a while.
Yeah.
And before that, I was at Syracuse. And before that, Michigan.
Yeah. So have you like switched departments within American University also?
So it's really funny, when I got here, I was leaving the information school world, which is really a natural home for me.
Yeah.
So the information schools are very interdisciplinary, very technical, very policy, very, really, really nice mixture. So when I got here and I was in SIS, that's when AU recruited me, they recruited me to SIS, and the International Communication Program, which was one of the oldest in the country, in the world. I enjoyed it. I've got all the slides loaded.
Everything's all good.
It's all good.
That's so exciting.
Everything looked good when I imported it, and it's all in one deck. So it's,
that's amazing. Even
so
the
all
PDF.
so all this drama. Oh, did you send me another one?
There was two in that.
Yeah, I got both.
Good. There was one that was a PowerPoint and one was a PDF.
I thought both of them were PDF.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, no, I thought both of them were PowerPoint.
One of them was a PDF.
They both imported.
That's great.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it
though.
doesn't. That's why I'm a little bit suspicious. But
So,
it definitely worked.
Do you know which one? Yeah, because they're all in one deck
The blue
now.
one.
The blue one?
Mark data
Yes.
one.
Was only like 3 or 4 slides.
Yeah, 3 slides. That one was the PDF.
It sure is in the deck.
Then there we go. If it works, don't question it,
No question. I do have Adobe, the full Adobe Pro Suite on.
Oh, well then that's, yeah,
So
see, no one else has that.
That's right. That's right.
Always trying to.
Because you can do OCR with that as well. If you have a PDF that's not been OCR yet, you can use that. And I didn't have it, Georgia. It was so expensive, I didn't want to pay for it. But the university bought the whole suite for everybody, and I'm just like, yes, install everything. I want to learn InDesign and everything.
Fantastic. Well,
Yeah. So I'm gonna get my computer and set up, but it looks like everything is fine. And then all of your folks are here in person, right?
Yes.
So Mark is here in person.
Mark Dr. Skeld is here in person.
Okay.
He's just having lunch.
Okay, great. So Heyman, one of my team, she's not here in person, but supposedly I haven't seen. I've never met Andrew in person.
Oh, it's so sad.
I have not met him in person.
It's so sad. Is he here?
He's supposed to be here, so I'm really excited that this will be my first time meeting him in person. So Thomas, the young man who's been outside most of the morning, and he was here yesterday, he was also one of my students who I had never met. He's a doctoral student of mine, and I had never met him face to face. He's not my doctoral student, but he was a doctoral student that was in my class, and I had never met him face to face. So when I saw him yesterday morning, I was like, "Hey, Thomas!"
That's so good.
So,
That's so great.
so I've just arranged to make sure that Heyman can come off of the webinar and she can speak and we can see her and so forth. It's a great team. She's really phenomenal. I've got 2 or 3 others on the team, but it should be fun.
It should be excellent.
Yeah.
Also, I'm so excited to see you do this video. I'm so excited by the whole thing.
I don't know. Temper your expectations. There's still more to be done. but we're excited about it, and we'll make our next week full deadline. So
That's so exciting.
Yes.
That's really, really
And really what I feel like, George, is like we're kind of teeing up that there's so much more that can be done.
Yes.
So
well, there always is.
Yeah,
Especially
always.
when you do a project, you're like, well, actually, this is just the
Correct.
baseline.
Correct.
And then actually,
Correct. And you start to think about it. So now we've got this great data set. We've got all these great variables. We've got what's eventually going to happen. So we've been running into a little bit of a challenge because the data set has gotten so large. And we're running our analysis across the whole data set rather than a sample or something like that. So we're going to have to move it to the high performance computer. Where we can run it much faster, because right now what Andrew's been running into is, and it's, it happens to me all the time, we run something, and because the data set is so large now, you have to walk away, go get a cup of coffee, you know.
Yeah, you have to clear your mind.
Yeah, exactly.
And start again.
Exactly.
Completely know.
Yeah. So we're really excited. We're really excited.
Yeah.
So looking forward to showing you what we have so far.
I mean, I've just finished I did a journal article as well.
Uh-huh.
I've got change in main names. I've just finished it.
chair if we need it.
Yeah.
So who is it? So it's me, Emily,
Yeah.
you, and Mark.
Yeah. And then Mark Data's girl.
So we could get 2 more chairs, and we'd have everybody, except Andrew. Why don't we get 2 more chairs, though? I think.
Yeah.
Let me do it. Let me sort it out. But I think that would be helpful if
Yes.
we want to all be here.
Yeah.
And then we can maybe share the mics or something like that. Because I want to go to the podium
Yes.
when I'm presenting.
Yeah.
But let's get
The presenters can go to the
presenters can go to the podium, right?
Yeah.
From here. I think that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, so let's sort that out. Good, good.
I think that makes it. Yeah, actually, I was thinking that. Completely. Yeah.
We have plenty of those.
We need help with the chairs.
Look at us, look at us.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Makes the dream
I
work.
know, right?
What did we say? 2 more?
2 more. So we've got
1 more maybe now, right?
maybe 1 more.
Would you mind carefully just getting 1 more first, please? Thank you.
So how's the layout going to be? I guess we could move these.
Yes, I don't think we need those. And we could, if we really go with this. Somebody's sitting up there.
So let's.
See, get some exercise today.
I know, right?
Oh, you're a superstar. Thank you. Denise, may I ask you a quick favor? May I give these to you?
Just there, I think.
For trash, please.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Extra water.
And that chair, what is that chair?
So I know if we're all gonna sit.
Yeah.
So me, Emily, you, Mark, and then Andrew. Okay, so that's everybody sitting here. We don't need this table, this chair.
And then there's just extra chair.
Yes. So then we've got to be able to get back there. So maybe
chair.
move this poster. Oh, it is kind of hiding this as well. So how about we slide the circle a little farther
Yeah, let's slide this up.
and give ourselves a little opening. This is a big panel.
Yeah.
A little more. Let's see.
Little more?
A little more. It's a round table, yes. Leave it to Derek to always do
Research
something
is
different.
round table.
Okay, now we have a spot. Okay. So who's gonna get the? That looks like you, Georgia.
I can take that one.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Not too bad, but there is another one out there that's okay. So let's see.
I'm not saying very much at all, so I'm happy to go at the end.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so I'm not saying very. I'm literally saying like a couple of lines. So
Okay.
I'm happy to go at the end.
Okay.
The researchers should definitely go more in the middle.
Okay. So does that mean me here then? It feels kind of weird being out front.
Yeah.
Does that look weird?
It does. Why don't you move the rostrum?
Can you do that? You see anything stuck to it or anything?
No. All good. All good.
Then we can come around that side.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then we'll be on this side of it, so that's fine. Better?
Yes.
Okay. So this is our opening here then to come around. Okay, so we look again. So now that's me here.
Yeah.
Everybody seated. Looks fine.
Yeah.
Can't see those folks, but I'm going to be speaking, so it won't matter. So
Yeah. And the presenter.
unless it's the Q&A.
Not a lot of people are sitting over there anyway.
Uh-huh. True.
Staff. Guess it will be fun. Maybe you can push it behind them.
Mm-hmm. You're hired.
The design. The creative designer. Yeah.
Okay.
I like our production team. It's good.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe we can put the other little cushion just to
Yeah,
give us
to
a bit
even
of
it
a
out.
buffer. People need to put. Mhm. Jose, we restructured. We restructured.
Is it going to be popular?
A big group coming up here.
You got punch now.
Yes, so I have my computer. I want to do like I did yesterday, okay, and show my screen.
We have to, because you only shifted something around. I don't know how it.
Jose, nice to meet you, Georgia.
What's that?
I'm helping Derek.
Where are you?
DNXRX, so.
We're ready, we're ready.
We're ready.
I think because the way it's done is not the way I usually do it, so
Mm-hmm.
I get complete confusion.
Okay.
But we got it down. Almost one afternoon away.
We're close, exactly. Well, you know, when it comes to these things, I always say, you know,
never know.
by tomorrow, it'll be all over.
But you never know
This is
because
true. It's like these events just come and then
They'll
they
just
go.
come and then they go.
there are so many ways to do the same.
There are so many ways to do it. You're absolutely right.
And there's so many different kind of equipment. But I usually do it different way. When we do it, we do it different way. Just that's all.
Okay, so I need to look at my Zoom. There's a Zoom invitation. Zoom invitation.
It's the same.
Same. Okay, so we'll go in. Join the webinar. Okay, so it's waiting for me to join as a panelist. Do you need that? Can you let me in? Your cursor? Yep, it's in the upper right-hand corner right there. Let's see. I want to finish our conversation once we get settled down here. still feels a little off balance, which is what I'm trying to.
Maybe you can like.
I think I'm going to push that right side back a little bit. This is not meeting COVID protocols here, is it? Okay. That's better. How's that? Feel a little more balanced? Georgia is here. We're hitting her head. Much better. Okay. So we're ready. Yes. Please remind me your name again. Namra. Yes, Namra. This works. This works. Okay.
How many are in this group now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in person and 1 virtual. Slides. Hello. It's feeling a little warm in here now for some reason. It's cold.
It's probably because we've been lifting those.
Yes, ma'am. That's probably exactly.
We've been moving chairs around. I felt the exact same thing.
Okay, I feel much better now.
You were on chair shifting.
Chair shifting. That's what you get with the chairmanship.
Chair.
Yes, yes. You have a chairmanship, and then you have to move chairs.
So Derek, is it okay if I put the first 2 slides on the I know I'm moderating, so I can get one of the others to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought I could do a quick. There's 2 slides of what is the deal.
Yes, yes. Do you want me to move those up?
Normally I do those.
Sure.
So I could just, unless
If-
people would find it weird.
No, absolutely. If you come here, let me show you.
Yeah.
This is our little entry point. So you're saying this slide, and this slide, I think. Okay, so let's take those. Let's grab those and then put them here. If you think this makes sense, let me show you what I was thinking. So, so that's the first slide. That would be us. You and me. I'm just waiting for them to let us in. And then, we say this is an overview of the panel. And then I would say we were asked to participate in something, and this is what the something is.
Yeah.
And then we go to Mark and George's presentation, which is right here. They can take whatever they need. And then, what is that?
Georgia.
Okay, so she should be after Mark, or is that?
Yeah, that's all Mark. And then there's Georgia. But actually it's quite nice because.
Oh yeah, we say Mark and Georgia. Okay.
So, which is Georgia Osborne without it, because the Chancellor of the Exchequer was George.
With an E. Okay.
But no relation.
All right, there we are. I'm sorry, I had an E on your name.
Oh, no, don't worry. It happens all the time.
So I'm taking off now. And because this is Divya's presentation, which is going to be video, they've got that. And
So they're not part of the Q&A.
And then there's Mark's intro slide here. And we've got, somehow the blue slides got in there.
That's amazing. Very good. That's Derek's.
And then we have Q&A. That's right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so I hope we can get through all of that.
Mhm. Good time for Q&A.
So I can do a few questions to kick things off with people. Well, I'll probably ask the audience first. They were desperate to get to some questions.
Okay.
Right. So I think they'll want to have their say.
Sure.
And then the first round of questions, and then we can come back.
Sure.
With some reviews.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then we can go out again. Or they
Sounds
might
good.
just take it away. You know.
That sounds good, right?
If
Depending on what
it's, yeah, depending
because they
on
might
the
be
level of
interested in
interest.
substance, they might be interested in methods, they might be interested in, more about the platform.
Exactly, they might be interested in talking about their research projects
Right.
or finding out more or
Right.
collaborating generally. So I've got a few questions that will keep us going and we could stretch out the whole session.
Sure,
Everybody's
sure, always. As you can
very
see last time,
shy.
we just go.
We'll do Fiona had 2 questions.
I think
that
so,
was it.
yeah.
I loved her question on when did you, how did you first use the internet?
Right,
It was
right.
That was a great question.
That's right. And you can ask everybody would be different,
I'm gonna definitely steal
Me
that.
too, me too, me too,
I'm
yes,
gonna
yes.
definitely steal that.
So what we want to do, I think, as well, is afterwards to let them know there is a reception afterwards, but there's a demo in 603.
Yes.
So.
I'm happy to also say that as well.
Okay.
Yes, I've asked Georgia to say it if I forget.
Okay.
So to what extent do we introduce the speakers?
So.
Are we going to give them bios and stuff like that, or are we?
I was not planning to do that.
I
That's a
hadn't
good point.
thought that I
That is a good
the
point.
way that Fiona did that with you and that's really nice actually. But with so many.
Yes, that's
I
kind
think
of what I was
maybe
thinking.
we just say reserve research
Right,
community.
right.
I mean, it's obvious where people's affiliation is when they're speaking.
Right, and maybe we can highlight that here. We can say, Mark and Georgia are from DNSRF, Derek, his team, Divya are from AU, and then Mark is from.
Yeah. So Mark's an independent researcher.
Can we just say Mark is an independent
And
researcher?
he's very
Mhm.
involved in he's at GNSO Council.
Okay. So, I think the way that I think so. So when Georgia and I were setting this, Georgia, I backed it up a little bit, made the arc a little bit more to even it out a little bit more, and to stop me from being hidden there. So Emily, why don't you and I sit right there, and then when it's time to start, why don't you and I both come up here, and we'll do this part. We'll sort of introduce the panel this way, and then we'll go right into Mark. So we'll go sit down, and then Mark will come up, present Georgia. Then we have your slides are after Mark's. Emily took the first 2 or 3 slides at the beginning, so I moved those around. Then your slide, Mark's slides, your slides. Then I'll come back up, and Andrew, he's supposed to be here. I was telling Georgia, I haven't met him in person, ever. So I'm really excited about him. He could walk through the door. Well, I know what he looks like, but
It's so different.
It's so
It's so great.
It is. Like Thomas was so tall. I didn't realize he was so tall. He was my doctoral student, and I had never met him face to face. And I saw him yesterday morning. He was so tall.
That's a shock, isn't it?
So then when I finish, Andrew and I finish, then we'll all be sitting here. They'll cue Divya's presentation, and then Mark will come up here, and then for Q&A, then you can come back up, and then I'll sit. Yeah, that sounds good. You can do it from there.
I'll do it from
Absolutely.
there. I think.
There's Mark. All right. So I think that sounds like a plan.
We're going to be sitting around here.
Yeah, I should have done that before the last one.
No, we're just going to be talking.
Okay.
I think we're just are we going up to present?
Correct, that's correct.
Okay, so yeah, we are.
So we'll go up to that mic up there for the
Yeah,
our talking bits.
that's exactly right. And your slides are already loaded, so they're in the master deck.
I'll stop there.
We'll see here. How far? Oh, good. We have one there too. So this one can handle the
I
first.
don't know. I wouldn't need to say very much after my bit, do I? So.
Okay, so there's that. Well, then that's for the Q&A afterwards as well.
Oh yes, sure.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy to see you.
Yes.
Just want to say hi.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you, Bobby. Yes, of course. I'm so glad that you guys could come. When I got the message, I said, absolutely. We make sure you sort it out. So good.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think you have about 4 or 5 of us coming.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Welcome to
on their way.
AU and all of our surroundings. My Institute on Disability and Public Policy.
Jose.
Oh, nice. Diana's office is in this building.
Jose, I'm going to try testing the video now. Gonna.
Jolie, I also have, are you able to let people in? I'm waiting in the waiting room now.
Okay.
And then my your name is Haman Wong.
And Derek, I don't see you in there somehow.
So Derek, how many people have we got remote participating? Is it more than we have in the room, or?
I don't know. Good question.
I think there's different platforms. So
Jolie is telling me that I am.
What name are you under?
I can say, okay, let's see here. Oh, now it's probably. Now I'm in. Let me mute myself.
You might mute yourself.
Mark is 45.
Okay, yeah. I wondered if there was more or less, so slightly less than the room, but I say we've got 60 in the room roughly. I would think, yeah. It's good. It's been a really enjoyable morning.
I'm glad you enjoyed
That
it.
last one in particular, I really enjoyed.
And yesterday was, thank you, Jolie, you just found her, thank you. Let me just do a test on full screen share. Derek and Emily playing tag team here. So it's saying screen sharing's disabled.
Okay, I have to, it's a double click on, yeah, now you should be good.
That looks great. You mind if we just leave that up?
Yeah, I'm going to try Mr. Gallego's video.
Let me stop this. So for this session, we have the Divya presentation, the Divya video.
Oh, let's test that then.
Nathan, you will need to escape, bear in mind, just before the, so maybe back's better. Yeah, during the Q&A at the end, probably.
I'm in, yes, I'm in. Still don't see Andrew.
Good afternoon, all. It's really a pleasure to be able to present, at least in this recorded format, to all.
Nor have we. We're as excited as you are.
This is my first time.
We've done quite well.
Oh my gosh, they gave you that?
Yeah, they gave me that.
Or should I take the one from you? Wait a minute. Lovely. You heard the cats. You heard the cats.
You were we may have met before briefly. I can't remember if you were using Belgium.
We don't need, do we need to
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
You people on the Zoom, I'm going to run the video just as a test and tell me in chat if it works okay, okay?
I'm really excited to hear about your research today. So that'll be good.
Good afternoon, all. It's really a pleasure to be able to present, at least in this recorded format, to all of you about my ongoing research and, of course, now my collaborative research, thanks to the DNS Research Federation. So a little bit about me. My name is Divya Ramji, and I am a doctoral candidate and soon to be defended doctoral candidate at American.
Warm-up period, isn't there? When the family, feel that people actually, are willing to hear your voice. With other organisations, well,
So, what's the order? Is they first or
we are think we're actually got something to say.
after you? Okay.
It takes a while, doesn't it? So, yeah.
We need to pick up that momentum, right?
Exactly.
And in the very
success
beginning-
breeds success. Yeah. So you get something out there, people like it. You get the next gig, don't you get the next gig? That's how it works in this industry, isn't it? But,
It is, man. Like you're kind of hopping a little bit though. You need to keep the dance going.
You do. Yeah. Where are you based? Are you in?
I'm in Brazil.
In Brazil? Are you from Brazil?
I'm originally from Brazil. I moved here. The pandemic shooed me away, and now I'm settling for a lower cost of living there.
Oh, it's a very wise choice.
Right.
Yeah. Have you met Hugo, our Brazilian, on our team?
Yeah, it's like when she told me, I was like,
yeah. So his wife's actually, she's basically quantum physicist, academic, studying in Oxford. So they're here because of her study primarily, but of course we recruited him as part of being based in Oxford where we are as well. So yeah,
it's really nice because talking to the local people, you guys are building a very interesting network. It's very, I don't know how to describe it.
It's quite niche.
Heterogeneous,
that's a good word, yeah.
It's not like, hey, we do this one thing, which I think is not the way forward. I think this is the right bet.
I think I've come to realise there's space for both. You need people who have tunnel visions, because they're the ones that are going to go out and get the data you need. They're going to focus on spam, focus on phishing, and that's going to be their life. Then you need people like us who are looking at the bigger picture. We're saying take all this data, which is reliably gathered, we trust because people are obsessed with it, and then turning it into something a bit more with more of a sort of bird's eye view, and also ideally unbiased, and without the sort of problems you have with most of our industry. It's full of people who apply bias to data basically to serve their own ends. That's the thing that we're trying to. That's our mission, is to try not to be that, I suppose. Yes, I think that's. I know. No, we haven't either, so it's going to be.
Where, okay, this doesn't fit exactly in this one tiny box, but it is an important tool. And I'm starting to see you guys as that's where this that's fun.
I think also I'll talk about this in my bit when I talk in a minute. Is the sort of research-driven data rather than just data for data's sake. Actually say what do we need to understand
rather than just file.
Rather than just saying, okay, well, we need this, we need that, we need the other, to be, and then also without the bias. We see a lot of industry reports from different organisations, papers, whatever. You think actually they've got an agenda there, and you can see it, you can spot it. They want to say So it affects the way they measure things, it affects the way the methodology they choose to use, as opposed to saying, well, actually, it's data, it's what it says, you know. And you can look at it in these different ways, and you know, this is a range of viewpoints you can see you can get from data by looking at it in different ways. I think that's something that's really valuable. We're fairly secure in the fact that we don't really bottom the agenda. We just want to know what the truth is, and also hopefully, you know, find ways to see improvements.
That resonates a lot.
Sorry?
That resonates a lot with me because I went to the big players and said, you know, what can you tell me about pharma scamming in general?
Yes.
And they're like, I can't tell you a lot. And I'm like, why? Because we don't track it. I'm like, that's bad. That's not good. You're aware it exists, right? Yeah. We fight with all other problems. I'm like, something different. To me, a credit card is bad. It's bad for a person. Like, this is not the same thing. Right? So how do you instill this culture of exactly what you're saying? Data as a strategic asset to actually lead towards positive directions, not as, hey, it's data, it's up, it's down, the NSW is down. What does that mean? What does that mean? Right?
And you know, classic, and I think the thing that you're very good at making data tell a story. They want to tell. You know, I mean, there was a report recently we looked at was suggesting that abuse data was going down in the industry. Some of that was, you know, due to the way things are being counted. Some of that was due to the fact they chose a 3-month segment in the year. And if you look at that 3-month segment over the bigger year, you notice that actually that's a trend each year. And that 3 months probably because it was a summer and there was less, you know, people were doing other things and there was less, you know, probably a seasonal reason why, you know. So those are the kind of things you can come across in it. You know, you can always tell a story however you want to tell a story, can't you? And you can always spin data however you want to spin data. You know, we all know that, so I think, you know, trying to avoid that. Oh, okay. Is he?
Yeah, because there's a hole, right? Yeah, it looks like it's, yeah.
All right, everyone, take your seats. I think we're ready to get started here. This is the session American University Research Space, and I'm talking to Eduardo. There's a lot going on here, and we've been working in the DNS policy for 18 years in my case, and I hadn't heard of it, so I'm very excited to hear about some of these things. So without further ado, Derek Coburn and Emily Taylor, take it away.
Thank you very much. Emily and I are really excited to be here today and to share with you interesting research collaboration in a new research entity that can facilitate research in the internet governance space. I am Derek Coburn. As you know, you've seen me a few times over the last few days, and as I mentioned earlier, you've only have one more time to see me, and that's in the summary. So Emily, do you want to just briefly introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you very much, Derek. And first of all, can I say thank you so much for hosting us here and for being such a wonderful research partner for us at the DNS Research Federation. So we really appreciate the collaboration. My name is Emily Taylor. I'm the CEO of Oxford Information Labs, and over the last year or 18 months, we've been setting up a new non-profit called the DNS Research Federation, and it's dedicated to raising awareness of the domain name system and the intersection between the internet's architecture and the sort of contemporary policy issues, cybersecurity, and technical standards. And so we do that through research and so on. I'm actually doing our intro, but I'm also an associate fellow at Chatham House and editor of their Journal of Cyber Policy. So thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So the structure of this panel, you see while you were away at lunch, we restructured the panel. This is the mega panel for the day. So yes, we're very pleased with everybody that's here. So let's give them a big round of applause. And what we will do is, first we'll have a presentation on the DNSRF and an overview of the data analytics platform. And that will be with Emily's colleagues, Mark and Georgia. So Mark and Georgia, thank you.
And then we're going to go into several of the research projects that we are supporting. And we'll start off with you, Derek, and your colleague, Andrew. And is Hyman coming as well?
Hyman's virtually. She's already in.
Oh, right. Fantastic. And then we will have a presentation on ransomware project from Divya Ramji and Aaron Leverett. And that will be delivered by video. And then we will come back to our own Mark Datisgeld here, who's an independent researcher from Brazil and also a member of the GNSO Council at ICANN. And then we'll be doing Q&A.
Q&A.
Yeah, so we're hoping that we will have a good, solid, interactive session with your questions. We've got enough to talk about among ourselves, so don't worry if you don't have questions, but we want to come out to you as soon as we've got the talky bits over with and get your input and your questions. So we're really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. And I'm going to say this once, and I'm sure you'll hear it 2 and 3 times. After this is over, there's a reception outside and an opportunity to view the data analytics platform in real time in room 603. So that's the first of 2 or 3 times that we hope you can hear that, because we would like you to come during the reception and the break and to take a look at the platform and maybe ask some questions, do some queries, things like that. All right, shall we get started? So this collaboration is something that we're really excited about. American University was asked by the Oxford Information Labs to be a partner in this DNS Research Federation. And in preparation for the launch, the DNS Federation reached out to universities and university researchers to think about projects that could kind of form the initial basis of our collaboration. And so do you want to say a little bit about the Federation?
Yes. The DNS Research Federation is a non-profit. We set it up about 18 months ago. We're very fortunate to be seed funded by Meta, and we've also been gaining research funding from bodies like the Internet Society Foundation, ARIN, and also RIPE NCC, and others as well. So, as I was saying earlier, our mission is really to try to connect back, if you like, to the internet's architecture. And we were really talking about that in that excellent first panel, you know, how internet governance is so really vitally important, performs such a strategic function, and yet hardly anybody knows about it. I was really struck by what Wolfgang said, that John Postel was like, you know, if you dress everything up with acronyms, then no one knows what you're doing and everyone leaves you alone. Well, we were just doing some consumer research just on acronyms, actually, a couple of months ago, and we added some domain name type ones into there. We found that more than 70% of people in the UK don't know what the DNS is. A significant minority thought it stood for the Devon Nudist Society. And when asked what a domain name is, only 36% really could answer that accurately. And when you think probably those same people could have a good go at artificial intelligence, blockchain, and a lot of the other technologies that have come later, and are probably not involved in absolutely every interaction that the people do online. So we felt like this was a gap that needed to be filled. So we achieve our mission through education and research, access to data, and I'll give another plug for the live demo, and also involvement in standards. And Carolina Cairo here is our standards lead, so please do catch up with Carolina in the break if you haven't already. So this year, we've been doing a lot of events, and we're also, we'll be hearing from you and the other researchers about today are components of a special issue of a peer-reviewed journal, the Journal of Cyber Policy, from Chatham House, and that I hope will be starting to be published by the end of the year, fingers crossed. We've got some events this week. We're very busy at ICANN doing a roundtable on blockchain domains, which is some research that Georgia and Nathan have been doing. And also here we are at our the Nasig event together. Georgia is going to talk to you about the community of researchers, but also in our website we have an online research centre which is going to be the home for all of the projects that we've been doing. You can already see our RPKI project, an Internet Standards Observatory, and as we start to complete the research projects that we're doing, either through the DNS Research Federation itself or through independent researchers like yourself and Mark and others, they will be there in that research centre, so that will be a resource for everyone. But mainly, and I was really, really inspired by the previous panel, the speakers talking about how they're building communities, and that's really going to be what we're doing as well. So I will leave it there. I've talked enough, and then go back to my moderator hat. So thank you for that opportunity, Derek.
Thank you, absolutely. And we're looking forward to building community with you. So thank you for being here. We're really excited that this could come together. So thank you. Please join me in welcoming our colleagues. Mark and Georgia.
Welcome. My name is Mark Robert Shaw, and I'm the CTO of the DNS Research Federation and one of the founding directors as well. So it's really great to be with you. And I must reiterate my thanks to Derek in particular for inviting us to come and join you today. And it's been a real pleasure to work with you over the last 18 months. It's been a real sense of collaboration and collegiateness with you in doing that. So thank you, first of all, before we start. So I'm going to talk first of all about the DAP platform, which stands for DNS Analytics Platform. And this really is fulfilling the second point that Emily made in her bit a minute ago about providing access to data. And our commitment as the Federation is to try and provide as much data access as possible in as sort of unbiased way as possible, so that let the data speak for itself is kind of our mantra with the platform. So the DAP is our means of sort of providing access to data. So we'll talk a bit about how that's structured and the kind of data that we have in the platform going forward to the next slide. So I think just to set the scene, we're, as an organisation, very committed to sort of open standards, working in an open way. So all of our software is built on out of sort of open source components using open standards. We have a sort of 20-year history as a company in other guises working in software architecture, and particularly in sort of systems within the DNS and internet space. So we come to the party prepared with lots of pre-existing material. So whilst we've been going for approximately sort of 2 years now, we have the software foundation for this project has been built on lots of years of tried and tested software. So that sort of sets the scene for the platform. So we like to see the platform as being in 3 sections. We sort of inputs, which is sort of data coming into the platform, analytics, which is working with data and analysing data to provide derivations of data and other sort of computational aspects of data, and finally outputs, which are the way in which we sort of get data back out. So our system is very much a two-way system where data comes in, is manipulated, and then data goes back out again. So we'll start by looking at the inputs side of things. We have a number of existing feeds that we provide, and I think we're slightly unusual in that we haven't gone to the market looking for particular data. We've been driven a lot more by our other key sort of idea, which is to be really being driven by research, and so looking at research problems rather than just going out and looking for data for the sake of it. So we have quite a wide range of data at the moment, 60 plus feeds at the moment on the system, ranging from some of the more classic data you might expect us to be looking at, such as abuse data, phishing, malware, scam data, that kind of thing, but also looking at other data to do with sort of ranking and SEO, which we see as a very important contributing factor to looking at how sort of systems are represented on the internet, and also how well sort of sites are performing as well. So that's really important to us too. Also, coming back to the research point, we've recently done work in looking at blockchain domains in quite some detail. So we've got data on that, which is again not a more usual sort of study set, and also other types of data around the structure of the internet. And it's an ever-growing set of data, and we're very, very interest in people's problems and what people are interested in researching. So always looking for new ideas for data we can bring onto the system. That's very much our approach. The final thing to mention in terms of input is that we have an ability to bring your own data, and that's something that we see as very valuable. Often people like to start with their own data sets, enrich it with some data that we provide on the platform, and then, we're able to then get the data back out in a format that's useful for them, or to indeed visualize the data. So bringing your own data in a secure manner, in a way that's protected to only your space in our system, we see as a really important feature of offering as part of the DAP system. So moving on to the analytics side of things, we aim to provide a fairly straightforward, we like to call it the sort of an Excel plus experience. We're not looking here at people necessarily targeting people who are sort of very technical or people who can write database queries primarily. We're looking at people who can operate Excel to a reasonably high level, who can maybe write formulas and that kind of thing. So we provide the sort of tools for joining data to other sets within the system. We provide functions for summarizing data, for creating your own formulas, that kind of thing. The kind of things you'd expect from a sort of analytical system in that sort of a way. And again, mentioning the fact that we allow you to bring your own data, so be able to analyze data alongside your own data being a very key part of that as well. And of course, the final section to talk about is outputs to the system. We have a number of different ways you can work with the data and sort of get the data back from the system. Obvious ones are visualizations using dashboards, which we have available on the system. We also have the ability to export data using custom API connections back to the system. And you're free as a user to create your own APIs within our environment to have really quite fine-grained control over getting data back out in formats that suit your needs and in different ways as well. Obviously, we mentioned before, you have very control about access is very important to us, security is very important to us as an organization, and most of the data in the system is locked to your projects only in the system. Therefore, there's no sense that anything you do will be available to other users unless you choose to share in that way. Another thing to mention briefly is alerts. One of the use of the system in many cases is looking at changes to data over time. And many of our users like to be able to track data and see what's happened over, say, daily or weekly or monthly cycle, and to be able to receive automated alerts via email, or other forms to get alerts on when data changes specifically. So to give you some just a quick slides about the kind of output side of things here, here's a typical dashboard that we've created in our system. This is looking at blockchains as an example here, but you can see a rich set of presentational tools, much like other dashboards. You've got charts and graphs and tables and other types of presentations there. Another thing that Emily alluded to earlier on is that we've created a research zone within the DNSRF website, and that's another very important way in which we share data back to other systems. So for ourselves, we have created a research zone here, and this is to do with a project we're doing to do with standards tracking. But you can see on the right-hand side here that we've actually got a latest activity chart that's being fed from the DAP system itself, with the standards, and this is an example of a more advanced use of our system for tracking documents, which is another feature that we support. And you can see that we've actually got direct integration with our own website and the DAP system to achieve that in a very rational way. So I think that probably completes my section, but it's been really great to speak to you all today. Thank you. Here's Georgia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Georgia Osborne. I'm Senior Research Analyst at Oxford Information Labs, but also the Research Community Manager for DNS Research Federation. So you will hear some of the research community today speak about some of the projects that they have done over the last year. We are data-led, which means that we are evidence-based, and we are kind of neutral in that. We follow the data. My background is not in tech, it's as an intelligence analyst, so that's what I really care about. The research and reports that we produce are sort of something that we share around. I think it's really important that the research community helps to bring data to the research and make it so that it's a conversation. So we're bringing data to the researchers and building research and reports. But we're also building this community where they can meet bilaterally, they can meet in multi-stakeholder environments and forums like this, discuss big research projects, and really influence policy. So this is sort of what we're trying to build here as part of the research community. We're going to be in room 603, I believe, with some of our DAP data, but also just kind of to talk about things. As Emily said in the beginning, I did a research project as well, so I'm also doing research in blockchain domain names, so I can also answer any questions about that later on. But without any more delay, I'd like to go back to Derek to talk about some of his research. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Andrew to come on up, and we have Heyman online. Heyman, if you could turn on your video as well. There she is. All right. Well, we are really excited to share with you some of the first look at some of the work that we've been doing. And we changed the title on you a little bit, exploring 23 years of ICANN's Uniform Domain Name Dispute Resolution Policy through computational text mining with implications for private ordering. Some of you know I like to have dissertation level titles for everything that I do. But this was a really exciting problem for us. So some of you yesterday might have heard me talk about kind of my own research trajectory going back to 1998, working in the internet governance space very, very early on, and lots of problems that we wrestle with over the years. And it ended up with a discussion of my book that was out on the table during lunch on researching internet governance. And the chapter that I wrote in that book really focused on how computational text mining could contribute to internet governance research. And what we did in that chapter is we looked at all of the transcripts from the Internet Governance Forum going back to the beginning of the Internet Governance Forum. And we answered all kinds of questions about what IGF has focused on, what has been its themes, what are some of the core issues, what hasn't been addressed. And it was really a fantastic chapter. So for those of you who bought the book yesterday, thank you. And for those of you who haven't yet, what is that? Have yet? There's only two types of people, right? Yeah. I will say the book is open access thanks to a generous grant. So the book is open access, but I do appreciate you buying it. So out of that chapter, we started thinking about, well, what could we do in this interesting collaboration with the DNSRF? Oh, fantastic.
It's right there.
So you just deprived me of all of those possible sales. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Thank you. You know your friends, you know. No. So we started to think about, what could we do with that same technique, with this collaboration that could be a lot of fun. And so we want to talk today a little bit about kind of this process. We'll talk about this problem that we're trying to address, some of the literature and conceptual framework, some of the questions that we're asking, our methodology, findings, and some discussions. And we're doing all that in 15 minutes. So a lot to cover. So first off, we had a little tutorial yesterday for those of you who are new to this space, talking about domain names and IP addresses and why domain names are so important. We know that there are more than 351 million domain name registrations, and they increase about 10.4 million annually. These are multiplying very, very quickly. Now, there can only be one unique domain name per top-level domain. So these are unique resources, and they engender a lot of competition. So some of this competition is known as the trademark dilemma. And so this is domain names that are engendering competition because somebody owns them, somebody registers them, somebody registers a domain that somebody else, and a trademark that somebody else already owns, or you find domain names that are just generic names like an apple. I had an apple for lunch, right? And a trademark holder like Apple Computing will say that's our mark. So you have some legitimate and some illegitimate sources of competition. So sometimes it's just inadvertent, and sometimes it's very deliberate. And then you have this whole series of the sucks domain name registrations. So Apple sucks. I don't think so, obviously. You see all my Apple products. And so that's free speech, right? So where should that become a problem? So this kind of competition really was a problem from the beginning of ICANN, and wrestling with how do you deal with this global trademark dilemma problem. And so in 1999, ICANN adopted the UDRP, went into fully functional in 2000. So ICANN mandates that its users, its registrars, require the registrants to go through this domain name dispute resolution process. So if you have a conflict, which you're going to see there are many, many of these conflicts, that's where you start. And the reason for creating this process was to try to handle these legitimate and illegitimate competitions over domain names themselves. And so they appointed 6 dispute resolution providers. We call them DSRPs. And there are 6 of them. There were previously 2 others. And you can choose which of the DSRPs you go to. The UDRP process requires a person who's making the complaint. They're called the complainant. It's tough for me to say. The complainant brings the case, and they can choose which of the DSRPs they file with. So one of the things that led to was the possibility of forum shopping. Are there differences between the DSRPs such that if I have a certain kind of case, I take it to one DSRP, and if I have another kind of case, I take it to another DSRP. And so the panel can either be an individual, be heard by an individual panelist, or a panel of 3 panelists. And there's a 3-pronged test that's in the policy. Is the domain name identical or confusingly similar to a trademark or a service mark? So that's the first part of the test. That the person who registered it has no rights or legitimate interests to that domain, and it's registered in bad faith, that the complainant has registered this and it's being used in bad faith. So if just as a hypothetical, if you registered Apple and you were selling apples, then that's a dispute that is going to go through this process because it's not in bad faith. But if you registered Apple and you're talking about computers and you're selling computers that are gray and silver and look like they might come from Apple Computing, then the panel is going to look at that slightly differently. So over the years, some people have lauded this process and some people have challenged this process. There are a whole range of challenges to look at this. And we want to talk just a little bit about some of the literature around this. So Heyman, do you want to say just a little bit about the literature and just tell me next slide?
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Dr. Cogburn. So our literature review, you can go ahead and jump to the next slide here, really started with one of the core tasks that was assigned to ICANN upon its initial establishment. And one of those initial tasks was the trademark dilemma, which Dr. Cogburn touched on briefly before. And what the trademark dilemma really refers to is the challenge of registering domain names to those that first claim them while respecting trademark law. So as Dr. Cogburn kind of touched on before as well, the trademark dilemma began with the realization about kind of the market and commercialization implications that could occur if the trademark dilemma went unaddressed or there wasn't any intervention to really address that. So to address this trademark dilemma, ICANN collaborated with WIPO, and they yielded this report where they recommended both this 3-stage, 3-pronged test that Dr. Cogburn just discussed, and also recommended the establishment of a mandatory administrative procedure concerning abusive registrations, which would allow for a neutral venue in the context of disputes that are often international in nature. So that kind of gets into the UDRP process that we've been talking about. The UDRP process, a lot of the literature and a lot of the law reviews that have kind of analyzed the merits of it have lauded the process for the strides that the process has made in showing how it's possible for an international nonprofit and privatized entity such as ICANN to facilitate dispute processes over domain names in a way that encourages participation from countries around the world in a manner that's oriented towards multi-stakeholderism when we talk about internet governance. Despite some of those strengths, critics have also talked about how the UDRP process can suffer from inconsistencies, some biases in favor of trademark owners, kind of the threat of the forum shopping or venue shopping that Dr. Cogburn touched on before, and also the lack of an appellate body and potentially affording panelists too much freedom. So the next slide talks about how we can address some of these limitations. So previous studies have recommended everything from distinguishing the UDRP process as a new independent process that shouldn't be equal to arbitration. They've talked about ways to kind of expand expand the UDRP process by including country code solutions or even, other types of trade names within the trademark process. They've also talked about, remedying our UDRP process so that ICANN chooses the provider and creates an UDRP oversight board to eliminate some of the biases that might occur. And one of the last recommendations is that the UDRP should provide clear legal guidelines and consider limiting the publication of UDRP decisions by each forum to prevent that issue of venue shopping by the complainant. So there's a lot of different suggestions, a lot of different work around what can be done to improve and strengthen the UDRP process. A lot of good praises about it too. So on the previous slide, we talked briefly about the conceptual framework that's right here. So we start with all of the UDRP disputes and we get into the complainants and respondents, and then we break it down into the 4 main DRSPs that are included in the study. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Andrew, to go over more of the research questions and our specific methodology, but thank you.
Can I just interrupt a minute to give credit to our captioner for keeping up with that presentation? A remarkable job. Her name's Emily. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, exactly. A different Emily. All right, so I'll just start a little bit here. So when we started this process and we first made our proposal to the DNSRF, we had identified the UDRP decisions as our source of data. It's what we thought we wanted to mine. We knew that there were studies that had looked at very, very small chunks of the decisions, and we thought with a computational text mining approach, we could look at all of them. And so when we made the proposal, there was this nice third-party site that was making all of the complaints available, and we said, oh, we can use that. We'll download that data and use it. And by the time we had a decision on the proposal, that was gone. So we said, oh, shoot. That wasn't exactly what we said. And so then we said, well, we can scrape it. So Andrew and I and the team, we started saying, well, we'll scrape it ourselves. We can scrape. So we started writing that, and it was taking a lot of time to do that. And we had our conversation with the phenomenal Mark. And Mark said, oh, we can do that. We can do that for you. And so we had a good conversation about what we would like, what kind of data would we like, so that they've talked about how they want to be data-driven and researcher-driven. And so we said we'd like all the complaints from all of the DSRPs. We'd like these kinds of variables, which is what we would capture if we were downloading and scraping them ourselves. And as you'll see, these happen very, very frequently. And so they also agreed that they would update this and keep it up to date. And so we said bravo, and we're delighted that that's now one of the data sets that's available on the DAP Live platform. So Andrew, why don't I turn it over to you?
All right. So to first start, we started with 75,590 UDRP cases. That's how many we found on the DNRSF's website. So here what you can see is the average number of cases filed over the years. The average number was about 3,055. The peak was in 2022 with 7,100, and that was a 27% year-over-year increase on the previous peak in 2021. And as of June 2023, to Professor Cogburn's point, the DNRSF keeps updating the data. So these are the cases that have been filed as of June 2023, and if that rate extrapolates, we expect around 6,000 cases by the end. The next thing we looked at was the number of domain names contested per case. So 83% of the UDRP cases had one domain name contested, and over 90% had 3 or fewer domain names. And so what that means is most of these disputes are not these big coordinated efforts and stuff. But the number of large cases, however, and large was arbitrarily defined as above 6. We took that from previous research. So that increased 1.4 percentage points compared to that previous research. But on an absolute basis, there were over 100x increase to about 2,577 cases. So now you start to see the sophistication kind of coming in. And then 245 or more, which the previous research didn't have, there are about 12 such cases, and we call those extra large cases. And the largest case we had in the data set involved 1,529 domain names. And that respondent actually has a total of over 20,000 domain names, and they use that for illegal purposes. So the next thing was to look at the market share between the DRSPs over time. WIPO is dominant overall with 55%, followed by NAF. And then dominant market share between 2000 to 2022, we see WIPO dominated 18 of the 22 fully reported years compared to NAF, which was 5 of the 22 years. So the next thing we looked at was outcomes. And so trademark owners are big winners. So 90.9% of the cases are either result in a complainant winning or a complainant terminating or settling the case. That dominance has increased 10.9 percentage points to the paper we found in 2001. And then respondents only win 8.9% of the time. And then 0.2% of the time, the results are a split decision. We also tried to break out some nuance by looking at these outcomes by DRSP. And the outcome ratios for winners are about the same, except NAF had a bit fewer and the AD and DRC was a bit higher and stuff. Next, decision time. So the number of days to make a decision has been found as a critical variable in whether a case is brought to a DRSP, and to Professor Cogburn's point, these complainants basically can't venue shop. And the 2 DRSPs that were closed were actually closed because they weren't getting enough cases, basically. And so just a few caveats here. So this was only for CAC and WIPO. And for WIPO, we filtered decision times of between 28 to 365 days because that's the data that seemed to be most accurate from the scrape. And so we can see there are differences between the DRSPs. On average, across everyone, it took about 63 days to file a complaint. And then the other thing we did was we just made a binary variable, how many cases have decided in 60 days or more, 60 days and less. And we can see that for WIPO, 53.5% of those cases were decided in less than 60 days. The next thing was to try look at decision time based on the results. And so the really interesting finding here was that complainants, their cases were decided in less than 60 days, about 55% of the time, compared to only 37% for the respondents. So if you're a respondent, good news, the longer it takes, the more likely you are to win, but you're gonna still have to wait a while. And so this was just looking at the average time for cases over time, and we see a shift. So between 2000 to 2008, 45% of cases were decided in less than 60 days, compared to from 2009 to 2022, 58% were decided in less than 60 days. So our 2 possible reasons for that is just the maturity of the UDRP, and then again, our data set heavily leans WIPO. So WIPO has the dominance, they get the president, they understand how to be more efficient, and then they use that to keep building their lead. So the next thing we looked at was the most frequently occurring words in the data set. So we added a custom stopper dictionary to filter out some unnecessary words. And so a few interesting words we see are pattern. So panelists are always seeking a pattern of certain behavior from respondents. The next were Google Farm and Insurance. Farm and Insurance are actually State Farm Insurance, and those refer to regular cited precedent cases. And so the UDRP, as you look at it now, is built on precedent. And they use a lot of precedent in making their decisions. And then we also find typo squatting, which is a type of quote-unquote cybercrime, if you will. Yeah. Then the next thing was...
People register domains that are almost like something else, hoping that you make a typo, and then you get sent to their site rather than the trademark holder site.
Yeah, and that's usually used to demonstrate bad faith. The next thing was the most important occurring words. We used term frequency, inverse document frequency to kind of figure this out. And these are just the top 25. As you can see, a lot of them are trademark holders, which is not a surprise. And a bunch of those trademark owners, what that involved was some of it were their own cases, and others were cases where they've now become president and are being used as such. I will turn it back to Professor Cogburn.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So when we look at sort of what this means for us, is early on, people thought maybe this process would become irrelevant, that it would start to slow down, people wouldn't keep registering these domains, and the competition might decrease. And we see from this data that is far from slowing down, it's increasing, and the highest number of cases occurred in 2022, 7,100 cases in 2022. Again, most URDP cases involve only one domain name, so not these big mega cases that you might hear about sometimes. That WIPO plays this dominant role, followed by NAF, even though you have 4 other DSRPs that are out there. As Andrew said, the complainant wins the vast majority of complaints brought to the UDRP process. So this idea of, is this, if you go back to earlier when we talked about why is this established, to try to have a relatively fast, relatively inexpensive process to mediate this trademark dilemma, this competition. And so if you think that the person who's been wrong, the complainant, is bringing the case and they're winning the vast majority of the time. So that suggests that this process is working. The decision time, a low of 36 and a high of 63, does say that there are differences between these DRSPs. We have more work to do to tease out some of what the substantive differences are between these DRSPs. We've been talking about, what do we call these things? And so the acronym's tough. So there are differences, but we want to tease that out. So this concept of private ordering. So here you have a non-governmental entity, a global non-governmental entity, not a legal process, that can intervene in this competitive space and take a resource from somebody that owns it. And that's a pretty significant role to play for a non-governmental entity to be able to take something like that from you. And lastly, we'll just say that the text mining approach, we believe, is very, very valuable. We think this study is starting to show that, but we also believe this is only scratching the surface. There's so much more that we can do and that we will do, some of which we'll do before next week. We look forward to having a conversation with you about this work. I want to thank Andrew and thank Hyman for all of the hard work. So thank you guys.
Derek and Hyman and Andrew, I know we're going to come on to Mark, and we've got the video from Divya and Erin, but actually that was a very rich presentation. Thank you very, very much indeed. I wondered whether there's any immediate questions or reactions. Yeah, I thought there might be. So why don't we just take those before moving on, because it's a really substantive piece and people have got it in their mind. So I've got a gentleman at the back there, lady in the middle, and then Jonathan, you wanted to come in as well.
Who's first? You know who you are.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Raymond Mamata from Accra, Ghana. I wanted to find out, one, do you have any idea why WIPO is the preferred entity? And what are the cost comparison among the entities that handle the resolutions?
Should we let's just take the questions and then come back to you and we can speak more. So that's from Raymond. Why is WIPO preferred and what are the cost comparisons? Sorry. So from Raymond from Ghana, we've got a question on WIPO. Why is WIPO the preferred one, and also any cost differentials between the providers? Maybe we can take your question, and then Jonathan, so it's a lady here in the red. And then you've got one at the front here, and I think one over, oh gosh, oh my goodness. Right, let's take 3, and then we'll come back for another 3, and then we'll come on to the rest of the presentation. So thank you.
Hello. So my question is, as you mentioned, the DNS Research Foundation. So how you are, what are your plans to involve the larger research community into DNS Research Federation? And I mean, what is the process to get involved with any of the research projects that might be running under this initiative?
Thank you very much.
Jonathan, did you
Sure. My question was, I saw earlier in the slides that there was some finding of by some researchers in terms of bias toward trademark holders, and the data shows that they win most of the time. But it's very difficult for me to tell how you would tell from this type of research what the quality of an outcome is, and therefore is it just an indicator that the right people are making complaints for the right reasons, or is there in fact a bias? I'd be very interested in how you're trying to address that.
Thank you. Very interesting. So I've got 3 here. The one on why WIPO is prepared and cost. There's one on the DNS Research Federation, which I can take, but let's hear from you first on the quality of outcome and bias. And I was also wondering, actually, to Jonathan's point, whether you're looking at whether a respondent has responded and whether that has an impact on the outcome of the case.
Right, absolutely. So great questions all around. So first, in terms of WIPO, so as we tried to show very early on, WIPO was involved with ICANN to set up this process. So it has a great degree of credibility in this process. Another aspect to it is WIPO is focused on intellectual property, and so it's seen as an international venue that is designed to be as much of an honest broker as you might be able to find in a global arena. The National Arbitration Forum is also popular because it's based in the United States, and it has this sense that U.S. or sometimes Western trademark holders would go to the NAF as a potential venue. The cost is an issue. It's certainly, there are differences in costs between the DRSPs. That's why they called it RSPs before. DRSPs, there are cost differences. We'd have to go back and look at our notes just to compare the cost. That's another key variable. One of the things that we found is that there's so many interesting variables for us to tease out. We just have to choose which ones we want to use. But that is an issue. And then I'll deal with Jonathan's question. So in terms of bias, we have so much to draw from in terms of each specific case. So we have some strategies around using some machine learning strategies and so forth to try to understand what does a successful case look like and what does an unsuccessful case look like, to see if there's more than just time to decision or other reasons of why you might choose one DRSP over another one. So there's a lot more that we can tease out from that process. And Andrew, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, and just to touch back on the costs, most of them are about $1,500 on the low end. I do know NAF tends to charge more based on the number of domains you're filing for, same as WIPO, but up to 5 you get a bit around 1,500. So the cost differences aren't really too big enough to explain the difference of why WIPO is so dominant.
Yeah.
And have you looked at the response rates as well, and whether because my impression is that most of the cases are uncontested. Is that something that's popping up on your analysis yet?
Yeah, so I'm gonna tease that out because you guys did scrape the response contentions part. There's a bunch of rejects to write. I'm sure as Mark and his team know, processing this data was not fun. And so we have to come up with that to figure out the actual people who didn't respond, and we will include that as part of our final Journal of Cyber Policy.
Great, thank you.
And it's really interesting, and that's why, Heyman, and if you want to jump in just one quick second, the literature is pretty rich out there of people that have looked at some of these questions, and the question of costs, certainly came up before, and this sense that a person that doesn't have a legitimate, and there's a little bit of a debate here, and tough to tease this out, that a person who doesn't respond so there's a sense that a person who doesn't respond is doing something illicit, and so they're just not going to respond, it's not worth their time. But there's another concern that if a person is a small organization, doesn't have a team that can write the response, doesn't have enough time to be able to respond, then they don't respond, and they're sort of treated as if, don't have enough money, exactly, that they're treated as if they have been a bad actor in this space.
Thank you very much. Now, I know I'm counting at least 6 more questions. To the lady about, the DNS Research Federation, yes, we are very actively interested in engaging with the wider research community. Do keep an eye out for calls for papers, and we're constantly, we're partnering with other universities as well, looking for more, and very much have an open door, because we want people to be interested in this space, and we want to help to stimulate that research that will bring it back into the mainstream where it belongs, in my opinion. So thank you.
And just one quick comment there as well. My team, we look for researchers who might want to work with us as well, particularly who can bring skills to help us immediately. We don't mind bringing on people who need to learn a little bit more and be trained and so forth, but if you can hit the ground running and helping us, that would be even better. And we work very well distributed, so much so that this is my first time meeting Andrew face to face. I've known him over a year. I met him at the same time as the rest of the team here. So we're happy to work with people remotely.
Thank you very much. I know that I've got loads of people wanting to ask questions. With your permission, hold those questions, because I think we could talk out the rest of the session on this fascinating piece of research. And I want to give space to Divya and Erin's video presentation, and then have Mark, because I think once you've heard from Mark, you'll want to ask loads of questions about what he's been doing as well. So I'm really pleased at the level of interest we're seeing in the room. Jolie, could you line up?
Derek, do you want to stop share screen?
Will do. Okay.
Just let me make sure I've got it on the live stream as well as this. Yes, okay. Okay, I think we're good.
I'm going to pull a Kanye West here for
Good afternoon, all. It's really a pleasure to be able to present, at least in this recorded format, to all of you about my ongoing research, and of course now my collaborative research, thanks to the DNS Research Federation. So a little bit about me. My name is Divya Ramji, and I am a doctoral candidate and soon to be defended doctoral candidate at American University. And would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Also, all-around awesome collaborator. I'm Aaron Leverett. I'm CEO of Contingency Risks. We gather Bitcoin ransomware data. Also, former academic, done a lot of work with Cambridge University Center for Risk Studies and collaborating DNS Research Federation, who brought us together.
So today we're going to go over a little bit of my ongoing research right now with my dissertation of how I'm trying to better understand ransomware, and of course now how it is becoming improved and a better model thanks to the data analysis from my wonderful collaborator. So,
I think the model was fine, might I point out. Just it needs some data. Anyways, we'll talk about that.
Yes. So let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get some slides going. So for my dissertation, I really was trying to understand this phenomena of ransomware attacks across the United States, and how could we better measure and understand how entities are attacked, and also how entities recover from ransomware attacks. So for me, I find it an interesting methodological problem of how can we better measure this. And so as a social scientist, of course, two major issues that we always have are how can we handle missing data, and how do we handle measurement error? And these are two major issues, very much so when it comes to understanding cybercrime. And so for me, when I was trying to understand ransomware attacks, I really had to kind of whittle it down to understanding ransomware attacks against critical infrastructure entities for my project, because there really isn't much open source data about ransomware attacks in any kind of cohesive form. So for the project, I actually was able to get a data set that is currently maintained by Temple University. They have a lab there that looks at critical infrastructure attacks. And so they provided me data from 2016 to present about ransomware attacks that had been specifically targeting critical infrastructure. And when I say critical infrastructure, these are sectors such as government, healthcare, education, that have been designated as critical to the United States infrastructure by the federal government. So moving forward, how can I try to handle the idea of missing data and measurement issues when it comes to understanding ransomware? So my two approaches for that were to understand it looking perhaps at just a very strict time series approach. So really trying to look for what are the patterns over time. Is there a way that we could use what we have in terms of the existing data to predict how ransomware will evolve over time? We know that ransomware has very clearly increased, but it doesn't necessarily increase in a linear way. There are peaks and valleys along our timeline. And so if I fit a model to this data, could I actually use it to predict and understand how many people are being attacked over time, as well as how many people are recovering over time? And then in comparison to that, I wanted to use a different type of approach, considering how many dynamic features there are when it comes to ransomware attacks, not only from the criminal perspective of it's a gang or individual or state-sponsored, but also from the victim perspective of whether it's an individual, a local company, a major healthcare provider for the entire country, a pipeline company that is supplying gas for the entire country as well, or a company like Microsoft that has global influence. So a compartmental modeling allows for a little bit more flexibility when it comes to understanding how we can sort of think about ransomware within different types of clusters. So again, my time series approach, I try to use the data that I already had, which is again very limited. I fit a model, and as you can see, sort of on the right-hand side of this, it didn't really work out very well when it came to predicting what was to come based on the data that I had. And so very clearly, right now, the open source data that I was able to attain, the trends within it are way too unstable for me to be able to make accurate predictions and really understand what's going on. And there are different ways that you can tweak this model as well. Just to give an example, I tried a different type of smoothing technique to see if that could help, and I found a certain model that fit the data better, but nonetheless, that model still was not very good at predicting in the future how ransomware was going to evolve. So it really kind of validates that, yes, I need to try a different approach. And so that brings me to that compartmental modeling perspective. And so this model has been used pretty frequently in various other fields. It has also been used itself within cybersecurity, but only looking at things within a company itself. So a network within a company, of how a company is attacked and how that attack then proliferates within their network of computers and things like that. And so for me, I was thinking, okay, if we're able to use it on that micro scale, can we use it on the macro scale and think about the United States as its own major network and the critical infrastructure being all these targets that can be susceptible to attack? And so here I'm wanting to use an SIR model, and it's a very common model from epidemiology, trying to understand how a virus spreads. And one reason I also wanted to lean into an SIR model is because epidemiologists use this very much to tackle the issue of underreporting, which, as I mentioned, is a big issue here. And so here I've split my population of targets, which is critical infrastructure entities, into SIR, which are susceptible entities, people who are infected and have succumbed to a ransomware attack, and people who have recovered. And so really my main interest here is understanding how people are moving from one state, so going from susceptible to infected, and also going from infected to recovered. And those are those beta and gamma rates of change. And so a particular interest to me is that gamma rate of change and understanding how an infected entity can go into recovery status. So how are they paying ransomware? How quickly are they paying ransomware? Are they paying ransomware? And things like that. And so when I actually run the model like this, I get various types of outputs when I try to tweak those rates of change based on different types of information. And so in my work, I realized that really that rate of change for recovery is the more important rate to try to tackle and gets me better model outputs. And so for that, I needed more data and trying to understand how are people making these payments, how frequently are they making these payments, who are the gangs that are targeting that? Is there a way that we should be clustering this based on maybe sector or even the gangs and the way that they're targeting these victims? And so that now brings me to my wonderful collaborator who will then extend upon that.
disabled. Oh, screen sharing.
Disabled? Of course.
Yeah.
Technical issues when talking about
Of course.
technology. They should be
That's
able to
cool.
hear that.
All right, let me just get the presentation up. There we go. So I'll keep it brief because we want to not spend too much time, but I've walked a mile in Divya's shoes as a young researcher. I couldn't get the data that I wanted to work on critical infrastructure stuff. Found it really frustrating. And getting good data, makes a big difference. Some of the models that she's been using work. They just work on different data sets. And so I have a very different data set looking at 140 threat actors over about a decade. We have 120,000 Bitcoin addresses that we track for payments of those different groups. And we can see the amount of money paid and what time it was paid for those different groups. And so you can see on the left-hand side, those different groups categorized on a log scale. So some peaky ransoms in the last few years showing up. So one of the first questions we wanted to answer was, are ransoms getting worse over time? We did a Spearman's correlation coefficient between time and the amount of the ransom, and the short answer is yes. You can see here the p-value is very low, so enough to reject the null hypothesis and say ransoms are getting worse over time. So the ones that we see are getting higher. Interestingly, the frequency has dropped, so there's less ransomware attacks or less paying victims of ransomware, according to the data that I'm looking at, but the ransoms that they are paying are much, much higher. We published this paper in 2020, and in it we showed that power laws could be used to fit the data in ransoms, and the alpha of those power laws suggests that they don't have a well-defined average for most of the years in the study. And so you really shouldn't use averages to characterize ransoms. Everyone still does, but we discourage that. We'd say you should really publish a median and a mode as well as the average if you're going to do such a thing. And the reason the averages don't really capture it is it's kind of like if you put Divya and I's salary together and average it, then it might say something about the two of us and the amount of money we earn and our lifestyles. But if you throw two other, really high billionaire earners in there, like Warren Buffett or something, then suddenly this extra person would skew the average so far that Divya and I's salaries would, melt away and be meaningless. And it still wouldn't characterize Warren Buffett's salary either. So that's why you shouldn't really use averages to characterize this. It strikes fear into people because they think of the $1 million ransoms when 92% of averages, 92% of ransoms are below average. And we're working on a paper to describe that. In this previous paper, this is what it looked like in 2020 when we published the paper. We said, look, the alpha of this power law is a bellwether. It's a good warning sign, an indicator that things are about to get worse. Sure enough, this is what the landscape looked like a year or so later. And just to be clear, those are on the same scale, which is why I'm flipping back and forth to show you. So things really did get worse, and it's worth pursuing these metrics and this mathematics. It's not just an ivory tower exercise. It matters to be able to predict this stuff because we might change the amount of money that we spend on different defenses and change our approach to law enforcement or policy research according to changes in the ransomware landscape. So another important thing was individual gangs behave very, very differently, and they command very different amounts of money. So some of them can charge higher ransoms than others. And again, that's important. If you're hit by a ransomware gang, you might be hit by one of the little ones and not end up it might not end up costing you as much. Of course, this is just ransom paid instead of losses, but we believe that is also true of losses. The damage functions of different groups are entirely different because of the different tooling they use, different structures of their groups, and so on. So again, high correlation coefficient and a p-value that suggests modeling them as individual gangs does matter. So on the left-hand side, just repeating and re-emphasizing that point, we did a chaos distance between all the different ransom distributions for each individual gang, and it shows some sort of differences and similarities between these different groups. And the right-hand graph, we have sort of converted that into the probability, into the p-value, that these gangs are the same or different. And so black represents, it's really unlikely that these two groups are the same group or that they're attacking the same types of victims and performing in a similar way. White usually means that it's the same group, and then every color in between is, there's a chance that this group is the same as this other group or behaves in the same way. And that could be a predator effect or it could be a prey effect, but there is some statistical similarity between the different groups. So just reiterating, you really have to model these groups individually, and that's why Divya's approach to the SIRS model is crucial. So let's go on to her kind of gamma and beta. My opinion is the frequency of ransomware groups battling over market share. So what I mean is, the frequency of it as a whole thing, as a whole phenomenon of ransomware goes up and down based on these different groups appearing, disappearing, and battling. It is seasonal and time sensitive. Again, another reason that her modeling is important and she needs access to better data. So the left-hand side here is the number of occurrences per month over a 12-month period, and the graph on the right is the amount of money by time of day. So you can see that there is some variation both in terms of time of day as well as days of the week, also months of the year. So this stuff really is seasonal and time sensitive, but we don't usually talk about it.
I'll give you, we're at that minute mark for the rest of
that
our
minute mark. All right, 1 minute to say this is like an inverse of the beta parameter, or sorry, the gamma parameter in her model. So this is the proportion of people that paid deadbolt ransoms and the time at which they paid them. So over 100 days, 8% of victims paid. And the takeaway here is, one, most people aren't paying and they still survive, but also the people who are paying really, really quickly. And we can use this as a kind of proxy measurement for how quickly people are recovering. And I think I'll say we have some work on the market concentration of ransomware. That'll be in our upcoming paper. And if you like our research and you want to get in touch, please do. Thanks to the DNS Research Federation for putting me together with another awesome ransomware nerd.
Sorry about that. As the two speakers were on video, we won't be taking questions. I'd like to move without further ado to Mark Datisgeld, our final researcher that we're going to hear from today. We're going to hear about his research, so if you'd like to take the podium, Mark, and set up your slides. And then I hope in the before 2:30 we can resume our Q&A and get your questions and answers, but we're also going to go into a break afterwards, so any questions we don't get through, because I'm already seeing like loads, we can resume the conversation over coffees in the lobby. So Mark, welcome here today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Mark Datisgeld, come from Brazil. I used to do academia in international relations. I moved on to being an ICANN counselor nowadays, but I try to mix both things. I try to keep both things in sync, and in due time I started to arrive at some questions, and I want to share some of those questions with you, and hopefully we'll get somewhere together. Right, so when you look at this title, right, the need for evidence-based guidelines to combat health-related abuse on the DNS, that's sort of mystical, so let me boil this down into something more comprehensible. My question was, what is the space of health and what is the intersection between health and internet governance? And I started to arrive very slowly at this interesting phenomenon, which are online pharmacies. Now, you may have bumped into one, you may use one. They're very practical. In a sense, online pharmacies are actually very good. They democratize access to medicines. So they can try different pricing strategies, they can reach different areas, so that's good. But the deeper I dug into them, I started asking this question of, well, but who regulates them? And the more I dug, I found out that the answer is, well, we don't know, right? It depends. It's a big it depends. And that becomes tricky, right? When we're talking about medicines, we're talking sometimes about over-the-counter medicines, that's fine. Other times we're talking about very restricted, very controlled substances that shouldn't be just sold right? They need to go through very severe, very specific control. And the problem is, when you look at this from a broader perspective, many countries in the world do not have the infrastructure to actually do that control. They cannot exactly account for what kind of medicines are being produced and sold within their jurisdiction as well as outside their jurisdiction. So when you look at that in a very simple, directed manner, there are a lot of players out there who are selling medicines that should not be sold, sometimes in bulk, sometimes in quantities that are quite unbelievable, and we're not exactly paying attention to that. It's not an issue that's discussed within internet governance, even though it uses the internet. It is about policy. It is about actually harming people using the things that we are supposed to take care of. So that question led me to 4 years of research, a specialization later, and things like that. And all of that effort has brought me to 10 lines of text that I'll present to you, right? It's a great payoff. So to be able to do that, I have to outline what's the idea here. This is new, right? This is not a pre-established field. It's not drawing from previous experience. It's drawing from the concept that DNS abuse exists, that the infrastructure of the internet and that the internet is being abused by malicious actors, but it's also acknowledging that we don't have a framework that serves as a reference for, well, what about health-related issues? It is seen often as something that's to be regulated by states and within states, but the problem is, as I explained, the states themselves cannot regulate this very well, a lot of them. According to the WHO, that's 30% of the world's countries that can properly regulate their medicines. That leaves the other 70% out of that equation. And second, this is a transnational question. It involves multiple jurisdictions. So how does the state regulate something that's working among many jurisdictions, right? So the idea here is ICANN and other technical bodies don't do content, right? They do technical standards. I don't know if I call this content, I call this more crime, but still, the thing is, around this environment, there's a huge community of people who could be helping alleviate these problems, because there's a concept that I would like to introduce that's trusted notifiers. Some of you have heard of them, some of them have not, but basically these are actors that specialize in dealing with a certain type of crime or occurrence. A lot of that currently goes towards child sex abuse materials. That's one source of the trusted notifier we have, and they work directly with the providers to help take down this material. What would a trusted notifier working with health-related questions look like? And this is the proposal, and these are my 10 lines of text, right? So eventually, going through a lot of literature and a lot of pre-existing data, I came to this 5 points that I would like to socialize with you. This is literally me trying to take this to the community and seeing where we can go with this, right? There are baseline standards that are considered reasonable international standards that we could be following on the internet, and these are minimal standards, right? We could go all the way up and make this super difficult, but there are certain things that are simply too basic, in the sense that if we are not even following these, then what exactly are we doing, right? Like, if we are not following minimal standards or helping minimal standards be followed, aren't we being complicit with something that's clearly harmful, illegal, and destroying families, right? So that's the general idea. I'll start with criterion 1. So a valid prescription. You would think that's obvious, but when you start looking deep into those online pharmacies, a lot of them simply don't ask for a prescription at all, never mind legitimate. So what are we doing there, right? Like if this actor is not even asking for the most basic universal thing related to health, then it's very likely, 99.9%, an illegal operation of people trying to basically push, you know, A, medication that is probably not safe, B, even if it's safe, it's unregulated, and C, there is no accountability for anybody in relation to this. So, second point, it's about pharmacists, right? A lot of people don't realize the importance of pharmacists in the entire chain, the pharmaceutical chain. But when you enter an online pharmacy website, you should be able to consult with one, and here's why. Doctors make mistakes. It ties back to the prescription subject, right? Doctors make mistakes all the time. Can I help you, sir?
Just going to adjust the mic a little bit.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Quick time check, about 2 minutes.
Perfect. So, in that sense, you need somebody to be that barrier, right? So if your prescription says you need 10 boxes of fentanyl, that's probably wrong. It's probably 1, right? So that's the sort of basic, very basic standard that we are not observing, right? Criterion 3 is, where is that pharmacy actually based? Hey, it's online, the internet is global, but that's kind of the center of the problem. There are many diverging standards. There's no international standard over pharmacies. Certain countries are known to have very loose laws, and if we cannot even understand where they're from, we cannot advise people, we cannot create engagement campaigns and tell them, you know, if it is from this place, you're probably not being protected by anything, right? There's actually no regulation protecting you in any way, shape, or form. So just to go real quick, number 4, they need to be approved by the national regulatory agency of the country. And finally, criterion 5, and that's the big issue, right? There are certain categories of medication that we know should be controlled, and this is a global consensus, and yet on the internet we are somehow letting that slip. We're like, oh, okay, you want to buy tons of cases of anabolics here, right? That sort of gap is something that, through a lot of research and going through this websites over and over again, it's very lucrative. We're doing absolutely nothing to stop it. We're leaving it mostly to Interpol right now. It's great that they're doing something, but at the same time, it is the space that we are supposed to be stewards of. So how do we kickstart, at least with these minimal requirements, something that we start looking into these, and this has a bit of a spillover effect? How do we get, you know, some registrars on board to start looking into these matters? Because right now, talking to the different registers and registries, when they receive complaints of things like this, it goes into this general abuse pile. Now, I'm not saying credit card fraud is not bad. It's bad, but this is a little bit worse. This is actual lives that we're talking about. This is a different kind of category. So my idea has been to try to introduce this, and luckily some actors have been listening, and with the great help, without your help, this wouldn't be happening at all, because at first it was like, oh, this is not even an issue, this is content. Well, yeah, it is content, but how much can we distance ourselves from something that's actually our responsibility to help people not be harmed by these criminals? So I will wrap that up with leaving my contacts, and I'll be discussing this more during ICANN and during upcoming meetings at the IGF and so on. But this is a conversation starter, right? I'm not trying to really tell anyone that this is the way it should be. I'm just introducing a topic that hopefully we can discuss as a community. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that very high-level view of an outstanding piece of work. So I know that there were several people. I didn't even get to this side of the room, and there's 2 people here waiting to ask questions. Who would like to make an intervention? Just raise your hand. Okay, lots and lots of people. Okay, I'm going to. There's Kanye, there's Angela, there's a lady there, there's a whole batch here. There's almost everybody in the room. So I'm going to take groups of 3, and we'll just get through as many as we can in the last 10 minutes. Okay, go.
Showtime. So for Derek, with the UDRP, even as trademark holders file UDRPs, it's still expensive and a cumbersome process. So I'm just wondering if you guys in your research are spotting any gaps, that the UDRP process is there may be hurdles, which there are things which can be improved. So that's number one. And for Mark, my question is, in working with public safety agencies like the FDA and the DEA here in the U.S., they've had real problems with registrars and registries. Some of them are, have signed the trusted notifiers, but they really haven't taken down these counterfeit, sites that offer counterfeit drugs or even illegal drugs. So I was just wondering how your paper might address that.
And I think there's 2 people close to you there, so let's get them. Oh, there's 3 as well. So we'll take yours first, and then we'll come back. We'll go over. We'll probably sweep up this side of the room next.
Yeah.
So
Thank you. So I was just curious to know whether there is a repeal process within the UDRP, for example, of a decision that has already been taken. If so, how long that process takes, and if there is any example of such. Thanks.
I just wanted to get a little better understanding of how UDRP is structured in comparison to the American legal justice system, and if a decision is made by UDRP, can it be challenged in the courts there? And if it is challenged, how would that compare with a foreign country challenging that decision? Yeah. So all I was trying to say, how does this compare with the American legal justice system? And if one goes out and files a lawsuit in courts here, and the other parties in a different country, how would they respond to it? And if they don't have the means to hire an attorney here, how would they respond to it in that case?
Great, thank you. So quite a lot of UDRP questions, guys. Is there an appeals system? How does it relate to the justice system? Can they be challenged in court? And did you identify any gaps in your research that you'd like to see the UDRP addressing? And for Mark Dattisgeld, there was a question about the headway that you're making in the public safety community. You talked about registry and registrar engagement, so we'll come back. So let's do UDRP and then drugs.
All right, so I'll take a quick pass and then see if Andrew and Heyman have any other additional comments. So first with Bobby's question, I think there's still work to go to identify any potential gaps. I think the good news for trademark holders is that they win. And so it is a relatively fast process. The more delay you have, the more it hurts trademark holders, because the more a potential, let's use the term cyber squatter, can benefit from the domain that they've registered. So it's generally a trademark-friendly, fast process that is relatively inexpensive if you compare it to extensive litigation and so forth. So that's good news, I think. But we'll keep looking to see, are there other gaps to consider for both trademark holders and some of these gray areas where it's not so clear that that it should be confiscated from a previous registrant. In terms of the appeal process, so within the UDRP, no, there's no appeal process, and that's been one of the concerns. There are a lot of recommendations for reform of this process, and then other people say it doesn't need reform, that it's working relatively well. I'm going to come to your question in a second. And so if you look at some of the things that could be possibly appealed, reformed, one suggestion is to not let the complainant choose to which DRSP it submits. That they could submit the complaint to ICANN, and ICANN could randomly, like the courts do and so forth, assign it to a particular DRSP. That's a possible reform. Another reform that I don't like, reform proposal that I don't like, is that this process not be so public. There are proposals to not have the results public and not publish the data that we love and crave. So I don't like that proposal. In terms of the legal structure, So my understanding, and I know Emily and others can correct me if I'm wrong, so once you go through this process, although there's no appeal within ICANN, I believe you could resort to a legal structure. But then you run the problems that you already are alluding to. Which legal structure would have jurisdiction? How would you deal with so many of the complexities and the expense that would come from that? And that's why this is seen as such a valuable process and has lasted for 23 years, because it is serving the purpose that for which it was created. So,
yes.
Anybody else want
to? I want to just come to Mark on the engagement with public safety, but yes, you're right. There's a moratorium at the end of the process to allow for legal challenge in court. So it doesn't sort of block a legal challenge in court. Mark, your engagement with public safety.
Thank you. So that question is perfect, because the Federal Drug Administration of the U.S. has engaged in a pilot to stop opioids, together with 3 major providers of the DNS space. However, it was a very isolated project. That's the thing that left me questioning the efficacy of you doing something very targeted and very specific with a limited set of players without trying to engage a broader academic community, the ICANN community itself, because it ended up existing in its own bubble. So there is awareness of the issue at some level, but the question is, how do you bring this to the notice of the community in a way that we can actually get something started in a broader sense? But we do have that legitimacy of having a major body already carrying out that sort of research that gives us the safety that, okay, this is an issue, it is actionable, but how do we bring this now to a next level? I think that's the real question and the thing that we need to start looking moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, you wanted to say a couple of words.
Yeah, and one more thing about the change in structure is, yeah, so we have seen a few papers that said that, because you can do 1 panel, 3 panel, and we've seen that 3 panels, respondents tend to win at a more fair rate. And so in addition to the randomization, I think just standardizing and having 3 panelists will just make things easier. That way it can be a, yes, yes, no.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we're out of time. I think I'm going to be kind to you because we've eaten into the breaks every time, and I think we've all worked really hard and need a break. So what I suggest is those of you who I'm sorry I didn't get to your questions, Angela, Kanye, the ladies there, please let's grab some refreshment out in the lobby. Please come and talk to the panel, and please can I also just, and in room 603 there is a fantastic demonstration of the DAP platform, and there are many researchers in the room. Please do come and have a look at that and talk to the team, because we love working with researchers and are always looking for more engagement from the research community. So can I ask you to thank our wonderful panel for their incredible insights today, and enjoy your tea break and continue the conversation over tea. Thank you.
Just a reminder, this is a short break. This is one of the short breaks. This is just a 15-minute break, so be efficient. Don't loiter in here and think that your break starts when you leave the room. It actually starts right now and ends 15 minutes from now. I have to catch up on ALAC work. It's been a great being your MC. I'm going to nominate Greg Shatton / Kanye to be the MC from here on out.
Thank you. Mark, thank you for all your help. Thank you so much.
All set.
Let me. La tuya, ¿no habla español? No. No, the one, your presentation start with OS or something?
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
And then Luis Gallegos, we don't know if he's here.
I think we need to take some of these chairs out.
Yeah.
It's gonna look awkward.
Because Alfredo didn't know who he is either. He didn't respond to my email.
I think it's just us two. I think. I don't know. They're saying that. There's two more people, but they're saying that. If they don't take them out.
Pues déjame ver Luis Gallegos quién es físicamente porque no sé quién es.
Y estoy de fotógrafo también que estoy. Pero no acabé de usar, pues si yo no tengo. ¿Por qué preocuparme de verdad? No sé decir un mensaje el año pasado que voy un bien.
Sí, pues yo no estaba conectado con ustedes en ese momento, pero ahora. Mira, es el único que no está en el Willing Freedom website, eso no puedo ni verlo. O sea, sí.
Si no viene, qué cara.
Pero ¿quién sabría?
El que puede saber es Alfredo.
Él no sabe, claro.
Pues entonces, si él no sabe, va a ser bien difícil. Porque él fue que me lo pagó el correo.
That's finished. Wait, what's she?
As Jonathan's substitute, I'm going to call people in a minute or two.
I will be leaving.
Where are you? You're going to? Okay. Sounds good.
I will stay. I'm already here.
Yes. Might as well. In for a penny, in for a pound.
I answered your request.
Jose, why don't we move to the, just a few seats down?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Is the other guy here?
Yeah, Lou was the one with the purple.
Anyway.
I'm sure that was here.
Very happy to meet you.
So yeah, I just wanted to together.
Hoy lo que yo voy a hacer es demostrar una tecnología a personas ciegas. O sea que lo que tú quieras, Manolo, demuéstranos algunas tecnologías. Que van a integrar inteligencia artificial.
So it's officially 2:45 or 2:46 when this is supposed to start. I am going to go and do my Jonathan invitation and call people back into the room.
So video first or Gallegos?
Oh, so that's the question. I didn't know if it was.
I think the Gallego is video.
We have a video. There's two slide presentations and a video, so we just want to know which order.
But is he live or is he recording?
No, I'm just playing the video.
Of him.
So that may be Gallego.
Okay, so let's start with him and just play the video.
Okay.
And then we're done with that and then we'll come to the pen.
Okay.
Maybe that is the record. I don't know what the video is about. So.
I will get the information on the video and come back and tell you because it's the.
Probably the one that you look.
It is, but I haven't seen the video, so I don't know how it plays into it.
There's a context to it. I'll find the context.
Perfect. So I guess we should do a video.
The door is open.
Just for advancing those slides, we queue presentations.
He's advancing the slides.
Okay, you're advancing slides.
Yo también.
And
I
then.
do contact, but I don't know. Oh, well, let me try.
So I'll do a quick introduction and then I'll say how to my colleague that was my we're going to go in the same order that
There's a big paper that he has.
of me introducing you all is Luis.
The break is over.
Hello.
I'd like to welcome everybody for the last panel of the day. Last but not least, in this panel, we will be covering issues relating to seniors and the visually impaired. So, and then after that, we'll have the wrap up with Professor Cogburn and Eduardo Diaz, and then the party. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Lorena as our moderator.
Thank you again. Can you hear me well? I can't hear myself, but all right. So we're gonna switch it up to have another person joining virtually after this panel. We're gonna show a video, but we're gonna start first up with our panelists here in the room. We have Shivali Haribhakti, who is the director of the Senior Planet Program in Montgomery County, Maryland. We're also joined by Lou August, who's the executive director of Wild Tech. And we have Jose Manolo Alvarez, who's a professor of courses in assistive technology and special education at the University of Puerto Rico. So we're gonna be speaking a little bit about, we talked about being human-centered earlier in the day, and we're gonna speak about seniors and the visually impaired, especially as technology becomes everybody's, everybody's everyday life. How can we think better about ensuring that the access to digital tools is available for everyone? So with that, we're gonna start with Shivali Haribhakti. You have a presentation, and we're, after each speakers speak a little bit about their demo or presentation, we're gonna have an open conversation, and hopefully we will have time for questions.
Mm-hmm. Thanks,
Thank you for joining
Lorena.
us.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivali Haribhakti, and I'm the director of the Senior Planet Program in the Mid-Central region of the U.S., and my team leads programs in 9 states, which are Maryland, D.C., Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, Illinois, and Indiana. So before I dive into my presentation, I wanted to just clarify a few acronyms, since I know we've thrown out a lot, and also just some of the lingo that I'll be using in my presentation. So my title is Director of Senior Planet Program. Senior Planet is the flagship program of Older Adults Technology Services, or abbreviated OATS. And OATS was affiliated with AARP about 2 years ago. So I am an employee of AARP, and I was invited to speak today representing my company to talk about internet and accessibility, and specifically how seniors are one of the age groups that are kind of left behind when we talk about internet access. And I'll be referring to seniors. When I say seniors, I mean anyone over the age of 55 up. That's how AARP defines it. And I'll be referring to seniors and older adults interchangeably. So first of all, why is this important? I wanted to start off with some data. So in the US, there are 22 million older adults that over the age of 65 who do not have access to wireless internet, and over 39 million over the age of 50. And within this group, there are further disparities by demographic. So older adults with less than a high school degree or an income below 25,000 USD are 10 times more likely to be offline than their counterparts. Black and Latino seniors, respectively, are more than 2.5 and 3.3 times less likely to be online than their counterparts. And in a study by the National Social Life and Health Project, Asian Americans of the foreign-born population are the most likely to be offline. Furthermore, you can go to the other slide. Jose, you can go to the previous one. Yeah, thank you. So this slide kind of just has the metrics up on the board, what I just spoke about, and I encourage you to read our report called Aging Connected. on our website, oats.org, and that will go into more depth about this topic if you're interested. We spent several years developing the research for this report. And another important thing to note is that, you know, just to put this in perspective, like if you take all of the folks, like all the people that I mentioned, compared with everybody else who does have access to the internet, we would make up the second largest city in America. Like that's the gravity of the number of people that are being left behind and isolated because they're not connected. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you, Jose. So how can OATS help? What do we do to address it? So we have experience in the field for over 20 years teaching older adults skills and helping them be connected and use the internet to improve their daily lives. And the way we do this is through programming, predominantly classes which are held virtually and in person, and they teach seniors everything from how to schedule a telemedicine appointment to banking online and to just fitness classes. So those programs are on our website called seniorplanet.org, and I think at the end of I have a slide towards the end of the presentation that has that website for you all to visit. So just one more slide before. Sorry. Oh, before. Yeah, thank you. So this is another report that OATS put out. This is more about our experience teaching seniors specifically, so that, you know, OATS kind of researched why this is important, and then our Senior Planet program actually does the field work. And what we found through doing the work and teaching seniors was that over 50% of trainees in our program reported making a new connection using the internet. And they also reported a lot of gains, and over half of the participants reported being less depressed than when they first came into the class. There's, of course, like more data points on the slide, and if you're interested, you can go to our website and read the full report. Go to the next slide, Jose, thanks. And so why does this, how can you guys get involved if this speaks to you? There's a few ways. So if you are an older adult and you want to take advantage of our programs, you can go to our website, www.seniorplanet.org. We have free classes happening pretty much every hour of every day, Monday to Friday. And you can they're free, you can just go online and take them. If you're interested in doing it in person, you can look at our website and see if we have programs near you. And we're always expanding the locations we're offering them in. So if there isn't a location near you now, there might be one coming up. And that's like our B2C plan. And then our B2B plan, which I think appeals probably a little bit more to the folks in the room, just based on, I've been here the last 2 days and hearing what people are speaking about. It does seem like a lot of organizations are interested in solving this problem and helping to, get people connected. So we have a free program where we are licensing our proprietary curriculum to organizations who are doing the work. And you can find out about it on our website, oats.org, under Senior Planet Licensing. An organization would apply. There's an information session if you'd like to know more, but you can apply to the program. And if you're accepted, then you'll be trained in our program and trained how to use the curriculum to serve people age 60 and above, and you'll have that license for 1 year. So it's currently a free program. I recommend everyone to at least go and check it out. And we have over 200 organizations across the country in the program right now, and we're continuing to expand. And another way we can you can get involved is through participating in your state's digital equity plan. So we've talked about NTIA quite a bit. You know, we had some people from NTIA speak, and as you know, they are the kind of the keepers of all of the money that the government has put, like the 48 billion, I think, number that the government has identified for internet and accessibility. And so we are, I think it was the panel, 2 panels before, but the example of that organization that's like dispassionate and doesn't have any vested interest in the outcome, that's us. We're a nonprofit, we don't have any vested interest. We cannot apply for any of that money ourselves directly. So we are a good example of a place you can go to, a good resource. We can point you in the right direction. We can tell you, based on our experience teaching seniors, how to come up with your broadband plan so that it is equitable. And so that's what we're doing, going to conferences like this and speaking and talking to lots of organizations in the community, letting them know that we're here as a resource and we have that advisory role. And yeah, if you want to do the next slide, Jose. Thank you. So this is, I probably should have put this up a second ago, but this is what I'm talking about. So this is the Digital Equity Act and the way that we are kind of responding to it as an organization. So the part that I was just talking about is on the right, the competitive grant program, but we are also trying to help by doing these 3 things, research, licensing, and then on the ground training at our Senior Planet centers. Is there a slide after this one, Jose?
Jose, is there another slide after this one?
Okay. Yeah, so the next slides I'll just save for Q&A if we need them. But I do just want to end on a personal note. So one of the slides before had a photo from one of our 6-year anniversary celebration as doing work like in Maryland. We've been doing work this will be the 7th year. And it was our first event in person after COVID. We had about 80 or so people, seniors, come by and attend. We had a luncheon, and then we had we had the county executive of Montgomery County speak, as well as a lot of the seniors talk about their experiences with the program. And it was just really nice to hear how much this has impacted their lives and how they feel like through COVID, Senior Planet was kind of a lifeline for them because a lot of them were isolated, could not leave their homes, could not visit their grandkids, et cetera, et cetera. And I think our programs, the pandemic really shed a light on just internet in general, but also this $1 million question that we keep asking, right? Like, are we creating a gap by having all of this money that the government is distributing? But then what? What are we doing to make sure people are actually using these technologies? So I really recommend you check us out. We are doing programming. We're kind of experts in this field, and we would love to collaborate and partner with some of these organizations in the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vali. So up next, Lou, if you can talk to us a little bit about WildTech, and you have been in this space for about 30 years, building digital equity in disadvantaged communities. What are first of all, a little bit of your work and what you've done, but what are some of the lessons learned that you can bring to the table?
Oh, thank you. Oh, it is working. Well, it's great to be here. I got here shortly before my presentation, so I don't have a huge background on the participants. Can you guys jump on a quick poll here? Like, how many folks here represent corporations or interests of corporate America? So not many corporate folks. How about government? Government policy, that space? Or government agencies? And then how about academia? So schools, students, that kind of population. Okay, so mainly academia. Okay, great. So, you know, all cards up, I do not have an academic background. I'm probably Mr. Practical. Little bit of my background, I worked for IBM in the early 80s, 1981, when the PC was introduced. And me and my buddies were talking about, they have it on the loudspeaker, develop programs for this brand new box coming out. There's no software on it, you know, all this kind of stuff. I was 23 years old, 22 years old. Didn't have the guts to do it. And then on this day, June 11th, 1982, 41 years ago, my sister was murdered in a mass shooting in Detroit. And I take every opportunity I can to say her name, Eve August. And something happens when something like that happens in your life. And that's that almost, for me, nothing mattered. I guess everybody responds differently. For me, nothing mattered. So I moved to LA and got into the PC business, something I didn't have the guts to do when I was working for IBM, and ended up opening a computer company, 24 years old, flying to Taipei, bringing in containers of computer equipment. We grew this enterprise with offices in California, Oregon, and Washington. I love the West Coast, never planned on leaving, but my wife's from this area, so for me, you know, that was this gravitational attraction, ended up here. And you know, love the DC area, love the people here, and ended up leading technology for development for Save the Children and World Vision, two huge NGOs, where I had opportunity to bring technology to countries all over the world. And it really gave me sort of a different kind of perspective on things. Ended up returning to WildTech about 5 years ago to become its executive director. Founded WildTech back in 2000. It was actually a nonprofit spinoff of my for-profit business, and went back to become its executive director. So the reason I'm going through all this background is because out of all of this, we came up with what we call the 6 pillars of digital equity. And I wanted to briefly go through those. Next slide, Jose. Thanks. So the District of Columbia approached us 3 years ago and said, can you implement something called the Senior iPad program? It was in the middle of the pandemic. Seniors needed not to be isolated. And we took on the challenge and we applied our 6 pillars. There's a 7th pillar, which is work-based learning, which we don't do so much with the senior community. We found that most seniors really aren't interested in starting businesses or employment escalation, even seniors who may not have the most economic resources. I know it's a generalization, but it is our experience. So pillar 1, device access, major issue. A lot of the population, Chevalier, you've mentioned, there's an economic underlier in that. You know, a lot of these folks, you know, may not have a lot of revenue. So one of the biggest obstacles we've found is access to devices. They can't afford devices. So with the Senior iPad program, DC government provided the devices. They're tablet computers, they're Apple iPads, easy to use for seniors, great tool, turned out to be a real win there. I would say more generally for people who are involved in issues beyond just seniors, to me it's scandalous, having been in this business for 40 years, the fact that technology recycles every 3 to 5 years, and that every person on this planet doesn't have 5 computers at this point. We're 30 years into this computer revolution. I think a lot of that is because of planned obsolescence now in the computer industry. So for you who represent students or students who are active in whether it's climate change or equity issues, I would strongly encourage you to look at planned obsolescence. How many of you have a mobile phone that has a battery that can be removed and replaced with a brand new battery? Raise your hand if you have one. Unbelievable. You have one. Jose, great job. The fact that we don't speak up about that is outrageous. Outrageous. And to me, there's something that I learned when I worked overseas in Africa, and especially in Africa. A lot of the dialogue that happens on a policy level is driven by corporate America. I'm a capitalist. I'm Mr. Corporation himself. But when you're not getting other voices into the policy discussion, then you really get the interests of the corporate sector represented alone. And that has to stop. I can give you all kinds of testimony of how I've seen that in Kenya with the Jubilee Laptop Initiative. Google it, and I'll share with you why that didn't work. With other initiatives around the world. I don't blame corporations, but theirs is the only voice at the table. It's got to change. So device access, make devices reusable. Next pillar. Sorry for getting so passionate. Internet access. A lot of great things coming out. I love the fact that the government's getting into this space. The NTIA is fabulous. We love commerce. And it's making so many things happen that never happened before, especially internet access for all. Next slide. In the senior iPad program, DC government's providing that, by the way. Participant training. Okay, so, huge issue. I think this doesn't need to be belabored. One thing I could say about working with seniors, a lot of our training, because our seniors are homebound, is over the telephone. That, we all know how hard it is to learn anything over the telephone, especially computer technology. So you got to have a multifaceted training program, as much as possible, meeting the learner's learning style. We also don't allow our trainers to go into a senior's home. There's a lot of potential liability with that. So we meet at community locations, library. I love DC Library, and I love the District of Columbia. It is a caring government. That's my testimony. And they're putting a lot of money into this, local dollars, not federal dollars, into this program. Now, then we talk about, next slide. Thanks. Relevant uses. So this sometimes gets skipped over. You could teach people as much as you want about how to use a technology, but if they don't see the relevance in their life, they're not going to stick with it. For us, we integrate relevance step by step or side by side with the computer training. And I think that is really critical, whether it's a new computer user, but especially a senior, because a senior might not see the relevance. So we're offering Zoom calls as they're learning how to use Zoom, various senior service providers. They can sign up for services, that type of thing. And then we also provide socialization. So as was mentioned already, seniors are very isolated. Anything you could offer for socialization is huge. Our most popular events, talent shows. The senior community is really talented. I mean, this is like, they would win hands down any kind of America's Got Talent contest. But also we offer dance contests. We offer, the list goes on, and I don't have them with me right now, but the socialization stuff is very highly attended. And then the last thing is we provide a venue for training providers to present on Zoom calls. So we probably have 100 service providers for seniors who have presented their offerings on Zoom. And these calls are so highly attended. We always encourage the training providers to provide freebies. Giant has gift cards, and they also have senior services and nutrition. Oats, great organization. We want to work with you guys to join this program. The Alzheimer's Association in DC, multifaceted. Cyber Seniors up in Canada, great program. So we don't want to control the dialogue with seniors. We want people who know about seniors and have a dialogue to share with the seniors, to use our platform and start talking to hundreds of seniors. And where does that lead to? It even leads to politics. We have a backlog of DC council people now wanting to talk to this venue of seniors. So the synergy just keeps growing. It's a little vortex-like. It sort of feeds on itself, with hundreds of seniors attending venues that are so easy to present on from your little desk, from anybody's desktop. Okay, I'm going to go faster. Last two slides. First, tech support, obvious, critical element. Seniors get stuck just like everybody else. They need to move forward. Last one. This is the most overlooked pillar. We learn this in every program we've ever done all over the world. And that's this idea of participant advancements. People stop using technology for a variety of reasons. I know NDIA, National Digital Inclusion Alliance, has something called the Digital Navigator Program. And this is our virtual digital navigator program, where in our senior iPad program, we have case managers who each have a few hundred seniors. And they're monitoring attendance to classes. They're monitoring senior participation in a number of areas. If a senior's not participating, they call out to them. And we often share that if we weren't doing this, about 80% of the active seniors that we have now would never have become active. 80%. So this activity, this idea of participant advancement, is really, really critical. All right, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Susan. We'll come back. Applause. Thank you. We'll come back to all the panelists with questions, but we want to invite Jose Manolo to talk a little bit about your work, your own personal lived experience, but also he's going to demo a technology tool, and then we'll go right into questions and discussion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will, good afternoon to all. I will then demonstrate just some technologies that benefit, that improve the quality of life of blind persons, especially older blind persons, seniors. And especially what I do, this demonstration is related to technology that use artificial intelligence, AI. That's a hot topic right now. And a lot of people have concerns, and we are in unknown territory, but we know that a lot of bad things can happen if bad people use AI. But also, I would like to demonstrate and to show you how AI can be good to improve life of persons, and in this case, blind persons. So I'm going to start using my iPhone. I like to use iPhone. I will do also an Android, and later other technology. It's going to be very quick, my demonstration, because iPhone is a common technology. It's something that is is a pretty widely used. So an iPhone will have a screen reader integrated. You don't have to download it. You just have to activate it, and then I will use the AI app to do my demonstration. With a screen reader, let me put the volume of my cell phone. Okay, let me turn down the speed of the speech synthesizer. Okay, I downloaded. The screen reader, I can easily go to a web page right now and, for example, have access to the program of this event, because that's a digital document, a web page. But a lot of our seniors get intimidated with technology and does not have the skills. So technology must adapt to that need, and they will like to read the Bible. They will like to read the mail, regular mail. That's on paper. So I just print the program just for my demonstration. And this is the exact program that you find in the webpage, but print. So technology can then make it a digital document, and then the person has access to that information. But that's very common to our older blind citizen. So I will activate the app. And I will put then the camera in front of the document.
AM. Nasig 2023 program. Nasig 2023 home program. Venue. Resources. Note. All times are in the Washington, D.C. Eastern Daylight Time, EDT, time zone, UTC-4. Captioning services sponsored by ICANN American University and...
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
They start to read it in less than a second. They read a little bit, so I need just about 10 seconds so the buffer just shut out. But what the process is, they use the camera of the cell phone. They take a picture, like a video. Then, by the internet, went to a server and an AI software apply the OCR, optical character recognition, and read it to me. So that's the importance of the internet in that case, because all the process are doing in the cloud. So it's not that wonderful that a person can have access to a text thanks to a technology and that combination of the technology. And it is very powerful, the technology. Okay, so I will show you two more use and then pass to my Android. I will put now the cell phone in front of my face. And it's recognized that there is a one person, and it can tell me it is in the center or not. So I can tell a selfie of myself over there very easy. But let use more AI. I will smile.
Processing.
I say,
55-year-old man looking happy.
and then the AI say, it's a 55 years old looking happy. What? I would wish that say 35 years old, but I can argue with that. But just see that I say to the AI, just tell me what you think it is in front. And that process give me that result. So what I have is my cell phone. That is not a cell phone, it's a computer. Have the power of a computer. And a camera. And that camera becomes my eyes in certain area of my life. Let's do one more. And I will say, let's do the same, but tell me what is in front of me.
Processing. A group of people sitting at tables in the room.
A group of people sitting at tables in the room. And I can obtain more information, but I will leave then the iPhone, because I will finish. One other of the necessities that our older blind person shows is that sometimes using a screen touch technology is hard, because it is not part of the generation. They get intimidated. I can do nothing with an iPhone over there, but I can use an Android. There are some Androids that have buttons, and they feel more comfortable because it's like using a telephone for them. And it is the same process. I just put
3:27 p.m.
and the screen reader of the Android.
Call. Messages. Contacts. Applications. Settings. Application. Internet browser. App catalog. Health and fit. Vision aids. Be my eye. Beepers. Color indicator. Google Lookout. Google Lookout.
And I will put the camera.
Lookout. Help.
And try to see, for example, if I put it in front of me.
Text. Internet.
Oh, they find a text. It is behind me.
Text.
I start to read it.
Text. S0E4. Text. Society. Text. Addings.
Well, you see the power over there. I can do the same. I can put it on a paper, whatever a text, and they can read me. I will finish now my demonstration with another alternative. That's using a wearable. A wearable, in this case, a Google Glass. I put the Google Glass down, now I'm hands-free. And you have older person that say, I want to read the book on the Bible, but I want to paste the page like I do before I lose my eyesight. So let's do the same. I just will put the text in front of the camera. Okay, let it go up. And I will finish doing a demonstration using ChatGPT. Now, I don't want to say that read it to me. I want to obtain specific information. So I will say, not read it to me. I will say, what is that document?
The document appears to be a program schedule for NASIG 2023 conference in Washington, D.C. with various events and sessions throughout the day, including talks, breakfast, welcoming messages, and technical services sponsored by different organizations.
Can you hear it? Yeah. They make a summary. So you think a person that have learning disability, intellectual disability, can then, that information, I really want to know what is that. Don't read it to me. Let's ask another question. And using my voice, let's say, at what time begins that event? At what time these events begin?
Emisión está respondiendo a tu pregunta. The event starts at 8:00 a.m. in the Washington, D.C. Eastern Daylight Time, EDT, time zone, UTC-4.
I say it start at 8 o'clock, a.m. because all that information, now the AI can answer, and in that content, they can answer to me. Let's make one more question. Let's say if, who's gonna do speak the welcome message? Who's gonna speak the welcome message?
Emisión está respondiendo. Welcome and opening remarks by the NASIG 2023 Chair and American University host.
It is the chair. Well, I can then the name of that person, or I can ask exactly if one speaker will be in that program. So I will finish with this. That you will see the power of the AI, and also that if they are using in a good way, they can improve life, and especially older blind persons. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I do want to give the opportunity, if you can hand the mic back for a second, back to Manolo. Can you give a little bit of background of the scope of your work? And you have Manolo.net, and you are a professor at the University of Puerto Rico researching and studying this. Can you speak a little bit about how, we talked about scale earlier, how do these assistive devices and technology could be scaled for the communities that are disconnected, and specifically for the senior visually impaired? What have you learned, and what's some of that research as of right now that you're working on?
Yes, of course. I think that the most important is that people must have results. And technology can do a lot of things, but in this case, in the demonstration, if the necessity of the person, a blind person, we have, older blind person, we have a lot of necessities. Orientation and mobility, independence skills, living skills. But for example, in this case, if that person have a reading necessity, you must provide technology that they can do it in an easy way, and they can obtain that results, not complicated. And then you can scale. But if the technology is too complicated, if they are you have to do then some strategies. For example, if the smartphone is too difficult, then you can make a shortcut using the voice. I have doing with my iPhone, and said read text, and they read the text. But the important thing is that as soon as the person interact with technology, we will need that their results meet their needs, and that is the way that you can scale And that is the way that they can then, we can say that that is a practical use of technology.
Thank you so much. And what is the goal of Manalo.net? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, it is a web page that I created way back in 1996 when I was graduating. And it is just present information related to technology and blind persons. So I just think that if technology has been so beneficiary to me, I just love that other persons, especially Hispanic, all the information is in Spanish, can also have that knowledge and benefit from that technology.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Manolo, and thank you for being here. Amazing demo. So I know we have a video that we're going to roll from a speaker that couldn't join us in person today, but is directly tied to this topic, Luis Gallego. And if we can play the video, I believe it's an 8-minute presentation.
Just give me a
and then we're
second.
going to open it up for
Give me a second.
discussion.
Can I give a little context to the video? So Ambassador Gallegos, I mentioned
Get on the mic.
earlier. Mike. Good to sit you. Ambassador Gallegos, I mentioned earlier. Pardon? He's the ambassador from Ecuador. He chaired the UN task force to negotiate the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And he was in Vienna a few weeks ago giving a keynote address for the Zero Conference, which awards prizes to accessible technologies and projects all over the world. And he made this point of the interaction between persons with disabilities and older persons in a way that this panel really does a great job of. So I thought it was helpful. So we have this video, even though he's not here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Let me tell you that I had a written speech for today. A very tailored, very diplomatic, very professional speech. But yesterday I had an epiphany. I was sitting in the 3rd or 4th row there with my wife Fabiola, who was with me tonight, and Caroline mentioned me explicitly. I have thanked her every time I met her during these 2 days because it was an extraordinary moment in my life, and which I would like to share with you. 20 years ago, I was asked by the Latin American group in New York, when I was ambassador, a permanent representative of Ecuador to the United Nations in New York, to preside the working group that was to analyze the possibility of elaborating a convention for the rights of persons with disabilities. And I had an enormous opportunity that I recognized immediately. But as any Ecuadorian mission in the world, it was a small embassy, and I asked my peers if we could do a negotiation of a convention, which is a complicated matter of negotiating with 193 countries, where you have different cultures, different beliefs, different religions, different customs. And disability was something that was not even on the agenda of the International Millennium Objectives. But I went home that night, and my wife Fabiola and I spoke about this, which was they were asking me to chair a disability negotiation, and she told me, you know, who can be against disability? It's politically incorrect. And you should accept this, because this is important. At the time, the tabulation was 670 million. Now we have gotten to 1.3 billion. So I accepted. I never thought I would run into so much opposition. Many of the countries that are sitting here tonight opposed the Convention for Persons with Disabilities. So it took a lot of professional diplomatic work, not only in New York, but in the capitals of the world, to get an agreement by consensus of a convention that I think has been the most successful human rights convention of the United Nations. Not only because it signed Thank you. Not only because it's signed by 183 member states, but because it was an active participation of the disability community. The activism of the families, the activism of the persons with disabilities, making disability something that ingrained, nothing about us without us, meant a significant change in the world. When I walk in any country in the world and I see these bumps on the sidewalks or the ramps, I think of myself, of the change that has happened. When I look into how the paradigm changed from a medical model to a human rights-based model, I see a change in society. I'm from Latin America, so we use a terminology that sometimes does not adequately reveal what this means, but I think it has been a revolutionary change in world society. Now disability is at the front of the international discourse, and it is in the front an obligation of a convention that is a binding convention for those who have signed and ratified. I have to say that it was an adventure in many cases. I am not an expert on disability. I don't pretend to be. I'm a diplomat, I'm a negotiator. What I try to do is put consensus and build consensus among nations and amongst groups and amongst civil society. And now that I work in civil society, I have the privilege of chairing G3ICT, which is the Global Initiative on Inclusive Information and Communication Technology, because we recognized in Article 9 that technology would be a change in the way people worked and looked and the health care they needed, and we believe that it is in the right direction, but we need to implement this for 1.3 billion people. Normally we calculate 2 persons for every person with a disability as an impact group. So you're talking about almost 4 billion people in the context of the world. And that is an important market. And that is a reasonable ask for the companies of the world to have accessible merchandise, to have accessible housing, to have accessible work. We are looking at a paradigm change in world society. I also have another issue which I will bring to your attention. As I am aging, after the pandemic, I decided to begin a work of convincing the need for a UN Convention on Aging. Because you're either born with a disability or you acquire it during your life by whatever circumstance, by accident, by sickness, by war, as we are testifying in Ukraine, or by natural accidents or earthquakes like we have in Turkey. But as we age, we will have some type of disability. The interlinkage between the two, the capability of learning one from the other, the capability of enforcing this capability of human rights is extremely important. We are 1 billion people who are aging, and we will be 2 billion by the year 2050, which is 27 years from now. When we are in this circumstance, we are more aging than children being born. There you have an enormous challenge for world societies. But I will end by saying that I have to render a tribute to Zero Project. I have been in many of the conferences during these last 10 years. And the relevance that we have today of more than 1,000 people in Vienna after the pandemic, and thousands more on the internet, is a testimony to the work of the ESL Foundation and the team of Zero Project, in which I would like to ratify my admiration and the significance of this event. To those who have won awards and those who have been listed as awardees and maybe will win the next time, treasure this moment because it is an example for all of us. I would like to congratulate you, and again, thank you for this opportunity, which is for me, thanks to Carolyn and her expression and epiphany, of what we have managed to do in these last 20 years and what we will do in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos was not able to join us, but we found very timely the scope and the context of the conversation. And before we open it up for questions and discussion, I want to bring up this concept, and I don't know if it's familiar. How many of you have heard about cool abilities? Cool abilities. So this work, I believe, started before it transitioned to a people-centered internet, which was founded by Vint Cerf and Mei-Ling Feng. The work of Shannon Mullen O'Keefe, Cindy Kuhn, and Guido van Nisper. And it talks about that many people with disabilities have valuable strengths that are sometimes unknown to themselves and ignored by the surroundings. So whether that's government and the societal systems that have provided blockers to people with disabilities. And they call this cool abilities. It's the notion that presents us with a new way of thinking about human ability in general. And how do we think about differently about human values. It says that the concept itself refers to a specific range of human capabilities, but the idea invites us to open the door and begin to think more holistically about human abilities in general. It reframes what we might learn from as considered for each set of people, humans, to be set up for success in work and life. It says that cool abilities is a proposed concept for the enhanced abilities in a disabling condition. The idea looks for what some individuals label as disabled can do well or even better than others and turns a specific spotlight on these. I just learned about this today. I encourage us to think about this notion of ability and disability in this new kind of frame of thought, which is what are human abilities that we share, but that others might be assisted by, like we saw in the demo today, by technologies, by the internet, by AI and other emerging technologies, and how we better research this. Because I think that the terminology and the taxonomy that we have been using perhaps is changing in this new digital environment. So just putting it out there and kind of help us think through this in more detail. And is there a running microphone? We have a hard stop at 4:15, but we have a few minutes for conversation. Oh, you?
Yeah, I have a question for Luke. Oh, for Luke. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
I can be after you.
No, I have a question for you. Oh, you have a question.
First of all, I'd like to compliment the panel speakers and the opportunity to discuss the seniors' digital rights. My name is Juliana. I'm a Brazilian lawyer and software developer. I will briefly share a bit about a social project we are doing in the city of São Paulo. Brazil is the second country in Latin America with more phishing and credit card fraud cases, just behind Mexico. Through our research at the University of São Paulo, we found out the more vulnerable groups is the plus 50 years old people. And this year, a group of lawyers, including me, started a volunteer project to try to help people that were victims of financial frauds. At the same time, we have a rude population and other vulnerable groups as children and low-income people. We know the socio-economic status in Brazil is super different depending of your region, of your origin, and, for example, the color of your skin, for example. As a software developer and digital rights activist, I strongly believe technology education basis is one of the answers to having a health and safe digital environment. So I would like to know if Wild Tech and other adult technology service has a partnership with Brazilian institutions, because we are super open to have this kind of conversation there. And I also would to compliment Professor José Manolo to show us the accessibility by design that is integrated in some tech devices. It shows how AI, if it's used in a good way, can be used to help some group of people. Thank you very much.
We've done a lot of international work. We would love to advise Brazil on how to set up a program focused on seniors. We have a number of pillars and best practices that we can get translated into Portuguese. We don't have it there yet. Won't take long. I think that's what we'd have to offer. We probably couldn't go to Brazil, but we'd be very happy to advise you.
Yeah, so Oates, as an affiliate of ARP, ARP is the American Association of Retired People, so we are just domestic-based organization. But I echo what Lou said about the advisory role. I don't think that a conversation would be like not helpful, so it would be great to connect.
And
one more thought. We do international programs every year. We're going to Tanzania this year. We've been talking about going to Brazil, to the Amazon for a while. We might want to create some kind of we bring technology specialists into remote, high-need environments to come up with solutions. I'd love to talk to you about the 2024 program in Brazil.
It would be amazing. Thank you very much.
Manolo, any thoughts on partnership?
Just one quick comment. Just one quick comment, and is that language today is not a barrier, and I can ask very easy to in my demo that the technology translate that information into Portuguese or any language, and also any technology today, any operating system, you can very easily translate to your native language. You put it in the settings, so take advantage of that, because in the past that was not that easy. But today, especially with AI, translation and language it is not a barrier.
Thank you so much, Manolo. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Lou, you spoke about the pillars for helping the aging people. And one thing that you spoke about was the planned obsolescence. But there's another big problem that is right to repair, because the new equipment is built in such a way that it's not repairable, or the parts cannot be replaced with standard parts. So you have to buy a new one.
Oh, yeah.
And if you buy equipment that is $1,000, like a phone, and you in 3 or 4 years you have to replace it because you cannot fix it, then it will bring you back to the first stage of getting the people to know. But the worst problem is the aging people. I don't count myself in that place, but aging people have problems if you change a phone from one model to another, exactly the same. They don't get used for any small item or any small change that they have. So if you cannot extend the life of the equipment, then it's against all progress that you can do that. Is there any position or any, I know there's a right to repair movement in the States, but is there any something that can be done to help?
Yeah, I love that we have an academic group here, because I would love to see more student activism in this space. We desperately need that. I testified to the Federal Trade Commission when they held testimony for right to repair legislation. I think it was back in 2017. And that's a huge issue. And I think that that's the second prong in the technology reuse picture. I think the battery, though, is bigger. And just to briefly say why, we are redeploying thousands of laptops that are from circa 2012. Those are 11-year-old laptops. They're fully functional, able to run all the software. People love to get them. But you can't do that anymore, because the batteries on laptops, and certainly on cell phones, are sealed inside. And if the battery's not sealed inside, the CMOS battery, the battery that holds the configuration of the computer, is buried behind the motherboard for no reason whatsoever, except to make it more expensive to change that little quarter-sized battery than it does to replace the entire computer, because it takes hours of labor to rip that whole computer apart. There's no reason for that. So I would love to see student activism. If there's one thing that I could ask this group to do is to get your students involved in this. Imagine the carbon we would save if we never had to produce this stuff in the first place. Imagine the carbon we would save if we didn't have to earn that extra $1,000 to buy that smartphone, the extra mileage driving back and forth to work because we had to put more money in our pocket to spend it on technology. It's a huge issue, and it's stunning to me that it's not a bigger deal in our country. And I would love it for students in America to take that cause up and really, make a difference. Thanks.
We have a question here in the back, but just a thought around what you mentioned and the student participation. I think when we go to human-centeredness and being people-centered, is the lived experience, like Manolo mentioned, is how is it affecting my life and me? And that is what makes a particular topic or theme resonate for people to activate around and in the first place. Is it affecting me? Is it affecting my family? But what about if it's affecting our society and our community? And what are those values that society wants to uphold that says, well, it's not affecting me because I don't have a people with experiencing disabilities in my family, in my household, in my neighborhood, but I care about this topic because X. And I think that is kind of a value system conversation that we need to have in the context of this, where how do you get people to care about an issue, care for other than reasons that it's about them? So just putting it out there. I know we have a question here in the back.
Okay, so my name is Shadra from Ghana. Yeah, so with regards to disability and technology and access to the internet, I would like to know from Mr. Manuel how access to the internet and technology has affected him. So for example, you want to read something from a paper and then maybe you don't have access to the internet, or maybe due to a connection problem, you are not able to read, the AI is not able to read the document to you. How has maybe access to the internet or connectivity affected you? Have you ever encountered such a challenge? And what's your perspective when it comes to rural or underserved communities who do not have the necessary resources to acquire these devices? For example, the Google glasses that you are using, I know maybe there is some kind of cost related to acquiring it, these devices. So what is your perspective when it comes to costs related to accessing these devices and having internet to use these devices? What is your perspective and the challenges related to it? Thank you.
Well, definitely the cost is a barrier, and one thing we can try to help with that is that, for example, government have programs, and if the government is efficiently in provide that programs that will support that person that need technology, at least here in the United States and Puerto Rico. Regarding the other question, it is a way that you can put that technology standalone, and you don't require internet access, but it's more limited. So for me, it is important that in Puerto Rico, for example, we have more internet, and that the internet has more speed, because for me it's not fair that person have to use a hotspot because what the demonstration what I'm doing, that technology is not a gadget for that person. That technology is a powerful tool that is improving her life, and they deserve to have the better internet access that they can. But in rural sectors, in places where internet it is not possible, it is a way I have doing. It is a way that you can put it, at least the text recognition, or that you can do it offline. It is a way to do it. The optimal is have internet access. We do not find and can obtain the optimal results always, but there's always a plan B and plan C, enable that technology can benefit that persons.
there's a question right here in the back.
I come from India, and there are poor people and older people in my country as well. And my observation, it's a well-meant observation. It's not criticism about America or Europe. I observe that it is far more difficult and far more harsh to be a senior citizen in your country, in Europe, far more harsh to be poor in this country. Not only that, the normal issues of poverty, but also they feel lonely and alienated and utterly uncared for, but for the government programs, which does not cover the whole population of senior people and whole population of poor people. So congratulations on initiatives like this. And I suggest that, I mean, my wish is that these programs are taken forward far and wide in your part of the world. And at the same time, the technology A demonstration that I saw is impressive as a technology. It takes a lot of technical skills to have built something like this. But it's quite disconcerting in the sense that even as an emerging technology, after it emerges, after it becomes perfect, a lot of things could go wrong, and the AI cannot interpret or understand what the person tries to communicate, especially if it's a senior citizen. And when it responds in a different way, it'll be stressful. And also psychologically, the persons would be acutely conscious that it's a machine and not human, and would feel more alienated than supported. So these are some of the concerns that I have about using AI, especially for something like this. And so there's no substitute for human-assisted support. You have a lot of problem of unemployment and a lot of people without jobs, and why not mix and match the jobless with the people who need care? Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the panelists?
I'll jump in. It's a little painful to hear that because it's so true. When I've done programs around the world, I would say the one common denominator that I hear from countries is that we like the fact that you have food security and that there's good jobs, but we don't like the way you treat your elderly. And I could say that with every country I've ever been to, especially, I think, I don't know if it's a technology solvable issue, but.
I mean, this was not a comment about how you treat your elderly. It's just that there are several factors: the cost of living, the climate, and the effort and money that it takes to get out of homelessness. My comment was more about how easy is for the poor in a country like India or Bangladesh, and so. It's very easy for them to get along. It's very easy for older people to get along, and they are cared for, supported. But there are so many factors, a complex set of factors, not a question of attitude towards elderly, attitude towards people. Your country is a very generous country in one sense, and so, but something is amiss, and so. It turns out to be harsh and cruel even for the elderly and the homeless. Thank you.
Let me briefly reword my response, because you're absolutely right. Let me ask the group a question. How many of you in this room live in the same city that your grandparents were born in?
1 out of 4.
Okay, one person. If I had 2, 3. If I ask that question in India, in your village in India, how many people would raise their hand? So the mobility of our society is a huge contributing factor. And so that's what I guess what I'm trying to convey is that many of the elements of the society we live in, contribute to seniors' lack of welfare, where in America.
We have a question here in the back and one in the corner.
Hello, Ali from Pakistan. My question is about the sustainability in these all these initiatives of affordability. How to bring the sustainability in all these initiatives, because
Your
industry
question about
and commercial
sustainability in the initiative. that we
sustainability.
discussed. Got it.
Yeah, because industry is mostly leading the innovation, and that's where the commercial interests come into.
I think that's a challenging question, given sustainability is an issue for every other topic that we've discussed. But do we have any thoughts? And I don't know if from an A or P perspective, there is a kind of broader conversation about sustainability, whether it's services, whether it's assistive technologies. What are your thoughts on that? The question was about sustainability in the context of assistive devices, technology, programs, initiatives. How do you ensure sustainability?
Okay. Hello? Okay. Thanks for the question. I didn't catch the last part about commercial interest or something, so I can't speak to that part. But the part about like, to me, I guess I'll define sustainability before I answer the question. So to me, sustainability just means like longevity, that the program will continue even after I'm gone from the company, or my even if my successor is gone. And I think that the way to do that, I think somebody spoke about it at a panel before, but is to really connect like what you're trying to do with your business like goals, and make it part of your kind of ethos. So AARP's like, and the company I work for, like the ethos is to really like end, or AARP Foundation, for example, has had their like mission is to end senior poverty, right? So they put everything in their like everything that they report out to people all aligns to that mission. So it doesn't matter, if they have a new head of the foundation, that they know what their goals are. So that's what they commit to. I think from, I don't know, just like personal experience, the work is, it kind of just like propels itself. A lot of people hear about us through word of mouth because they had a good experience being helped, whether it was in a classroom by a trainer or whether it was calling our hotline. We have a free tech hotline that you can call and get assistance Monday through Friday in English, Spanish, and Mandarin. And when somebody has a good experience with us, that usually makes them want to come back and tell their neighbor about it, or their friend or their relative about it. And so that kind of word of mouth and interest in the work that we do is going to be sustainable as long as we're in the field doing it.
Thank you. Manolo, any thoughts from, I think the question, and I'm going to reframe, correct me if I'm wrong, sustainability in the context of the assistive devices and technology that is being put forth to address, the problem set. Can you speak about that a little bit more, Manolo? And what are your thoughts on that front?
About sustainability in assistive technology?
Yes.
Well, it is, how can I say it? It is a question that has so many factors that we need to consider in able to trying to obtain the best results. So I don't know, that's the best thing that I can do. Is so many factors that I can attend. Maybe the priority, for example, if we look at blind individuals, and depending on our countries, there must be priorities that they're more important, that they access to technology, maybe access to basic needs. Thus, something that is very important. And of course, if that in one country, the priority is that basic needs, of course, there are the resources that they have it. I would put it over there, and so that's the best resource, the best answer that I can give you.
My name is Nancy Chang. I work for the Goodwill in Washington State, and I think, I really appreciate Dr. Manalo's demonstration with Google Glass, but that's not being manufactured anymore. So I think that goes to the sustainability question. But there's also AARP and your organization. Goodwill does, I'm trying to pivot us towards refurbishing and e-waste elimination and those things for workforce development. But what's the opportunities here as this group for us to advocate for, does Snap, glasses do the accessibility, or, it's like that technology is amazing, but now it's like how, even when Google Glass is being manufactured, it's like $1,000. That's not very accessible. So I think that's kind of what you're saying, right? Yes, no?
And can you restate your name and organization? I can repeat it.
Goodwill, Nancy Chang.
Goodwill.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much for linking the question. Mostly, I was talking about the way the inventions are born, and because the elder population have a limitations they are already have they already started to use something, they will get used to of it, and it's hard for them to change the devices and the features. So the technical support or the features or even the technology itself is growing too fast. So in order to make it accessible, the real feelings of the targeted community, which is the elder population, has to be taken into account rather than the whole manufacturing industry, and is mostly taking care of its direction. I don't know based on what. So that's why I was concerned about what are the plans in place to keep check on the direction.
Yeah, this is sort of for Nancy too. Nancy, what city are you from?
I live in Seattle, but I work for the Goodwill Olympics Rainier region.
Oh, nice. Our office was in. We were in the Top Hat area. Yeah. Ron Sims gave us a community center. We operated for 10 years. Anyway, I love Washington State. Quick comment. We're part of a consortium of computer refurbishers that started a program called After, AFTRR.org, AFTRR.org. And there's well over 100 large refurbishers from around the country that are involved in that, including the right to repair, as well as, and there's one issue that, you're in Seattle, there's a lot of government advocacy that comes out of Microsoft. And you might want to get involved in those forums because it can really help steer the whole ship. The other thing is that I haven't mentioned is what happens to off-lease equipment. If you could tap into that, you're a better person than I am, because I have not been able to decode that. With the millions of off-lease laptops and things that are on 3-year replacement cycles, what happens to that equipment? If you have an access to Dell, if you have access to Lenovo, if you have access to HP, the manufacturers are running the leasing now. And we need to figure out what happens with that equipment. The rumor on the street is that it's destroyed because reuse would cannibalize the sale of new laptops. That is criminal in my book. Not legally criminal, but morally criminal.
I think that I'm excited to talk to everybody after the session, but really, I think in Seattle, we just recently had a circular economy summit of some sort, and I think that this is, I feel like in this room, we get to help drive that conversation, and I know that it's hard, you're asking a question that nobody really has an answer to, but I think that's part of why we're all convening to see what do we do when we leave.
Thank you. A question in the back, and then we're going.
Hi, guys. This is Mark Massey. Okay.
These things, this laptop that I've got is a darn nice laptop. Got it when my inheritance came in. It's like 4 years old. Their supposed design lifetime, as we just mentioned, is 3 years. I've been in IT since before most of you were born. Fact is, these things, up certainly until very recently, were easy as heck to work on. You just can't be afraid. Why people don't do things is they are afraid. And you really need to internalize internationally. Most profit-making activities could not care less whether or not you live an economically sane life. That's important because it says they're not going to make things to last unless you kind of make them do it. Fixing these things, especially something as simple as a battery, is easy. Back when I was getting started in this field, there was no such thing as the World Wide Web. Now, today, so many people are so familiar with a lot about computers that if you just sit there with a web and a couple scrap systems that you can buy for, well, it varies, but they're not terribly expensive. To your question of what happens to the old systems, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't things about that were true. That is to say that some aren't destroyed. But I do know that they are also available like through major computer retailers like Microsoft. You can get old computers, and if you have the gumption and the knowledge and a few tools, it does take a few tools, you can rebuild these things. Laptops in particular, the motherboards, that is to say the piece that holds all the brains, they're not easily replaced. But so much, no, I've got to say this. So the point here is people need to be encouraged to get over their fears of failure with technology. People can just do it. You just have to get a couple pieces, open them up, bang on them, break them. It's okay. And then you'll find it's very easy to do. Companies are not interested in your survival. Companies are interested in making a profit. You have to take every single bull by the horns. And this is something that has to be taught because people are not taught this these days. You have to take these things, whatever it is, tech or anything else, and it's up to you to grab it, to figure out how to make it go right and fix the darn thing. And we have to fight for the right to fix things. I totally agree with you. So I hope that message was rather long, but I hope it kind of got through the barrier that is programmed into us by society. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have, we're overtime. We're overtime by 2 minutes. I'm keeping the promise. I was told for 15. Please, Derek, if you want to provide some closing thoughts.
Yo. So I'd like to take just a moment to try to quote unquote wrap up. I want to be able to provide a quick summary of what's happened over the last 2 days. Before we do that, though, I would like to start by just a few thanks. I know that Eduardo is going to have even more thanks, but I'd like to start by thanking some of the people behind the scenes, including way in the back of the room. I'd like to thank Jolie and his team. Having done that kind of remote participation and knowing that Jolie and Jose have been collaborating and providing a fantastic experience for our online and remote participants, our extended audience. So let's give them another round of applause. That's just a super job. And I'd also like to thank Kathleen. Kathleen is running around somewhere. There she is. Kathleen splits her time between multiple research centers here at American University and strategic initiatives, and to be able to do all of that, and we would not be here and would not have had such a great experience over the last 3 days if it hadn't been for Kathleen. So another huge round of applause. I am personally indebted to you very much, so thank you, Kathleen. And I also want to thank the rest of our AU team. Eduardo has been our commander-in-chief globally. I've been our tactical commander-in-chief here on campus here at American University. So I want to thank all of my colleagues that are involved with our strategic research initiative on inclusive technology and policy. I mentioned everybody on the first day. I want to thank Fiona for all of her very, very hard work in bringing this initiative to our attention and an opportunity to work with these wonderful colleagues. I want to thank our Vice Provost, Diana Burley, who took a tremendous amount of time for a senior administrator to come here and open this conference on a weekend. So I want to thank her tremendously. I want to thank Kathy Kleinman. I want to thank my Deputy Director, Filippo Trevisan, and our researchers, Divya Ramji, Andrew Ochang, and Hyman Wang. Let's give them all a big round of applause. So I want to say just a little bit about what we've accomplished over 2 days. This has been an amazing experience over the last 2 days. It opened with Eduardo and Diana thanking us and welcoming us here to campus. Diana talked about our beautiful American University campus and how excited we were to have you here. This building used to be our law school building, and when the law school moved to its new beautiful location, this building was a little bit fallow for a while, and we took the time. We were one of the anchor tenants in this building to try to revitalize it, and I'm pretty thrilled that we were able to have such a great location for this event. So I want to thank us at American University as well, so thank you. So I wanted to set the context with my opening keynote to talk about disability inclusive development and what I call the grand challenge, hoping that everybody could see why it's important to bring together all of our disciplines, all of our technologies coming together, and to help highlight the role of strategic frameworks like the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. ICANN and Joe Capitano, a former Eagle, helped to provide an introduction to how the DNS works. So for many of you, that was an introduction to how this complex system that allows us to communicate and collaborate all over the world works at a very technical level. We had a panel on the universal acceptance of internationalized domain names led by Kathleen. It was a highly technical panel helping us to understand how universal acceptance programs work. We had Shwarmarid Hussain helped us to understand what universal acceptance actually is and how people can use the web in their own scripts in their own language. We talked about how the internet doesn't connect to machines, it connects people. And people need to be able to access the internet in their own language, in their own words, and it needs to be accessible. We also talked about how universal acceptance helps us to understand that all domain names, top-level domains, internationalized domain names, and email addresses should all be treated equally. That was critically important. Susan Chalmers from NTIA highlighted the importance of government procurement policies in being able to drive all kinds of related technology standards. I thought that was a particularly important point, that if we want to drive accessibility and technology standards, government procurement can play a critical role in that process. Jonathan Zuck talked about public-private partnerships and led an insightful panel focusing on the importance of these two entities coming together, public and private. One key takeaway is that both public and private sector have to be involved, and they have to find areas where their interests are recognized. The interests of both public sector and private sector has to be identified and recognized. When we talked about the state of the nation for persons with disabilities, Dr. Filippo Trevisan led a fascinating panel taking a deep dive into technological and legal aspects of accessibility. One panelist, Joe Manolo Alvarez, presented a demonstration of how screen reading technology and other technologies can facilitate accessibility. Greg Shaitan followed with key insights on legal strategies and cases, including a case that is making its way to the Supreme Court. So thank you for sharing that with us. On the broadband panel, Jane Coffin led an exciting panel with some technological challenges with her slides, or with all the slides, focused on a comparison and contrast of the United States and Canada. Even without her slides, Marita Mall from Telecommunity Canada was able to help us see the importance of providing broadband access to rural Canada and some of the challenges facing Canada as it tries to support and expand across the country, including First Nation communities. So thank you for sharing that with us. Grace Abu Muhammad helped to understand how NTIA has been tasked with organizing a $48 billion infrastructure law now, which has 4 key components, ranging from the BEAD program, which is $42.45 billion in infrastructure investment. That is a huge contribution to expanding internet access across the United States. Ron De Silva was able to highlight how implementing these infrastructure projects work at the city and county level and how challenging it is and why we have to get involved at those levels of government as well. And he talked about experiences in the 400,000 person Loudoun County, Virginia, as an example. We also talked about how the pandemic has accelerated the nationally distributed workforce and with the BEAD program, we talked about how the team from NTIA that is administering that program is spread out across the country with one person from the team in each state across the United States and working all virtually. So I thought that was also fantastic and a positive result of the pandemic. Marita helped to highlight how Zoom and some of the free aspects allowed her team to be able to work and collaborate. And Zoom really has highlighted why they chose when they left. It wasn't Adobe Connect, was it?
Adobe Connect.
Was it Adobe Connect? When they left Adobe Connect, they recognized the deficiencies and explicitly tried to put those pieces into place to make it this incredible web conferencing tool, including those free elements. Our closing panel for the day, as Naila said, they saved the best for last. I have more notes on that panel than any other panel, and I just can't go through all of them. It was absolutely fascinating. The focus that Naila led the panel was on women and inclusion. And the opening question for the panelists was, how did you get into this field? And the responses across the whole panel were absolutely fascinating. Kathy Kleinman talked about her initial path into computer science and the detour into internet and telecommunications. Tripti Sinha from the ICANN board talked about, and the University of Maryland, talked about her initial foray also into computer science and AI, and how she's now moved into this major role of providing core internet infrastructure in the Washington, D.C. Area, and her current focus on quantum computing. The second question really focused on what kind of challenges and barriers have they faced. And all the panelists talked about many of the challenges that they faced, but they also talked about strategies and how they're overcoming those strategies. And I think even though the panel talked about all kinds of barriers, there was a hopeful element to the panel that gave very key specific strategies that we can all follow to be more inclusive and to include women and to include everybody in the process. Day 2, Eduardo opened us, and we were treated with another Eagle, former Eagle, Secretary General Doreen Bogdan-Martin. One of the things that we didn't highlight was Doreen was also brought back to campus in person as the inaugural recipient of our AU Technology Policy Changemaker Award. And she came in person to accept the award, and she came back the second year to give it to our second recipient, the Archivist of the United States. Wolfgang and I tried to have a response to Doreen's presentation, initially just focused on ITU, and then broadening it out to talk about a whole range of historical elements in the multi-stakeholder global governance process. I think both of us were highlighting how important history is, and to remember, to learn and remember and study that history so that you, somebody said, so that you're not doomed to repeat it, but I would say so that you're ready for what's coming next. We also had a wonderful panel led by Lorena Molina Irizarry on people-centered approaches to community resiliency. We then had a discussion of this fantastic collaboration between AU and a new research entity the DNS Research Federation, which is really trying to play an important role of aggregating the provision of data related to internet governance. And I think our particular example with our project of this critical data source, the decisions related to the UDRP that had gone away and that would not have been available except going to each individual domain service, resolution service provider, each one searching and trying to download those. It would have been an enormously difficult task. And the fact that we can now aggregate that, have it located in one place and be updated and available to researchers is an absolutely huge contribution. It was also wonderful to hear the ransomware research presentations and the research possibilities related to online pharmacies. And I think we were all appreciative of the DNSRF that made their demo available and sponsoring the reception during that time. And then finally, ending with a panel focused on seniors and the visually impaired and some of the strategies and challenges that are facing older people around the country and around the world. I think we had a fantastic panel where Shivali Hirabhakti talked about what can be done with seniors in local communities, particularly focusing on Montgomery County, here in Maryland where I used to live, with Lou sharing the strategies of wild tech and some of the new possible partnerships, maybe moving to Brazil for a possible project. And Jose Manolo came back and gave us another demonstration that I think floored all of us, including a person who studies assistive technology and teaches assistive technology. I was sitting up there just floored, Jose Manolo, so thank you very much. I want to give you a personal round of applause. And then finally, I want to thank my advisory board chair. I have a global advisory board. I have a local advisory board as well, but I have them meet together as our joint advisory board. And the chair of our joint advisory board is Ambassador Luis Gallegos. And so he wanted to come here so badly in person. He's been here in this building many times for our advisory board meetings. He's been a colleague of mine, and he so wanted to be here in person. And then on Sunday, he said, Derek, I'm getting ready to go to New York for a whole week. And Sunday is the only break I have after coming from China. And so he said, if you could please just let me be virtual and asynchronous, I would appreciate it. I appreciate Eduardo for saying, yes, we can do this. And so the video that allowed him to talk about his work with the Zero Project and this possibility of bringing the strategies and the approaches to older persons and persons with disabilities together, perhaps in a new convention that can really highlight those two communities. And I thought that really put a nice cap on that particular panel. So I just want to say thank you for having us for these 2 days. I think that this was a wonderful, substantive discussion. Somebody lose their phone. Is this Irina? Lorena? Does somebody know her?
She just left the room, I guess, 5 minutes ago.
Oh, no. Where's my phone? That's not mine. Mine is too. That's hers.
Behind this. Yes. I want to thank Caption First that has been with us all the time. And, I don't speak that fast, but there was one point that it was going like that. I said, when we do in ICANN, we do this, sometimes we have to tell people slow down because they go like, you have to be trained to do that because I will not be able to do that. Definitely, I want to thank American University, Professor Derek Cockburn. I remember we had the first talks about this. I don't know how this link happened.
Fiona.
Oh, Fiona.
Yeah.
Fiona said.
Yeah.
And I remember we were throwing a thing, what is the theme for this year? And say, well, there's this is inclusion and accessibility. Say, that's the one. Key things, and then we prepare the program around that. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for hosting us here in American University. And to all of you, Next year is going to be in Puerto Rico in 2024, March. So whoever is there is coming to ICANN, please. We invite you, all of you. Some logistical stuff. We're going to have now a social. It's going to end about 5:45, 6 o'clock, and then the bus will take us all the way to the Marriott Marquis downtown, where the ICANN conference is going to be. So with these words, I officially close Nasig 2023. So, thanks all of you for participating in this school, and I hope that you have gotten, from you some knowledge, you increase your knowledge on these things that are so important for all of us, and people that we are not necessarily have disabilities that we don't think about many times. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yep.
You can't. I thought the same thing. You can't call her.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, she was sitting here, so it's her. You can't call her. Oh, okay.
These things, I don't know who.
Oh, we lost that one too, right? Somebody. Yeah. Si Dios quiere. I would like that. So let's see if we can make that happen.
We're talking about seniors, so we're seniors.
Of course, of course. The way the Nebraska Ave NW we'll do it. Just keep living.
Just a matter of time.
Oh yeah. Well, The Snapchat, Snap glasses, other things. Oh yeah, where yeah.